In the yokai world, where strength was valued above all else, only the powerful had the right to exist. For the main character, it was a common thing. Surviving here was not a problem. He was born a great yokai, the strongest of his kind, and that determined his place. Again, stopping in front of the enemy, he repeated to him for the third time, so that he realized the threat. Standing with his foot in the face of the tiger enemy, Ho ordered them not to threaten the foxes with their fangs. Ho considered him a criminal without honor, someone who betrays his own promises, and he saw no reason why this enemy should remain alive. But suddenly the tiger turned on a huge angry beast with burning red eyes. Ho only saw this giant body as a huge pile of meat. He hit the enemy in the face with just one accurate blow. Throwing his hand forward, Ho sent a powerful energy charge that tore the tiger apart. He was Yingho's elder, wise among yokai, leader of the yokai foxes and king of the demonic realm. However, he never aspired to become king. It was not his goal. Over the course of 500 years, he defeated many of the strong who pursued his fox clan. Later, he was elected king, although he did not aspire to this role. For the king, there were many worries. Everything had to be solved, a complete nightmare. He always came to these matters with a displeased expression on his face. One day, a Buddhist monk who followed the path of Dharma and righteousness appeared before him. He came with the conviction that foxes cause great harm to sentient beings. The line between the human and demonic worlds was so blurred that some yokai entered the human world and wreaked havoc there. However, it would be wrong to call Inho irresponsible. Such matters did not bother him much. He remained indifferent. The monk was physically strong and fast like a monster. Yingho remained completely calm and coolly met all the attacks. This martial art used by the monk seemed to be nothing more than a trick. Realizing this, Ho took each blow and fought them off with ease. In the human world, this might have been an outstanding skill, but to him, they were just toys. Lightly touching the monk's chest, he pushed him far into the sky. It was difficult to hit so that he would remain alive. Servant Ho approached the monk, saw that he was unconscious, and asked his master if he should be killed. Ho remarked that there was no need to crush an ant that was scurrying underfoot. He left the monk alive, generously giving him the opportunity to return home. But this fool seems to have gone mad because he came back after 15 days. And this time, he brought a friend and classmate named Tang Sampan, who proposed to attack the demon with yin-yang harmony. Their martial arts did not impress Ho, and he easily parried all of their attacks. At the same time, Ho thought that the monk would return with an even larger army if he was left alive. Not intending to allow this, he crushed the monk's neck with one of his tails. He did the same to his friend who came with him. Only the cracking of bones and screams filled the space. Perhaps they should study the enemy better before contacting them. Laughing at their corpses, Ho turned and walked in the other direction. But behind him he heard a woman's voice saying the word, "Brother." He turned his head to see who was there. A girl was sitting in front of him over one of the corpses, calling him brother and asking how she could continue living alone. Ho had always thought of himself as a rather cold-blooded yokai. Tears continued to flow from his sister's eyes like an inexhaustible stream. Ho wondered what had broken her heart so deeply. A whole week had already passed, and she was still sitting without eating or drinking a drop of water. Ho asked his servants if they had found out why she was not returning to the human world. One of the servants explained that they were gathering rumors that the girl was dependent on her brother, who had many enemies in the human world. It became clear that this girl would die as soon as she returned to the human world. But it will also be difficult for her to survive in the demonic world, the servant added. Ho thought that she was more likely to starve to death than fall victim to others. Her face was incredibly innocent and radiated kindness towards people. In front of her was the human food that Ho had brought. He explained that her brother's soul would find peace in the underworld if she ate well and took care of herself. He decided to keep this child by his side for the rest of her life. After all, it would be difficult for her to survive in another place. Fortunately, the girl understood his intentions and accepted the situation. Perhaps it was for this reason that she accepted his proposal without resistance and remained living in the demonic world. She got used to life among yokai more and more quickly, adapting to the new world every day. Ho felt helpless and confused as he looked at this child, although she allowed him to get close. One look at her was enough to make him feel a peace he had never felt before in his life as a yokai. But suddenly a terrible picture appeared before his eyes. The girl was hanging with a noose around her neck. She was tied to a giant pillar. Her body was covered in blood, and Ho watched this horrible scene with pain in his chest. His servant was kneeling before him, asking for forgiveness for the sin he had committed. He apologized for not being considerate enough of the yokai who came to honor Ho. He believed that it was his safety that caused this misfortune to the young lady. The girl was lying dead, and she had no more chances to save herself. With pain in his chest, Ho looked at her, because he really loved this child. Later, a rat appeared, which also apologized for not fulfilling the order. As soon as he started to say that he had nothing to do with it, Ho instantly dealt with him, the one who knew everything but closed his eyes to it, one who participated without really understanding anything. Without a shadow of fear, the big man stood before Ho, declaring that he could not be king by taking the girl into the Fox clan. But his life ended at the same moment. Everyone who had anything to do with the child's death, even those who were close to Ho, could not escape his wrath. The fresh blood from their bodies flooded the entire demonic world. However, the pain in the chest did not disappear. Killing all those yokai brought Ho only a little bit of comfort. He returned home with a wounded heart and bitter pain. But he no longer wanted such a life. And so, in the middle of the pool of blood, something began to shine. This caught Ho's attention. The bright beam of light grew larger and larger. A beautiful flower began to grow in this place. At the same moment, a lotus blossomed in the pool of blood. Only celestials can perform such divine actions. Ho did not understand whether it was Liu Dongbin or Nata, the deities worshipped in Taoism. He turned to the flower, saying that he was too late to play his part, for he no longer wished to shed other people's blood. And he asked the flower to disappear from his eyes. That flower only became bigger and brighter. In a moment, the glow became so strong that nothing could be seen around but this bright light. Unfamiliar, strange sounds filled the space. Suddenly, a celestial appeared to help Ying-ho. He was in despair, having lost all will to live. This creature was the one who helped all beings not to get lost in the web of fate. It was the Tathagata who approached Ho with a proposal to give up his yokai essence and start living as a human. At first, Inho thought it was some kind of nonsense, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had no reason to refuse the chance for a new life, far from the world of yokai. He was going to kill himself anyway, so he decided it would be better to try to live as a human, and proudly said to the Tathagata, "Turn me into a human!" It wasn't free. He would only be able to gain human life by accumulating merit over 1,000 years. He realized that he must live for 1,000 years as a servant of the Celestials. But he agreed to this offer without hesitation and accepted it. Since yokai were immortal, time seemed to them to be nothing more than a cloud floating across the sky. However, when he thought about it after a year of service, 1,000 years seemed too long and unattainable to him. The thought of giving up had crossed his mind so many times that Ho began to doubt it. Is it worth doing this for millennia to become a creature with such a short life? But reflecting on the treaty with the Tathagata as his pride, he was able to survive all difficulties, overcome doubts, and accumulate the necessary merit. The Tathagata saw how much merit he had accumulated so far. The time had come. Now he had to give up what was not necessary to human nature, and the Tathagata would allow him to live a human life. The Tathagata stretched out a giant hand 10 times his own size. A blue layer of light began to light up in Ho's stomach. This layer slowly moved to his chest, and later it rose to the neck, radiating warmth inside. In an instant, it came out of Ho's mouth like a radiant energy. It was a bald bead that contained all of his spiritual power accumulated over millennia of training. Of course, it was a pity to part with her, but there was no other way. The Tathagata once again asked him if he regretted his choice. "Do I look like someone who regrets something?" he answered proudly. After these words, Ho smiled, and the Tathagata said, "Yes, may the immeasurable light of the Buddha be with us." Yingho's life as a yokai weighed on him every moment, but now he felt light and happy, leaving this life behind. The lotus petal that grew in the pool of blood slowly descended to the ground. He was falling in an amazing place. A petal fell right next to an incredibly beautiful house. Then he flew inside and went down to the boy who was lying unconscious. The petal came closer and closer to his head, and in a moment he touched his soft black hair. With the help of the Tathagata, Yingho became a human and will now live as a human. His story is just beginning. The woman, carrying a bowl in her hands, walked around the house, thinking that the young owner was only 15 years old. But even with the best medicines and famous healers, his condition did not improve. She opened the door of his room and entered, still wondering if the heavens cared about his fate. What she saw made her eyes open wide. The young master was sitting on the bed directly in front of her. She was so frightened that she dropped the bowl from her hands and fell. The young master sat looking weak and colorless. The news of his awakening quickly reached the head of the family. He was informed that his son had finally come to his senses. The nanny, with a blue face from shock, barely uttered a request to immediately notify the chapter about this. The head, not paying attention to the important scroll in his hand, threw it at the man standing next to him, and he immediately rushed to the room of his son, who at that moment was there alone. He, still not fully understanding what happened, got up from the bed. He thought he heard a woman scream. After taking a few steps, he saw a mirror in front of him and looked into it. He couldn't believe what he saw in the mirror. Meanwhile, screams rang out throughout the house, which could be heard even outside. The first question that arose in his mind: Was he not supposed to be reincarnated in the body of an infant or a newborn? Various voices suddenly began to sound in his mind. Images of different people appeared before his eyes. These were scraps of memories that flashed through his head. Later he understood. This is the memory of the person to whom this body belonged. He was the eldest son of the ruler of the great trading district of Cheonghajang, and his name was Ha Yingho. Not only his physical condition was weak, but also his mind. So the death of his mother, which happened a year ago, so shook him that he stopped eating and drinking. After fainting, the healers discovered he had a chronic disease and tried to cure it. But the boy eventually died. The former king of the yokai kingdom was placed in the body of what he believed to be a worthless weakling, who died of disease after a miserable life. Ho was extremely indignant with the Tathagata for this choice. But he didn't even have the strength to get angry. He immediately began to feel nauseous. He did not understand the owner of this body. If you want to die, then just die. Why torture yourself to such an extent? Rising to one knee and exhaling heavily, he realized that he had made a mistake by not discussing his terms in advance and not foreseeing such a situation. The Tathagata also asked him if he was really sure of his decision. Now it became clear what a difficult situation he got into. But it was necessary to calm down because now he is the owner of this body. This body can be made strong with natural defenses, so there should be no problem. Isn't this the greatness of natural protection? To turn the sick into healthy and the healthy into strong? But first it was necessary to fill a hungry stomach. He walked over to the shelves, checking to see if there was anything edible. Suddenly, a man called his name behind him. His father could not hold back his tears when he saw that his son was on his feet. "What happened? Did you get over the disease?" asked his father excitedly, coming closer and taking his hands. Ho tried to remember who the man was, trying to make sense of it all. In the fragments of his memory, he saw this man telling him, "Even if it seems like it's too late, it's important to keep moving forward, Yingho." The little one then answered, "Yes, Dad." His father asked him if he recognized him, introducing himself as the ruler of this land, Ha Jin-yu, his father. The boy only mumbled in response, and his father waited patiently for him to say something. Jean asked the nanny to go and get his son something to eat. Meanwhile, people gathered outside their house, waiting for news. Nanny quickly brought the food and put it on the table. Jean asked his son to take his time and eat slowly. Ho stared at the food, wondering if it was a good idea to try it. When he was a yokai, he tasted human food a few times out of curiosity, but it tasted terribly bitter. He carefully brought the spoon to his mouth, thinking that he was human now and would have to get used to it. He licked the spoon as he took his first sip. His eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He opened them so wide. "Maybe he's sick again?" panicked father, looking at his expression. Ho, filled with astonishment, asked them again, "What is this?" The nanny explained that it was porridge that had been simmered for a long time with finely chopped vegetables and meat. She did not add any spices, worried that the rich dish might harm his stomach after a long hunger strike. But Ho, smiling from ear to ear, called this porridge wonderful. He quickly emptied the bowl and even asked for more toppings. Has human food always tasted so good? He thought with surprise. A good start. Soon, Jean arranged a real feast. Raising his glass, he invited everyone to rejoice, because his son had risen from his hospital bed. In front of everyone present, the ruler of this land raised a glass in honor of their shared joy. The gathered people, and there were quite a few of them, shouted in unison, "Long live Master Ho! Long live Master Ho!" At that time, a young man was sitting nearby in a summer gazebo near a pond and trees. It was too noisy for him, so he asked the girl opposite what was going on. She replied that the young master got out of bed. The young man was so surprised that the book in his hands fell to the ground. The next day, Ho was running around the yard. After a few laps, he got very tired and bent down to rest. He felt irritated, but he could not understand what was the matter. Meanwhile, several men were watching him. They were going about their business and noticed him trip again while running in the courtyard. While cleaning up the library, they discussed that he had been acting strangely since he had woken up, as if something had taken over him. The servant said that after a meal he always runs with his master, and then sits down on a bench and immerses himself in his thoughts. One of them remarked that he probably had something to think about, and the other just laughed. But what? We are his servants. Others can learn the classic treatise, the 1,000 characters in a few months, but it took him more than a year. He does this not because of any special considerations, although outwardly he looks silent. But those who know him better share similar opinions. "I think the young master has turned into an idiot," said the librarian, and everyone froze. They froze as the higher-ranked Master Zhang appeared behind them, and they immediately bit their tongues. In a calm tone, he asked if it was appropriate to say such things behind someone's back, and advised them to watch their behavior, especially when it comes to those who give them income. After explaining this, Zhang went outside. Turning his head to the right, Zhang noticed Ho running around the yard. After his run, In-ho crouched down in a meditation pose, lost in his thoughts. He reflected that even after absorbing natural qi for 2 weeks, he was unable to accumulate enough energy due to this body's weakness. The flow of natural qi was blocked by various external factors. The thought of wasted time did not make him smile. Approaching the gate, the guard reminded him that he was not allowed to leave the house until he recovered. As he listened to these restrictions, he thought, if I was still a yukai, they would all be dead by now. He couldn't help himself anymore. But a small stream of energy did appear. He had only to concentrate even more strongly on her acceptance. Closing his eyes, he completely immersed himself in meditation. But suddenly he felt someone's presence in front of him and began to slowly open his eyes. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" asked a cute girl with big eyes. He plunged into his memories, trying to figure out who it was, and after searching a little, he remembered a little girl who was crying. She complained about all the bad guys and hugged him. It was Somi, his sister. Somi is the younger sister who loves In-ho very much. On the day he woke up, she clung to him in tears and visits him constantly when she has time. It is also one of the reasons that prevent him from absorbing natural qi. This time she did not come empty-handed. She took out a few pieces of food and offered to eat it together. These were sweets that the servant had bought in the market especially for her. Although she interfered with his qi training, he decided to forgive her because she brought sweets. As soon as he tasted one piece, he immediately lost his head from the taste. At that moment, Somi noticed that he had changed a lot. Before, he did not like sweets, and said that they were too sweet. In response, he said that now she will see other sides of him that she did not know before. After all, he perfectly understood that he was only outwardly similar to her older brother. Somi smiled and replied that she liked all sides of him. She only asked that he not be sick anymore. It was getting dark outside. The day was coming to an end. That meant it was time for dinner. A sumptuous table was set before Ying-ho with everything one could wish for, combining the gifts of land, sea, and sky. If any of the yokai saw this table, they would cry bloody tears. But what can he do now? Because now he is a man. His appetite was evident on his face, and his sister noticed it immediately. Meanwhile, their father joined them. Picking up chopsticks, he motioned to begin. However, before he could finish, Ying-ho had already thrown a huge piece of fish into his mouth, which could barely fit. Before, father always ate first, and Ho could wait thousands or even tens of thousands of years before starting a meal. When his sister turned to him, he was already chewing on a large piece of rib. The father asked the sister not to distract him, and said that they should also start eating. Later, father and son sat across from each other, sipping tea. The father noted that he noticed how much his inner strength had recovered. Ying-ho replied that there was still a long way to go, but it was enough to survive. "By the way, maybe it's just your father's greed," he joked. "You were bedridden for a whole year and had to drop out. Why don't you go back to the academy?" suggested the father. On the other hand, he wanted his son to live the way he wanted, and said he could leave when he felt better. "Is the academy outside the main palace?" asked Ho. He had already started making plans in his head. He immediately replied that he would go there tomorrow. The father smiled, noting that this was exactly what he expected from his son, feeling joy at his determination. It was a happy coincidence for In-ho, as he was just thinking about what excuse he could use to get out of here. It turned out to be perfect. He picked up the cup of tea and gulped it down, not realizing that the tea was hot. Feeling as if fire were speaking, he immediately spat out the tea in the other direction. The next morning, the father saw his son off, wishing him to be careful. As he set off, Ho understood very well that studying in the academy was already outdated, because life naturally teaches such things, and the academy only allows poor scholars to make money from rich children. He had several memories of the past owner of this body, about the academy and his studies there. In any case, the academy served only as an excuse to go outside the main courtyard. Passing through the gate, he inhaled the fresh scent of the trees. It was the smell of freedom. Taking a step forward, he breathed in a natural flow of qi that was much more powerful outside than in the courtyard, and he was able to accumulate it in his body. Already in this short time, his body seemed lighter and his strength increased. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he decided to check it out. Pushing off the ground, he began to run upwards. Then, pushing back even harder, he jumped. At the very top of the jump, he tore off several leaves. The success of this trick caused him to smile sincerely. The natural flow was really impressive from the outside. "The young master has decided to study at the academy again?" Zhang turned to the head, and his father explained that he only suggested that he return to the academy when he saw that he had woken up and was feeling well. Still, it would be nice if he got some rest. Zhang noted that being on the verge of death and being reborn again was not a common occurrence. He added that Ha Jinyu raised the young master perfectly, and when he grows up, he will become a great heir. However, Jin doubted whether his son could truly lead the family as the heir. Undoubtedly, In-ho is a wonderful child with a kind heart, but his kindness can make it difficult for him to make difficult decisions. Jang believed in him, believing that so far it was difficult for him to make decisions simply because of his youth. Jin agreed with his words, but their conversation ended there because they turned to the owner. The man reported that the young master had returned. The father was immediately afraid of what could happen. Before long, he was standing across from Yingho, who was all scratched and dirty. He asked his son why he was here, since he should be at the academy now, and why he came back so quickly in dirty clothes. Had someone offended him? I was kicked out of the academy, Yingho replied. It was the most unexpected answer he could hear. Afterwards, Ha Jinyu was already talking to the teacher. The teacher said that his son immediately started a fight in the academy. Although the word fight does not quite fit here, it was a duel by mutual consent of the parties. It was hard for the father to believe, because his son had just started walking after a long rest, and now there was a duel. It was even more difficult for the teacher to believe his father's words. Rather, he wanted to know if his son had studied martial arts considering the number of opponents he had defeated. Yingho meanwhile just sat and listened to their conversation. His father asked him if the teacher was telling the truth. Yes, that's true, Ho answered, not wanting to lie. He explained that he was harassed and bullied for wanting to do well in school, but at first he ignored it. At first he held back so as not to cause trouble because he had just returned. But when they insulted his late mother and father, he couldn't take it anymore. He also mentioned that not only today but also in the past, these guys show no respect for his family and make fun of them. Turning to the teacher, he said that he was sure. He knew about it, but did nothing. Everyone's patience has a limit, no doubt. But patience in this body has already ended. Ha Jinyu looked at the teacher with a displeased expression. The teacher just lowered his head, unable to find anything to answer. Suddenly, Ho's father burst out laughing. Afterwards, he walked next to his son, explaining to him what happened. The teacher admitted his mistake. His father praised him for behaving so dignified in front of the teacher that he was speechless. And he added, "True knowledge does not necessarily live only in four walls." "Then I will study on my own from now on," replied Ho. He apologized to his father for his words. With a faint, sly smile, turning his back to his father and the others, he started forward. Ha Jinyu turned to Jiang Nim and asked him what he thought about this. He fought for justice, for the honor of his family. Unlike his peers, who don't even think about such things, he proved himself worthy. During all this time, he demonstrated his true intentions. That was Zhang's answer, to which Ha Jinyu responded with a smile. The stern, mustachioed face of the guard appeared before him, and Ho's no less serious face met his gaze. Now the young master has the right to enter and leave the main yard at any time, even in the morning. It was the chairman's order, and you can't argue with it. After leaving the courtyard, Ho enjoyed the pleasant aroma of nature while sitting in meditation on a large boulder. He was completely immersed in meditation, listening to the stream that flowed nearby. In the evening, the sky began to darken, acquiring yellow-hot shades. Ho had no intention of returning home, and continued to train on this mountain. He deftly ran, pushing off tall trees, climbing them, and even climbing giant trees. Pushing away from one of the trees, he ran along a steep rock. He could even swim to a huge mountain, climbing almost vertically up the rock. It was really impressive, and his face remained completely unmoved. His breathing was calm and controlled. Whether he was running on a rock or meditating, his breathing, though faster as he ran, was still under control. He enjoyed the fact that his legs did not tremble, and his body evenly absorbed the natural flow of qi. Finally, he achieved some success. Some time passed, and Ho was in the gazebo talking to his father, who asked him, "What do you think is the most important thing for a man?" Ho's answer was simple: money, for he felt the value of it every time he enjoyed a meal. The father just smiled, because that was exactly what he expected from his perceptive son, and asked the following question: "And what is the next big thing?" The answer was just as simple: power to protect your money. Father was very surprised at first. Then he repeated his son's words, and admitted that this could also be the answer to his question. However, the father added that the most accurate answer is the ability to protect one's body. After all, even if you lose everything while you are healthy, you can always start from the beginning. At first, Ho did not understand what his father was leading to. Then, standing in the courtyard, he asked in surprise, "Do you want me to learn martial arts?" The father asked if there was any reason why he did not want it. At that moment, Ho remembered his past life and the martial arts used by that foolish Buddhist monk 1,000 years ago. He thought it was a little funny that now he would have to learn something he already knew for a long time. But it even promised to be interesting, so he did not object and answered that he would like to learn. "Great," said his father, and suggested that he create his dantian first. Ho did not quite understand the meaning of the word. Then my father explained that martial arts use qi energy, and the place where it accumulates and spreads throughout the body is called dantian. So, In order to delve into the study and practice of martial arts, one must first create a dantian. Ho remembered that it looked like his bald bead. He asked his father if it would be possible to remove her from the body at will. Zhang, who was standing next to him, answered for his father that, once appearing, a dantian never leaves the body. It was slightly different from the properties of a bald bead. Father and Zhang offered to start, and asked Ho to sit in the lotus position. As he sat in the center, his father positioned himself opposite him and Zhang behind him, asking Ho to close his eyes and follow his father's instructions. The blocked meridians needed to be broken through first, and he was asked to take a deep breath, which he did. Meanwhile, an old man was riding a donkey. A long gray mustache and beard hung from under his visor. The donkey was slowly walking forward, and the old man was sitting on it, and at that time, blood was dripping on the ground. It flowed from Ho's mouth while his father held him in his arms and begged him to come to his senses. Father frankly panicked, asking Mistress Zhang when the doctor would come. Soon, the doctor arrived and checked the boy's pulse. The father explained what had happened. His son's body became hot, like a ball of fire, after which he vomited blood and he fainted. Father was sure that he did not make a mistake, so he did not understand what went wrong. The doctor examined Ho, analyzing the situation. After the examination, he said that no injuries were found. In fact, you can say that it is in excellent condition. Father did not understand what the doctor meant by excellent condition. The doctor explained that he had already encountered a similar effect when a large amount of internal qi accumulates in the dantian. It sounded strange to Jin, because his son had never studied the technique of developing inner qi. And how could he cultivate qi if he didn't have a dantian? The doctor pointed out that the cultivation technique could be performed even without the dantian. But in that case, the energy would accumulate in the veins throughout the body, not in the dantian. He added that his internal qi level must be quite high as all the blocked meridians opened without any hindrance. He seems to have reached the highest level of yin-yang meridian harmony. Hearing this, Father and Zhang wondered how much inner qi he really had. They asked the doctor about it, and he suggested that the father put his hands on his son's dantian and check for himself. Father approached Ho, realizing that if his yin and yang meridians had reached harmony, then the level of internal qi was beyond peak values. By touching the dantian's son, the father was able to estimate the amount of his internal qi. What he saw, to put it mildly, stunned him. He felt that this son would be enough for 120 years of life. This was twice as much as his own supply of qi, collected in 40 years of life, and which would have been equal to 60 years. How could someone who had never studied cultivation methods and spent a year confined to bed have such a large internal qi? Their thoughts were interrupted by the words. Perhaps his body left the world and returned after meeting the soul of some wise hermit. These words were spoken by the old grandfather, who had just arrived on a donkey and was now standing at the gate. He also addressed Jin, saying that his son had grown a lot since their last meeting. Ho suddenly opened his eyes while lying in the middle of the green grass and stood up abruptly. The landscape was completely unfamiliar, and he did not understand where he was. Trying to remember, he remembered that he was in the process of creating his dantian in the training hall of the main courtyard. Suddenly, an old man's voice came from behind him. "So you want to learn martial arts?" Ho slowly began to turn his head back. He saw an old man sitting on a rock and asked who he was. In response, the old man called him a scumbag and asked why he was looking at him so stupidly. "When you meet your master, you should show respect," remarked the old man. Ho didn't quite believe that this man could be a master. Standing before him was a frail old man who looked like he would fall from one blow, and Ho doubted that he would be the one to teach him martial arts. Ho asked him, "Who are you to be called my master whenever you want? And where the hell am I now?" The old man once again warned him about the need for respect. "Old man, my father may have told you something, but I myself will decide who will be my master," Ho replied defiantly. He continued, intending to lay out his terms to avoid being beaten half to death. Like lightning, the old man suddenly jumped from the stone. With only a hand touching Ho's chest, he sent him flying. Ho's body flew back so fast that the grass beneath him was torn from the ground by the airflow. He flew several meters before hitting the ground with his back. After that, he rolled several times on the ground and landed on his back. Breathing heavily, he felt pain in his chest from the impact with the ground. Ho lay like this for some time. Then he opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. The master was sitting in front of him, completely calm. The old man said in a low voice that his body was even weaker than he expected. Ying Ho continued to get angry and questioned what exactly the old man was talking about. The master added, "And you have no manners at all." Indignantly asking who he thought he was, Ho got up and rushed at the old man. He tried to hit him, but the hand only flew away as the master placed a block. The old man redirected Ho's energy against himself, and he flew back again. I wonder how many times today he has already seen the sky above him. Rising again, he held his head. Approaching him, the master offered to finally begin. He asked Ho to grab him by the collar, and if he could do it, he would just let him go. But if he cannot, then he will have to become his student and accept him as his teacher without hesitation. To Ho, the match seemed childish, and he didn't see why it should be made at all, even if the old man insisted. The master only raised the hem of his clothes as if provoking him. He then questioned whether Ho was really confident enough to just give up. Various thoughts began to appear in Ho's mind. He remembered that even without a teacher, he had become the king of the yokai world. And couldn't he handle some old man? But at the first attempt to touch it, the master easily jumped up. The grass around them rose up and began to pull away from the ground. The master was a little surprised that such an inexperienced hand could cause a whirlwind. In Ho's eyes, the old man looked like a rabbit trying to escape. He wasn't about to back down and sprung into action, trying to grab him by the collar, determined to flay him. With all his strength, he hit the stone on which the master was standing, shattering it into small fragments. The master easily jumped aside. He was pleased to observe how even with age his skin remained as firm, though rough and dry. She was as hard as the rock Ho picked up, and now he prepared to throw this stone at the master. The master easily dodged the stone thrown by Ho, but looking to the side, he noticed that the boy was already standing right next to him. Just look at this kid, thought the master. With a smooth but lightning-quick movement, he stepped aside. Ho began to look at him quite differently. He realized that this opponent required a more serious approach and more effort. He increased his speed, which did not go unnoticed by the master. And so finally there was a clash between Ho and the master. Ho's hand touched the old man's chest. A wide and sly smile appeared on the boy's face. The master just gritted his teeth. At first he was silent, and then he just laughed. He called Ho an interesting little one. But immediately after that, he decided to teach the boy one more time and simply hit him. While flying in the air, Ho thought again, "Who the hell is this old man?" As the evening shadow began to cover the land, the master came to Ho's father's house. The father wanted to know if his son had the potential to become a martial artist. It was with this request that he used to turn to the old man. After spending time with Ho, the master could now describe him with complete confidence. "He is a bit stubborn and rude, but your son was born with the spirit of a warrior. Even my younger brother, who was considered a natural-born warrior, is not as talented as Ying Ho." After hearing this, Ha Jin-yu froze, trying to understand the truth of what he heard, because he knew very well who his younger brother was. The former head of the Namgong family and leader of the Murim Alliance, he proudly bore the name of the 24 martial arts masters, Sword Lord Namgong Jin. He couldn't hold back and asked the master if he was really sure of what he said about Ho. "You, more than anyone else, should know that I speak sincerely," replied the master. He then offered an unexpected suggestion. "Maybe it's just the old man's greed, but I want to raise Ying Ho as an outstanding warrior with my own hands and show him to the world." Ha Jin-yu couldn't deny the master's wishes if he wanted to personally teach his son martial arts. However, the master had something else he wanted to say. He remembered that Ho had surprised him. At this time, Ho was sitting in his room on the bed. Ho could not sleep. The same thoughts were running through his head. He firmly decided to go outside. In the yard, Jin escorted the master, who said, "A man should guard every promise as carefully as 1,000 gold pieces." Jin also asked the master to take his son as an apprentice. Suddenly, the master froze. He stopped because he saw Ho standing at the gate. Ho's face was bruised and he looked far from his best. His father turned to him with a question. "Why are you here?" But Ho only answered with his why. He asked the master why his whirlwind punch didn't work. Then he immediately asked the master to teach him. His knees hit the ground with a thud. He repeated his request, addressing the master. He begged him once more to teach him. He asked to be taught martial arts with his head down and just waited for an answer. "Now I like you," said the old man. That same day, Ying Ho went to Zhang and asked about Master Namgong Chong. Zhang explained that this old man was a great martial artist. He has vast knowledge, much wider than others. Although he does not always stand out among the great masters, as he often leaves the Namgong family due to his passion for travel, the other masters recognize that he has reached the highest level of skill worthy of a place among the 24 great masters, alongside his younger brother, the former leader of the Alliance. It was a great honor for Zhang that Namgong Jung took Ho as his apprentice. But what is honor for Ho? He boldly met even the Tathagata, so he considered it rather a great honor for the old man to have him as his disciple. And he asked himself why he bowed so big to this old man. He reasoned that he would become a laughingstock among the yokai if this news reached the monster world. But does he have the right to worry about it now? Ho realized that he only bowed to the master because he wanted to become stronger, that was all. Time passed quickly, and 2 years have already passed. It was winter outside, but the clanking of swords was heard among the trees. Master and Ho practiced by jumping trees and deflecting each other's blows in the air. They trained for a long time without knowing fatigue. Their shots were crisp and polished. In this duel, they gave their all. Sometimes a sword alone was not enough. Both began to use the technique simultaneously, gathering energy in their hand. In an instant, they put their hands on each other's chests. An explosion rang out, and they were thrown in different directions. The snow scattered around. The blows were so strong that they left traces even in the snowy forest. Both understood that only after passing the thorny path can one become a master of martial arts. "Are you out of your mind? Try not to kill your master. I said enough," said the old man. In response, Ho reminded him of his words that the teacher was ready to go to the end and be the first. The master showed his hand, asking to look at it, because it had a protective shield on it. He admitted that he couldn't compete with Ho now, but put it down to just getting old. To rest and have an important conversation, they sat down by the fire. Beside the master lay an object wrapped in a red cloth, and he told Hos that his desire to give the gift had now diminished. However, not caring about it, he threw the scroll straight into Ho's hands. Ho began to unfold it and saw that a sword was wrapped in the cloth. The old man explained that, in a strange way, this sword always fell into his hands, as if wanting to meet its true master. Ho examined the sword and asked the old man if he could return it if he was not going to use it. The master replied that in that case, he could just throw it away. Ho decided to unsheath his sword. He lifted it up, holding it firmly in his hand. Then he made several sharp movements, cutting the air. The master carefully watched these movements. He had the idea that when he reached his peak, Ho would be able to form even more powerful ki by concentrating it inside the blade, surpassing the power of the sword itself. He continued to watch as the snow rose into the air with each swing of Ho's sword. The master remembered that he only gained the sword's true power when his hair turned gray, but Ho achieved this just 2 years after taking up the sword. With a sharp swing of his sword, Ho cut down a huge boulder. This testing of the sword made him say, "Pretty good sword." At that moment, the master turned to him. He said, "I know how strong you are." Then he added, "You reached your peak by learning from me, and I learned from Namgong, the best swordsman clan. This is not just skill. It is the technique of the boundless heaven sword. Now you are strong enough to easily defeat the elders of the great clans." All of Master Ho's serious words were answered with only a short understood. The master threw wood into the fire and continued his explanation. Suddenly, Ho said that he did not want to become stronger in this way. He explained that he did not want to be limited by any technique. Namgong clan's fencing technique is undoubtedly one of the strongest, and it is because of it that he has become stronger. But the Namgong clan's sword art, which he thought was exceptional, at a certain point began to feel like a limitation to him, preventing him from using his power to the fullest extent. The master asked him to explain in more detail. "You bastard, what do you mean?" asked the master. Ho heard his question and thought. He looked at the giant tree behind the master. Instead of explanations, he decided to demonstrate his words. He began to draw his sword, looking piercingly at the tree. His eyes lit up with a blue glow, as did the blade aimed straight at the tree. Using his power, he punched a hole right in the center of the tree. The energy was so powerful that the master even closed his eyes. At that moment, Ho changed the position of his sword. This created a vortex of wind that began to destroy the tree from the created hole into small pieces. The whirlwind became bigger and stronger. The master even stood up, not understanding what was happening. Ho had to use even more force. He clenched his teeth, and then he swung his sword, raising it high up. The energy became so much that a powerful explosion rang out. Ho calmly sheathed his sword and looked towards the remaining funnel. He estimated the size of the sinkhole, which could become the basis for a giant lake. It was then that the master realized that the power of the Ho sword could not be described in ordinary terms. It was both emptiness and the essence of the martial art itself. "When did it start?" asked the master, to which Ho replied, "I'm just getting started." The master knew that the student would surpass the teacher, but he did not expect it to be so great. "It's all right now that you know," Ho said with a swagger he didn't lack. It was clear, if this is only the beginning, then the process is not yet complete. Master only wanted to see how far Ho's power could go. He decided to help him, to share his deep knowledge acquired while traveling around the world in search of martial arts outside his native country. Master Ho was not going to refuse the offer, but he defiantly declared that he would consider himself humiliated if he could not repay him. This impudence angered the master so much that he almost wanted to kill this brat. Climbing up, the master explained to the student that the Dharma master created martial arts. Together with the Zen master Tang Sampan and the heavenly demon, the martial art was brought to perfection. Ho began to remember who exactly the master was telling him about. And who is this Tan Sampan, the bastard he mentioned? Just remembered the name. Remembered that he was the one who fought him with the stupid monk, talking about yin and yang. At that moment, the image of a girl appeared before his eyes. It was the girl he had loved in his past life, and whom he had almost forgotten. That child. I wonder if she is doing well now in the afterlife with her older brother. Master, meanwhile, continued. If Ho had lived in that era, he would have been able to fight those people to become the strongest in history. The strongest thing ever. It sounded really exciting. Thinking about the Master's words, Ho laughed. The Master even stopped and asked what he was laughing about, to which he replied, "Yes, nothing." At first, the sword was just a means for Ho to become stronger, and now the sword itself became his target. He took a deep breath, closed and opened his eyes as he looked at the Master standing 20 meters ahead, holding his sword in his hands. Ho warned that if he could not block his sword, he would either be crippled for life or die. The Master once again asked if he was ready. Ho nodded his agreement several times. The Master closed his eyes and opened them again, determination in his eyes. He pushed himself off the ground and lunged forward, his eyes shining and his sword tightly clenched in his hand. Now he needed to use all the strength he had accumulated during his life. He put all that power into one blow. The sword flew straight towards Ho's head, and 2 blue dots glowed from under Ho's eyebrows, his eyes. This radiance gave rise to incredible power. With this power, he smashed the Master's sword into small fragments. The blue glow spread in all directions. The Master swooped past, the shards of the sword hanging in the air. Ho exhaled and steam came out of his mouth. Behind him stood the Master, laughing quietly. He looked at the part of the sword that remained in his hand. The fusion of the body and the sword, the power of the sword, everything he thought was important in his life now seemed useless. Returning to the student, the Master said that this was the end of the training. Ho was unhappy that his sword didn't even have a name. Although he exists on Earth, his pride is so great that it even reaches the heavens. This sword can compete with the heavens, making them tremble in fear. That is why the Master gave his blade the name, Destroyer of Heavens. A sword capable of shattering the heavens. The Master called him that after sensing his true power. And Ho liked this sword name immensely. 5 years have passed since he met his Master and picked up the sword. Now, his blade has become the strongest in history, the Breaker of Heaven. After completing his studies, Ho went home. He walked across the palace yard, stretching. He was on his way to his father, having just woken up. He explained that he had overslept because he had been repeating everything his teacher had taught him until late at night. Anyway, the father was glad that Ho had come and asked him to go to school to pick up his sister. Ho considered it a task for Mr. Zhang. But his father asked to replace him as he would be gone for several days due to his mother's deteriorating condition. Ho tried to find an excuse not to go and begged someone else to be sent, but his father insisted. He asked Ho to leave when told. Ho shrugged and reluctantly agreed. On the way to see his sister, he admitted that he was indeed so busy training that he hardly saw Sami, but something still infuriated him. Since when did he start obeying his father's orders and taking care of someone? It felt as if he had truly become In-ho. He reminded himself, "I am In-ho, not the late Ha-In-ho," and ran forward. Soon he was already standing under the gate with the inscription, Academy of the Golden Teachings. He leaned against a tree and began to watch. Looking at the carriages that came to collect the students, Ho thought that only talented children from rich families attended this academy. Just look at how they throw money even at the carriages. All for show! He was even ashamed to think that Mr. Zhang was taking Somi away in such a carriage. A man was standing next to the horse, waiting. The man noticed the boy under the tree and asked where he was staring. He addressed Ying-ho directly. Seeing that Ho ignored him, the man became even more angry. He lunged at him, asking if Ho was looking for trouble, and asking if he knew who the crew belonged to. Ho reached for his sword first. He did this because the man was also reaching for his sword. However, Ho decided to do otherwise. He held the token right in front of the man's face. It was a golden token engraved with the character Heaven against a background of clouds. The man realized that in front of him was someone from a prestigious family living in the capital city of Chonghajin. Ho, looking at his frightened face, calmly asked him to tell whose crew it was. The girl with a beaming smile on her face quickly ran straight to him, filling the space around with joy. Seeing him, she couldn't hold back. She jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly, as if she missed every cell. "You're already 16? When will you stop hitting on me, will you see?" he asked jokingly. In response, she only smiled and said that she was doing this because she loved him very much. She laughed merrily, and he thought that perhaps her sincere demeanor reminded her of her late mother. Although his face seemed displeased, he could see this girl blossoming, becoming more beautiful every day. On the way back, she offered to take a look at the market and have something tasty to eat. And at that time, one scoundrel looked suspiciously after them, turned to Guju, who was standing nearby, and asked if he knew that young man. Guju explained that he was a young master from Chonghaj, and it was clear even from his posture and confident gaze. The sky was beginning to darken. The sun was slowly hiding behind the mountains, enveloping the street in evening light. In the house, Master Jin sat thoughtfully. His gaze was heavy. Next to his hand was an envelope with the words, Namgong family on it. His face expressed deep sadness. Suddenly he heard the joyful voices of his children outside the door. Opening the door, he saw In-ho and his little sister entering the house. But at home, their father was waiting for them with very terrible news, which seemed to change the whole world. With sadness in his voice, quietly, he began to address them, trying to gather his strength. Father told what happened 2 days ago at dawn, and his words sounded like a blow. Ying-ho didn't know what to say in response. His mind froze at what he heard. After some time, they were already in the carriage, which slowly set off. There was a deep silence in the carriage, as if it absorbed all emotions. Each of them sat with their heads bowed, speechless at the gravity of the situation. In-ho closed his eyes and sank into his memories, seeking solace in the past. He remembered walking through the meadows with the master, sharing the dream of a normal life. The master replied that it was a difficult but worthy path, especially for the strongest in history. He watched with interest to see how far In-ho could advance along this path. He said that he himself did not have much time left, and it sounded sad. He asked the student to avoid shedding blood, even if circumstances force him to try to the last, and once asked him, "How many in this world do you think will go exactly as you want?" He sincerely hoped that the words blood or demon would never stick to Ying-ho's name. That was all he cared about. The 5 years spent together were like an inexorable but momentary rain that passed, leaving a mark in the heart. Ying-ho slowly opened his eyes, returning from his memories to reality. He thought that death was not the end, but rather a real beginning, and he reassured himself with that. They drove all night, and by morning they were already approaching the majestic gate. On the gate was an inscription, Namgong family. A lot of people gathered at the entrance, eagerly waiting for the arrivals. When the people turned around, they saw 2 carriages surrounded by numerous guards. They immediately recognized this guard as Cheonghajan's heavenly guard. The guards were known as the best defenders of Cheonghajan, each of them worthy of praise. One of the guards hurried over, called his name, and announced that the heavenly leader and his children had arrived. In a few minutes, they were already entering the courtyard, where they were met by the head of the Namgong clan. He greeted them with a smile, saying that it was a great honor for them. In-ho carefully assessed the situation, realizing that such a famous family did not take merchants seriously. However, the head of the family, Namgong himself, went out to meet his father. Just like the boy who tried to pick on him at the academy, now he must be scared of Jin's financial power. The head of the clan postponed all matters because his teacher had recently passed away. Ho's words slightly surprised the people standing behind. "Even if no one reported it, my uncle would probably be happy to have you come," said the chief. After these words, Jin introduced his daughter and son. Somi bowed and said that it was a great honor for her to meet the distinguished head of such a great family. Uncle Ho often mentioned Somi, and always dreamed of having her as his granddaughter. After that, the head turned his gaze to the boy. He called his name, showing that he knew who was in front of him. The chief then asked if it was true that his uncle taught the boy martial arts. Ho replied that he had only learned a little about the Namgong clan's martial arts. The other members of the clan were surprised that the uncle could teach martial arts to a foreigner. Their violent emotions were stopped by the head only by raising his hand. Silence came instantly. "How can you even allow yourself to be disrespectful in the presence of honored guests?" he asked sternly. His look quickly put everyone at ease, bringing order. Ying-ho had the same serious and stern look as the clan head. The head himself apologized, explaining that young people do not have enough knowledge to understand what to say. Jin understood him perfectly and had no complaints. In addition, because of their long journey, the head decided to see them personally. Meanwhile, a strange figure with a mocking expression was wandering in the forest. It was a young guy with dark hair who sniffed as if sensing something unusual. He looked around intently, looking up. "Is that the smell of yukai?" he whispered to himself, warily surveying the surroundings. His gaze was directed forward to where the grand palace of the Namgong family could be seen. In-ho, immersed in the memories of the master, looked at his photo framed by a black ribbon. Sadness came over him as he contemplated the fact that such a person was no more. He thought it would be quiet here, but the place was surprisingly crowded. Not only representatives of 9 factions and 5 great clans came, but also people from other currents and sects. All this information was reported by a sister who had repeatedly seen many of these people at father's meetings. Her knowledge impressed Ying-ho, and he was interested to listen to his sister. They approached the father, who asked them to go get something to eat, because he needed to talk to those present. In-ho decided to go out for some fresh air, asking his sister to leave him more meat. A strong hand placed a small cup of tea on the table. "I must be going crazy," he said to himself. He was disgusted by these boring and gloomy funerals. The tablemates pointed to the fourth empty seat that the girl was supposed to occupy, after which the atmosphere would perhaps be a little better. One of them pointed to the little girl at the table. He looked at that girl and realized that it was In-ho's little sister, Somi. She calmly went about her business at the table. He smiled broadly and told his friends that the matter had already been resolved. Suddenly, there were loud screams of a fragile girl. Somi begged to let go of her hand, which he gripped tightly, causing pain. She did not understand at all what was wrong with this boy. "Why are you so prickly?" "All I want is for you to sit next to me and share the sadness of the passing of the deceased," he said. "Please don't make me a bad boy," he continued with feigned sincerity. But despite his words, her hand was already red and she was writhing in pain. In-ho suddenly appeared behind him, called him a lustful beast, and advised him to get away and sit mournfully in his hole. The girl exclaimed in alarm, "Brother Ying-ho!" when she saw him. Hearing the name, the big man asked if this was really the owner of the heavenly blade. Ying-ho had no desire to answer that question. He only warned him that he was inviting trouble when he asked such questions. Those around them have already begun to pay attention, because they were creating a real commotion. Zdrovan introduced himself as Pak Jake, son of the northern tribe. He spoke proudly, explaining that he just wanted to talk to the girl for a bit, and nothing else. Park believed that In-ho had simply misunderstood his sister's reaction. And even if he did, he couldn't believe that In-ho had called him a lustful beast, feeling insulted. Park loudly declared that In-ho should apologize to him. Pak's friends at the table were only amused by this, thinking that In-ho would now be in serious trouble. But Ying-ho himself did not think so at all. He warned the big man that if he did not want to humiliate himself in front of everyone present, he should calmly and politely apologize to his sister. "Just look at him. A simple merchant with money in his pocket thinks he's untouchable," Puck said mockingly. In response, In-ho threw, "And you just look at this angry beast!" After these words, Puck couldn't stand it and decided to take a swing, intending, if not to kill, at least to seriously hit him. Sister Somi closed her eyes, not wanting to see this horror. But without taking a single step, Ying-ho deftly dodged the huge hand that flew straight for his head. "Well, you can do something," Puck admitted, but he didn't need to talk, because In-ho unexpectedly kicked him. Puck fell on the tile so hard that it vibrated. In-ho decided to show something else and grabbed his ankle, showing off his strength. One movement of the hand base, and his ligaments are torn. Pain permeates the whole body. There is such a loud scream that the ears of those around are covered. Park grabbed his ankle, crawling on the ground and calling In-ho a crazy bastard. At that moment, the sister was very worried about her brother. Behind him, two brats pounced, trying to grab Ying-ho. But he, playing with them, jumped up, and these two began to fight with their own shadow. The shadow looming above turned out to be Ying-ho himself. He let each of them feel his soul on their face, and then, by chance, they fell right on the guest's table. Food and their blood flew in different directions, causing astonishment in those present. At this moment, Puck was shaking with anger, watching everything, ready for anything. But suddenly, he felt a pressure on the back of his head. In-ho's foot pressed his face into the ground. In-ho himself calmly asked if he still wanted to repeat his words. However, Ying-ho remembered one important piece of advice from his late teacher, and if it weren't for this advice, he would have taught this brat a long time ago. Puck, pressed to the ground, only screamed, as if kissing her in pain and humiliation. Suddenly a man appeared who decided to intervene and calm them down. He watched the scene in amazement, a look of genuine confusion on his face. His surprise increased when he saw Mo Young-soo with a bruise on his cheek. He also noticed the head of the family, Seok Horiil, with blood coming from his nose. And the most interesting sight was Park Jeek, who was literally kissing the floor. Standing next to her was Somi, a small 16-year-old girl who was shaking from what she had experienced. She could barely hold back the tears that welled up in her eyes. The man was amazed that these warriors could not even appreciate the difference in strength. Ying-ho turned to him and said that given the situation, an explanation was hardly necessary. At first, the man didn't know what to say, but quietly said Ying-ho's name. He then introduced himself as Han, Hyodan's deputy chief in charge of maintaining order in Shoga, and announced that the situation was now under their control. Ying-ho then stated that he couldn't believe that these scoundrels would brazenly cling to the daughter of the head of one of the three great houses during mourning, insulting the clan head himself and his son. He hinted that the rules in Namgong's house don't seem to be followed properly. After that, he asked not to close the case just because Pa belongs to one of the 5 great clans. That would be extremely unfair. Meanwhile, behind their backs, someone was quietly sipping tea, watching everything. On his belt hung a talisman woven from a thick thread. This man was stunned that 3 high-ranking warriors had been defeated so easily by the heir of a large merchant guild. After a while, In-ho was tending to his sister's hand. She explained that she politely refused Puck, but he grabbed her anyway. Thanks to the medicine Ying-ho used, the hand will heal in a few days. Suddenly, a slight cough was heard behind him. The old man asked if there would be a free place for an old man like him. Ying-ho immediately looked at him carefully, scanning him from head to toe. The old man was wearing worn clothes, but with 8 knots on his belt. Among the various types of views, there is one that is particularly troubling. It was the insightful look of the old man from the Kaban. After that, the old man just laughed. Sitting next to him, he called himself Chuwange and told about his life, which is spent under the open sky where he begs for food. The old man came to talk about the rumor that In-ho had studied under the late master, and immediately offered to get down to business. Chuwange admitted that the late master, despite living on alms, had a unique ability to find talented people. Chuwange came here because he saw great potential in Ying-ho, and invited him to join the Sea Battle Union. After all, his late master gifted Ying-ho with wings that can open up great opportunities for him. Ying-ho knew about the Murim Martial Union. It was one of the strongest unions in the world of martial arts. Those who were near their table noticed that an elder from the Caban was sitting across from young In-ho. They considered it a great honor for Ying-ho, as all those chosen by the elder follow the righteous path in the Murim Martial Union. After listening to the elder's suggestion, Ying-ho thought for a few minutes, and then calmly answered that he was not going to agree. Such an answer was completely unexpected for Chuang. In-ho refused so quickly and categorically that it caused genuine surprise. The old man decided to ask about the reason for the refusal. "Do you need a reason for reluctance?" Ying-ho replied. He offered to just leave it at that, because he was not interested in it. The elder decided to change the topic of conversation and move on to the next question. He said that Ying-ho will face a serious challenge in the near future. Quan Wan Pichin, known as the Bloodthirsty Lord, is the name he earned in Hapukpeng Province, where he holds the title of 24th Lord. Those who know him well enough know that he flies into a berserk rage and sows chaos when pushed to the limit. And it is this bloodthirsty lord who cares the most for that pathetic bastard that In-ho just beat up. Chuwange assured young Ying-ho that he believed in his strength and ability to endure this ordeal. The Peng clan would not stand by and fold their hands when their authority was questioned. After this story, Chuwange asked Ying-ho what he thought about it. Even though Ying-ho is a young master, Chuwange was sure that he would not want to put up with such people, and suggested that he inform Master Mensch to resolve the situation with his younger brother. Of course, if his brother showed even the slightest interest in joining the battle union. The little sister was very worried about her little brother. Ying-ho turned to Chuwange and said that his unnecessary talk only makes his sister worry, and if Chuwange had nothing more to say, he asked him to refrain from interrupting their meal. "Just look at him!" flashed through the old man's thoughts. Rising from his chair, he left them, saying that he was sure of their meeting soon. The sister asked her brother if it was normal to drive him away like that, but In-ho asked her not to worry, assuring her that nothing bad would happen. Chuwange thought as he walked away that even if In-ho didn't know anything about him, how can he remain so calm in front of Elder Kiban? Besides, when he heard about the threat, there was not a drop of fear in his eyes. He asked himself if he had seen anyone like that among his students lately. It was definitely not blind faith in others, but true confidence in one's own abilities. This annoyed him beyond belief, igniting anger in his soul. After a while, 2 guards stood by the high stairs. It was a cold room with cells where the punished were kept. A man approached one of the cells and said, "I warned you to watch your tongue and act carefully, but you didn't listen." A voice begged from behind the bars, "Please forgive me." Next to the man stood Hyun, who explained that he was acting in accordance with the disciplinary regulations. However, the man warned that if Lord Hapukpenga found out about this, he would not just let it go. Taehyun emphasized once again that no one in the Namgong clan was above the clan's rules, and the man had to accept his words. A voice filled with fury rang out in this huge house. Quan Wan Pichin was outraged to hear that his son was now imprisoned in a dungeon. The man explained that he tried to free him, but the elders were too stubborn. Quan Wan Pichin crushed the iron bowl in his hand, indignant at these haughty people. He immediately turned to his best warrior. He ordered him to go and break both legs of this merchant's son. Hopyong asked if it was Lord Cheonhajan's son. Another man explained that Cheonhajan's master had been conducting a mutually beneficial trade with them for generations, and if the situation escalated, it would jeopardize future relations. The heavy iron bowl fell to the floor with a thud from Quan's anger. He explained to his men that as a father, he was not going to stand by and watch his son be humiliated and thrown into prison. Seeing their reaction, he said that he was ready to go himself and wring the neck of this brat. Warrior Hopyeon tried to stop the master, asking him to hold back. He offered to go alone like a warrior and stayed with the other man. discussing that there was nothing they could do about Quan Wan Piejen valuing this scoundrel so much. The bearded man promised to approach the situation carefully and asked the warrior to do the same. Everything had to happen quietly, so that no one would find out tonight. It was already night in Namgong's courtyard. One of Namgong's family members approached In-ho to inform him that his father had asked to convey that the negotiations might go late into the night. He recommended that In-ho go back to the guest suite and rest. In-ho agreed to go with his sister as they wanted something to eat, and he was getting tired of the constant stares directed at them. He offered to accompany them to the room. Meanwhile, a warrior sent by Quan Wan Piechen appeared on one of the rooftops. The warrior watched them and wondered in his mind. He was instructed to worry about fighting a child who did not pose a serious threat, and all this is just for the sake of earning a living. In-ho asked his sister to go inside first and rest. He himself decided to take a walk since he had eaten a lot, and it was simply necessary. "You're out of breath," the sister joked. She also asked him not to stay outside for long and to come back soon, but the desire to go for a walk was not due to overeating. He felt the presence of an uninvited guest. Even someone thrown overboard in the middle of the ocean would feel that hard look from miles away. Ying-ho walked down the street, occasionally looking back. He carefully examined different sides, trying to find something. Ying-ho noticed that piercing gaze peeking out from somewhere in the darkness. Then he simply asked aloud how much longer the warrior would wait, choosing the right moment. "It would be polite to at least show up before getting into trouble," he added. The warrior was very surprised, as he had completely erased all traces of his presence, using the turtle breath technique to perfection. However, even being about 20 meters away from Ying-ho, he could hear Ying-ho's confused breathing. The warrior covered his mouth with his hand, thinking it must be some trick. He believed that the young man was simply provoking him. "Why are you hesitating? Do you realize you are about to do something bad?" Ying-ho threw two questions that only increased his doubts, and then he said that the warrior simply lacked confidence. The warrior's eyes turned red with rage as thoughts began to fill his head. Thoughts that it was true that he wasn't quite pure and noble as befits a Hopyeon leader, but that was exactly what he couldn't afford. If no one finds out, then there is nothing to prove, he thought. Because only In-ho and him were here. He decided to do it so that the boy could not even walk on his own for at least a month. The warrior planned to sneak off the roof and approach Ying-ho from behind. But turning his head, In-ho told him that he had wasted all his training. The kick was so strong that the warrior barely managed to block. However, even the block did not save him, and he flew straight into the wall. "You dared to attack from behind, showing your desire to kill from all sides. What did you want to achieve with that?" "Looks like you mistook me for a piece of dirt," Ying-ho said calmly. These words seemed arrogant to the soldier, as from a person who overestimates himself. Calling Ying-ho a scoundrel, he pushed off the wall and lunged at him again. He grabbed the boy with both hands, trying to strangle him with force. In these two strikes, the warrior put all his effort into knocking Ying-ho down. But from the calm smile on Ying-ho's face, it was clear that he was not in pain at all, and even asked with sarcasm, "Is that all you're capable of?" Ying-ho easily deflected his blow, which stunned the warrior even more. He noted that he owes his skills to a good teacher who taught him this. Then asked to convey the following message. "Next time, send someone stronger, if you don't plan to stay here." He asked to convey this message to the father of that lustful scoundrel. The warrior became even more angry, shouting, "Shut up!" and with indignation uttered, "How dare you, the son of an ordinary merchant!" There was no continuation. The attack from In-ho silenced him. For a few more minutes, he would certainly not be able to utter a single word. Ying-ho didn't attack him physically, but he pointed his hand out and released a stream of energy that was enough to put the scoundrel in his place. He stood quietly, listening to the warrior cough as he recovered from the blow. Then there was the sound of an old man who seemed to be nearby and watching everything by chance. It was Chuange who asked if In-ho was okay. "Not even a hair has fallen," Ying-ho replied calmly. Despite this, the old man continued to express doubt in his words. Suddenly he turned his head to the side, looking intently. He looked at the warrior who seemed to be experienced and asked, "So is he?" Approaching, Chuange realized who was standing before him. But now this state clearly did not resemble the ordinary warrior, Hopyeong Tanju. Chuange asked Ying-ho if he knew him, standing behind him. In-ho replied that he was one of the exceptional martial artists and the head of the Pakpeng clan's elite division. After hearing this, Ying-ho just calmly said, "Well, okay." Calling Ying-ho a younger brother, the old man explained that this was not a situation to be taken lightly. The very fact that the head of the Penga clan had sent this warrior to him meant that he had no intention of simply leaving the situation. "Well, you already talked about it during the day," Ying-ho reminded him. Although the old man had only guesses, and a bit of exaggeration then. But if the head of the Penga clan finds out that even his warrior was unable to eliminate you, he will definitely pay close attention to you and come personally. Because of this, Chuangge asked Yingho to listen carefully to his advice. Inho pretended not to notice, but the old man insisted, explaining that he was really worried this time. If Clan Chief Penga himself intervenes, even the ruler of Cheonghajan will not be able to protect you, Chuangge continued. He spoke these words after Inho, who was walking with his fingers covering his ears, not listening to the old man at all. In fact, Yingho acted far beyond Chuangge's expectations, and it would even be possible that it is the head of the Penga clan who will have coals burning under his feet, hinting at his inevitable failure. As Yingho walked away, Chuangge approached the wounded warrior and asked if he was all right. Meanwhile, at Quan Wanpie Chin's house, late at night, the soldier was found unconscious at the entrance to the main headquarters and immediately brought here. There were no serious injuries, but he was still unconscious. The bearded man regarded this situation as a complete failure. In the same house, but already in the morning, the warrior felt the weight of a hand on his neck. It was the hand of Quan Wanpie who was very angry. "I sent you to break his legs, but instead you returned to me defeated." The warrior excused himself by explaining that Yingho could see right through him despite the shadow techniques and even used a protective shield. He tried to explain that Inho is a very unusual guy, but Quan just threw him against the wall. He believed that the warrior had simply underestimated Yingho and approached him safely, and now he was making up an excuse. Quan then stated that he would have to see this young man himself. But the bearded warrior apologized and reported that everyone had just been informed of the ruler's imminent arrival. Quan Wanpie breathed through his teeth silently, holding back his anger. Namgong Jin stood in front of his warriors. They were burly men, armed and disciplined. They lined up on either side, making way for him to pass. The dignified person walked slowly and confidently. The head of the Namgong clan was with him, discussing with him the return to the citadel. They had hoped that he would stay until the funeral, but Namgong Jin begged to understand that as the leader, he had many matters that needed to be dealt with immediately. Namgong Jin explained that he didn't have free time to mourn his brother like the other members of the Namgong clan. Walking down the street, he commanded respect from everyone. People bowed before him and shouted in chorus, "Glory to the Lord!" Standing behind these people was Yingho, who could clearly feel the energy emanating from the Lord. He remembered the teacher's words and admitted that he was right. His majesty was astounding. He easily suppressed the auras of others with just a slight smile. Sword King Namgong Jin is a true lord who fought with the leader of the demonic sect for supremacy. At that moment, Inho said, "I want to fight him one day." He was overcome with emotion, and even his sister noticed it, asking what happened. However, as soon as she asked the question, Inho noticed another person of interest. He was a stocky man with 2 scythes who stood out from the crowd. It was Quan Wanpie himself. Yingho guessed that before him was the same scoundrel from Peng, Lord Hapuk of Peng. In appearance, Quan reminded him of a small but extremely strong bear. Might be worth trying to fight him as well. Chairman Namgong met the head of the Peng clan and asked why he was causing such inconvenience. Considering that their distinguished guests were preparing for a long journey, he emphasized once again that everything that happens in their clan's territory must be decided according to the clan's laws, without any exceptions. Quan turned to head Namgong and sarcastically asked if he was going to disappoint him until the very end. The clan head emphasized once again that according to the rules, their misdeeds should have been publicly announced and punished in front of everyone, considering the honor and dignity of the trio. He personally carried out the punishment and sent them to prison. In response, he only said, "What a shame." He started to get angry and said whatever he wanted. Beside him stood a smiling old man, Chuangge. Quan Wanpie, exasperated, shouted at him, demanding that he say something instead of just being silent. But the old man replied that if they were punished according to the rules, he had nothing to add. Strovan called him absolutely useless. Others advised him to keep his cool, reminding him that there are things you can do and things you can't. This is when Namgong Jin intervened, asking that even if Quan apologized, what made him think they would be accepted? After all, the eldest son of the head of the Penga clan attacked his daughter and left bruises on her tender body. Also, it was Jin who was able to extinguish the conflict, while Quan reignites it, adding fuel to the fire. He asked Quan not to underestimate the merchant. If the situation escalated, Jin was ready to show him what he was capable of using all the resources of the Cheonghajan clan. The tension between them grew with each passing moment. They looked at each other, wanting to say more, but the presence of the others made them hold back. Standing outside, Inho was talking to his sister, just discussing Quan. "All he's capable of is fighting, while our father was unbeatable," Yingho remarked. Suddenly there was the sound of a broken door, and through it, Quan Wanpie ran out into the street. He stood directly in front of Inho, who instinctively shielded his sister by covering her with his hand. Quan was so gigantic that even the massive door behind him seemed tiny. As he breathed in and out, Steam rose from his nose like an animal preparing for battle. He slowly took a few steps forward. After walking a little further than necessary, he stopped behind In-ho. "Consider yourself lucky I didn't break your neck right now," he said quietly. A slight smile appeared on In-ho's lips. He then sneered at Quan. "Hey, you stubborn little bear!" Quan froze, not realizing what had just happened. Slowly, very slowly, he turned his head back, even asked twice what exactly In-ho said. "I thought you had a bad hearing, since you have such a hard time understanding words, but it seems you heard everything perfectly." "Yes, I called you a stubborn little teddy bear. That's what you look like in my eyes." In-ho's words made Quan pant like an angry demon, and every muscle on his face tensed up with anger. At this time, clan head Namgong and Jin were walking down the street, discussing the situation. Hajin was expressing his gratitude that the head had handled the matter so wisely. Suddenly, Jin noticed that his daughter was standing all alone. She turned to the side and noticed her father. Approaching her, he asked where her brother was and why she was here alone. Looking at the gigantic silhouette in front of him, In-ho thought that Quan should be called the unruly monster, one who always put battles first and crushed his opponents with his fierce rage. He was already fed up with this and decided to stay for a few days to teach him a lesson in obedience. Unfortunately, it looks like this guy has grown up a bit and become less hot-tempered. Looking at this giant, In-ho remembered his past life and found it rather amusing. Glancing at Quan, the name Unruly Bear immediately came to his mind. But how many times will it be necessary to beat this stubborn beast so that he finally wises up? He wondered if he should start with a few cuts, though it seemed like it would be too boring. They were already standing on the battlefield, and Quan Wan Piejin thought his arrogance was so great that even Cheon Hajang meant nothing to him. In response, In-ho just laughed out loud, calling him a stubborn little teddy bear again. In fact, he really disliked haughty people who knew nothing of true power, and warned Quan that he would be struck by lightning if he continued to spout such nonsense. Hearing this, Quan only got angrier and angrier. His rage had reached such a strength that the grass around him was blown into tiny particles. He was indeed one of the 24 great martial artists. Despite everything, In-ho could feel his powerful energy, which truly seemed outstanding. However, there is no joy for him in ordinary battles. Quan took on an even more menacing look, stating that he originally planned to appease his anger by only breaking In-ho's legs, but now that wasn't enough. However, if he really wanted to dig his claws into the boy, he should have tried to do it with all his might. In-ho smiled, inviting him to try, mocking the giant. He joked, provoking his opponent. As soon as Quan pushed off the ground shook beneath him. He flew at In-ho at such a speed, as if he only weighed 60 kilograms. In-ho met him confidently and calmly. He dodged Quan's hand by making a quick move to the left. Quan, along with his hand, flew further without hitting the target. He turned, blowing hot air from under his nose, angry and surprised. Quan admitted that it wasn't bad for a young man who made the earth and grass rise into the air around his giant body. He also recognized that In-ho had learned his teacher's lessons well, and with these words he rushed at him to deliver a second blow. It looked like his big fist was about to hit In-ho right in the face. But instead of his face, a firm fist met with a small hand, which unexpectedly stopped the healthy opponent. She restrained him firmly, not allowing him to take a step forward. He froze in place. "And who do you think I studied martial arts with to get to this level?" Ho asked. He asked this question without taking his eyes off the bloodthirsty eyes of his opponent. He silently assessed the situation, preparing the next step to escape and continue the fight. He suddenly turned 180-degree, throwing Ho into the air. Zdravilo thought that he wanted to run away, and shouted that he would not allow it. He instantly rushed after him as Ho just landed on the ground. "You're making too much noise. You're starting to annoy me. A little more and I'll start yawning," Ho added sarcastically. These words ignited the fury of Quan Wan Pekin, who was now even more eager to finish off this insolent young man. Slamming his fist on the ground with all his might, he was convinced that he had finally caught him. He raised his hands and the earth fell from his fists, but there was a sound behind him that prevented him from feeling the victory. "Heard that those who rank among the 24 great martial artists have reached the peak of their skill and perfected their skills," the voice said. "But looking at you, I don't see you as a master from that list," Ho continued frankly. These words sounded just behind him, causing the enemy to think. They even reminded him of how the trio of Nogwan Chin Sachok, Sawan Chol Musong, and Quan Wan Pechina had been discussed in the main hall, doubting their skill. Everyone was unanimous that this trio did not reach the top of their schools, unlike the rest. Some even suggested renaming the list to 21 Great Masters, and calling these three Divine Masters. And all that time, it was Quan Wan Pechin who was eavesdropping on all this from the corner. Gradually, the fog of memories dissipated, revealing the clarity of the mind. "It's a shame to end such a short life," Quan said with a hint of regret. His energy changed dramatically, becoming more powerful. Even his appearance became different. His eyes glowed with yellow light, as did the two spheres that formed in his fists. But Ho just sighed. "You better show it earlier. The strength of the Juggernaut has reached a new level, showing true power." He decided to resort to unshakable determination. His next strike, known as the Harmony Pillar, fired dozens of golden orbs towards the boy. These dozens turned into hundreds, and as soon as the balls touched something, they exploded with such force that even the mountains trembled. It was something incredible, and it was difficult for Quan to control such power. Even at a distance of several kilometers, you could see the explosions taking place there. The martial art of the Peng family has its origins in military traditions, as it arose under the burden of war. This art is a deadly technique, the greatest blow created to destroy enemies on the battlefield. After using this attack, looking at the huge funnel in front of him, he thought that the boy was just a poor fool. "If you had begged me, maybe I would have spared your life," Quan said quietly. Something blue began to flicker in the thick cloud of dust. With this blue streak, a silhouette began to appear, which the big man immediately noticed. It was Ho, and a sword was shining in his hand. Quan Wan Pekin couldn't believe it. "Damn it! It's impossible!" Ho survived the barrage of bursts of unstoppable determination that rained down on him, and that blue sword in his hand was overflowing with energy. Seeing this sword, Quan couldn't hide his surprise. None of his techniques hit this young man. Quan couldn't understand how he blocked all of his attacks with just one sword. He remembered the warrior's words, said with a hand on his neck, about the fact that this young man is far from an ordinary boy. Now he finally realized that these words were not just refusals. Quan's gaze settled on the sword, and he assumed that it was all about the power of this artifact. Because if he was able to suppress his final technique, it must be because of the sword. But a question popped into Quan's mind. What kind of sorcery allowed the son of an ordinary merchant to reach the rank of a martial artist? He began to blame Ho for hiding his power. "What difference does it make?" muttered the big man, still confused. Even he had to admit that the young man was really impressive, and it exceeded all his expectations. He involuntarily exposed his blade under the impression. But once the blade is exposed, it would be wrong to return it to the scabbard, especially in front of the enemy. Instead, Ho decided to show his opponent something special. Quan Wan Pekin was still convinced that even after reaching the heights of martial arts, a boy remains a boy. He decided to go to his maximum, and assumed an even more terrifying form. However, the Heavenly Blade dance consists of 3 different techniques, each with its own unique style. Today, this technique will be shown to the world for the first time. This is Master Ho's favorite blade technique. It is simple, short and clean, without unnecessary movements or decorations. It was also the first technique he mastered. Standing in a fighting stance in front of the enemy, Ho could only think that this was the very technique that his teacher loved the most. As the Heavenly Blade dance began, the grass around him began to rise up. Hearing the name of the technique, the enemy mockingly called it a stupid and useless art. He responded with Heaven's Earth Palm. The spheres flew straight in Ho's direction. The first strike that Ho performed was called the Cloud Splitting Strike. The big man's eyes lit up yellow, and he was almost speechless at what he saw. He didn't even blink before Ho was right in front of him. Behind him, the young man left a trace of an extremely strong line, dissecting even the sky. Only echoes could be heard behind them, the remnants of the attack that Quan Wan Pekin had used. All that remained was to move the sword a little further, because even the earring on the big man's ear had already been cut. He didn't even have time to see the moment when the deadly cold pierced his body. He now recognized that this fast and powerful blade was unmatched even among the 24 grandmasters. He also realized that this novice's martial arts had reached the pinnacle of mastery. The grass was still hanging in the air, and the boy was already sheathing his sword. He gave life to the big man, recognizing him as the first person other than his teacher to witness his mastery. "Why didn't you kill me?" asked the big man, holding onto his neck, which was dripping with blood. Ho explained that his teacher forbade killing without good reason, and he added that if he had to choose whether Quan Wan Pekin was a villain or a good man, he would say that he was more of a fool than a scoundrel. Quan began begging Ho to kill him, because it was too humiliating to admit defeat to the boy and live with the shame. "Are you serious?" Bending down, Ho asked if he knew how painful death is. "Then why are you defending your dear son who humiliated and insulted my younger sister?" He continued. "If you had apologized right away, it wouldn't have come to this," Ho added, calling him a naive bear cub. Of course he slapped him kindly. This blow threw the healthy man aside. Having landed, he again began to crawl on his knees, coughing and spitting blood. These were the consequences of Quan's son insulting Ho's sister and tarnishing the honor of the Cheonghajang clan. If he doesn't want to suffer further punishment for the contempt of his father and the disgrace that Quan himself covered him with, he should think again why his head is still on his shoulders. Later, Ho himself was reprimanded by his father for leaving his sister unattended. Father asked what he was doing all this time. The sister calmly replied to the father that Ho had a stomach ache, and he just went to relieve himself. "Well, are you better now?" asked the father. Ho replied with a smile that he felt great, especially after such relief. Of course, these words seemed a little suspicious, but Ho's face was always unmoved. The guard behind the father announced that they were ready to leave. The owner, with an unmoved face, went forward, followed by his sister and brother, who asked if everything was all right with him. How could anything be wrong with him? Before leaving, a note was left from Quan in which he explained the reason for his disappearance. "We accept full responsibility for all the misdeeds committed by Mr. Juke. I request that the son be punished according to the laws of the Namgong clan, and that he be delivered to Hapuk safe and sound." Head Namgoon suggested that the owner of such an explosive character must have gotten into trouble and found himself in a situation with no choice. Could there be another reason why he changed his mind? Hyun remembered the words of the guards on the way out, saying that the young master and the head of the Pung clan had gone to the forest together. The young master returned within half an hour, and the clan head only appeared after the Cheonghajan ruler's family left. However, while the young master looked unscathed, the clan head looked like he had survived a brutal battle, if rumors were to be believed. Of course, he understood that it sounded incredible, but he still assumed that perhaps the young master defeated the head, teaching him a good lesson. That could be the explanation. He remembered the words of the master who had once said that there was a creature in the Cheonghajan clan that should not be provoked. The master advised to stay away from this monster. Is he really a monster? His father often used mysterious stories to explain the complexities of the world. He understood the monster as a warning about Cheonghajan's financial power. But now he began to think differently. Remembering the meeting with Inho, his gaze, which was definitely not that of an ordinary student. And if it is true that he defeated Lord Peng, maybe the monster the father was talking about was actually the young master in Ho. Several colorful wooden rectangles flew up. Then they fell on the red cloth, and on each of them were painted hieroglyphs. The child who threw them said quietly, "You can go crazy. If I trip and fall, I'll break my nose and cut my hands. Even silk leaves deep scars." After that, he plucked a leaf hanging from a tree and said, "Let this letter take away all my failures for today. Amitabha." He blew on the leaf and released it into the air. Let him fly to where he finds peace, he thought. But suddenly something went wrong. The leaf fell directly on his hair. He realized that even just breathing could lead to a very dangerous path. Meanwhile, in the Cheonghajan clan, holding in his hands a fragment of an earring worn by the big man, Ho pointed it at the sunbeam. The reflections looked surprisingly beautiful. He thought about cutting off his ear, but for some reason he doubted it. It was a thought that wouldn't even have crossed his mind if he had remained a Yukai. What a mercy, I would just tear him in half, he thought to himself. He couldn't believe that he had shown mercy, and it made him think that he was finally turning into a human. The quietly spoken words about the transformation were heard by Zhang, who questioned who he had become. Ho asked to be ignored and threw a piece of gold earring to Zhang, asking her to accept it as part of the payment for his mother's treatment. He caught her on the fly, although he did not understand what it was. Ho calmly explained that it was a gold earring that once adorned the ear of the head of the Penga clan of Hapuk. There were many people on the street, each busy with his own business. Ho found himself in the market, where he went to have a bite to eat. The food was freshly prepared and very tasty, but his pleasure was suddenly cut short. He noticed a crowd gathered around something interesting. It was obvious that something there had caught their attention. Multicolored wooden rectangles fell on the red fabric. A dark-haired boy sat above them, predicting the fate of people, and asked them not to focus only on making money, because all their fortunes could be stolen. The man in green joined to also learn about his financial prospects. The boy only answered with 2 words, 100 nyangs. He sold his services to others for 5 or 10 nyang, and the man was indignant that the price for him had jumped to 100. It all depends on the buyer, said the boy. But suddenly his attention shifted to something else. He began to sniff the air as if he sensed something. His eyes quickly darted in different directions. Meanwhile, the man in green insulted him, calling him a fraud who sells fake amulets. The boy jumped up in alarm and began to scream loudly. He turned and ran, shouting, "It's a yokai! The yokai has come!" The man just looked and thought that this is how an ordinary swindler runs away. Others, who were nearby, also began to think that the boy was a fraud and left. Ho stood still, listening to an old man say that he ought to catch this boy and teach him a lesson. Ho himself froze in place, not understanding what was happening. He only asked himself what just happened. He realized that this boy had definitely noticed him and called him a yokai. Meanwhile, the black-haired man was already running through the forest, muttering under his breath that he knew this would definitely happen. He was certain that the scent he smelled belonged to a yukai, and today he encountered one which only made things worse. Run so fast, saying that yukai should hide high in the mountains when the harbinger appears, but there was a stick flying in his direction. Stopped him, hitting him right between the legs. He tripped and fell face down on the ground. Ho was approaching him from behind, asking if he was tired of running. "I've been looking for you, little snotty herald." Hearing these words, he began to wave his hands, not knowing what to do. He pointed his red staff at Ho and asked how a yukai dared to walk the human world without fear. Then he took out a piece of paper with hieroglyphs drawn on it. He threw it into the air, and the paper flew extremely fast, eventually attaching itself to Ho's clothing. "Is this a talisman?" Ho asked in surprise, looking down at the piece of paper. "Does this jerk really think I'm a yukai?" At this point, the boy exclaimed, "Well, I told you, you dirty yukai. You should have been petrified. Now you can't move, can you?" But Ho's hand just went up, and he calmly continued to move. In an instant, dozens of talismans flew at him. They even stuck to his face. Ho shook them off his body, calling it a futile attempt. After that, he approached the little one, lifting him by the collar. And the boy still continued to call Ho a dirty yokai. "Let's sit down and talk," Ho suggested. He met the Tathagata, and the Celestial allowed him to live a human life, shedding his yokai essence. He is now a human, not a yukai. But how did it happen? This stubborn soothsayer sees him as a yukai, not a human. It is impossible for the Tathagata to be mistaken. Placing the black-haired man on the edge of the cliff, Ho asked him why he stubbornly saw him as a yukai instead of a human. "Because you're a yokai. It doesn't matter which way I look at it. You can fool people, but you won't fool me," the boy answered confidently. And immediately after these words, the talisman stuck on his head again. It looked pretty funny from the side. Ho came over and slapped him on the head with his hand several times, repeating that he was not a yokai. The little one asked in surprise, "Are you really not a yokai?" Ho once again asked why he saw him as a yokai instead of a human. The boy explained that he had an intuition that even his teacher acknowledged, and she yells at him that Ho is a yukai. The word intuition sounded funny to Ho. Intuition is something that is half right and half wrong, he thought, suspecting that there was another reason. But the boy was absolutely sure that his intuition never let him down. Ho then asked the following: "Why didn't the talisman work on him?" The black-haired boy couldn't find the words to answer. He tried several times to explain, but to no avail. It seems that Ho managed to prove that he is not a yukai. The guy sat down on the ground, started gathering his things, and said that he understood. He called himself ill-mannered, said goodbye, and started jumping off the cliff. But Ho grabbed him by the collar. Picking it up, he asked, how dare he accuse an ordinary man of being a yukai and then try to run away? "You say you can see the heavenly spirit?" said Ho unexpectedly, which greatly surprised the boy, and asked him how he knew that the heavenly spirit could see. Without waiting for an answer, Ho threw him to the ground. Tired of holding his hand, Ho simply let go. Then he answered, calling it his intuition. He called his name and waited for the boy to answer. He turned around with a displeased expression on his face. Scratching the back of his head, the boy called himself Li Rian. After that, Ho asked him to follow him. Li didn't understand why he needed to follow Ho. He only offered Ho something to eat, guessing that he was hungry after escaping. The kid held his breath, finding no reason to refuse. They soon left for Cheonkajang. Li raised his head, staring in admiration at the incredibly beautiful sign above the entrance. He had no idea why Ho had brought him here, thinking that they should have gone to a restaurant or tavern if the purpose was to feed him. A man met them at the entrance, calling Ho the young master. Ho then turned to him and asked why he was standing there. The guard asked who Li was, and Ho replied that he was a traveling soothsayer. Li immediately realized that his companion was the young master of Cheonghajan. When they entered the house, the table was already covered with a variety of delicious food. Li could not take his eyes off this incredible delicacy and beauty. "I hope you don't have any preconceptions about dining with yukai?" Ho asked, thus admitting his true nature. Ho's father was outside. He was approaching the house where Ho was, and the nanny explained that he was now with a guest. Jin was surprised to hear that his son was with a guest. Sitting at the table, Li predicted for Ho that after failure, luck usually comes in the most unexpected way. He gave his name, Li Rian, and explained that he was traveling the country studying in the hope of mastering the way of the Tao. This is how he introduced himself to Ho's father, Jin. Jin turned to his son, asking permission to distract him for a moment. He asked Ho to go outside to ask a question. The question was whether he had been dealing with the head of the Namgong clan for a long time. Ho said that the chief was rudely pestering him with some contrived reason, believing him to be a martial artist, and that he did not give him the answer he expected. "Did the boss say I was rude?" Ho asked, to which his father replied, "Not really." Meanwhile, Li was eavesdropping on their conversation. Since nothing serious happened, the father saw no reason to detain his son. However, Ho found it strange that Jin had only come to ask about this. "Would you like to go on an escort mission with me this time?" asked Jin. It was unexpected, an escort task to the possessions of the Shaman clan. Lee also overheard this conversation and was interested in the mention of the Shaman clan. Ho tried to find a way to refuse, but his father asked him to take it as a useful experience of interacting with people. Ho was ready to go anywhere but the Shaman clan. However, the father's look said everything without words. With just one look, he made his son agree. At that moment, Lee peeked around the corner, enthusiastically echoing Jin's words about being escorted to Shaman territory. It was strange why the little one was so excited. At first, Lee asked Ho not to look at him like that, and he said that in any case he would go with him on this task. Ho and Lee, like two true adventurers, sat on top of the chariot, surveying the endless spaces around. Ho looked completely disappointed, as if everything around him had lost all meaning to him. Lee, unlike him, was glowing with joy, because for him the Shaman faction was the embodiment of true Taoism and power. He looked enthusiastically at the city, because for him this day was not just an event but a whole holiday, which he will remember for a long time. "And what is so great about these shamans?" Ho asked with a look of disbelief on his face. Lee, not holding back his admiration, explained that the Shaman clan was sometimes called the Earth Heaven, because it was full of potential immortals. Ho could not stand such conversations and believed that ordinary heaven was much better than these eternal fanatics. The Great Fox, the commander in the spirit world, entered the heavenly world, having done all the dirty work. His hands looked really scary. "Perhaps it would be easier for you to sweep with your tails instead of a broom," one of the elders joked, alluding to his giant tails. Because of this, Ho couldn't stand all these immortals who don't die even when they are torn to pieces. Lee continued to wave his arms, excitedly exclaiming that he was finally riding in the land of shamans. Ho became so exasperated that he threatened Lee, saying, "If you don't shut up, I'll tie you to the cart." They drove for a long time until they found themselves in the middle of a dense forest where every bush whispered secrets. Little Lee had already fallen asleep, embracing his dreams of great shamans. Looking at him, Ho sighed, realizing that he was just one big problem he was bringing with him. All in all, little Lee was a funny guy, and Ho seems to have put all doubts about him to rest, just as he stopped throwing talismans at him. However, in the bushes along the path they were traveling, there were burly big men hiding in their eyes with a menace in their eyes, who felt the presence of some idiots nearby. His intuition told him that they were not alone. He immediately turned to one of the guards, whose name was Chan, and pointed out suspicious movements behind the trees. "Someone is watching our wagons over there behind the trees," he explained briefly to Chan. At first, Ho only noticed 3 or 4 pursuers, so he didn't worry too much. But now their number had increased to about 25, and the situation had become much more serious. Chan stood up and looked out onto the roof of the wagon and noted that they might be members of the Aso gang, from one of the 10 forest gangs. Since their estate had already paid the toll, he thought they should leave them alone after the inspection. For this reason, Chan asked the young master not to worry or pay attention. However, Ho asked Chan again if he was really sure of what he said. At that moment, a man with an axe appeared in their path, right in the middle of the road. He stood in front of the caravan and, threateningly raising his hand, ordered them to stop. Chan asked the young master to stay put, not to engage in conflict, and wait for his return. He himself went to negotiate with this insolent bandit, ready to deal with him if necessary. Chan asked their leader if he was really from the Aso gang, and after introducing himself, added that they were from Cheonghajan, to show the seriousness of his intentions. He also said that they have already paid the toll, and now he is waiting for an explanation as to why the road was blocked here. Remaining polite, Chan asked to clear the way and not complicate the situation. But this insolent man stuck his blunt axe into the ground, indicating that he was not going to back down. He confirmed that this was true, but that was only the beginning of his demands. He went on to state that the toll had now increased significantly, causing Chan to tense up. Surprised, Chan asked, "What the hell?" But there was no answer for a long time. In response, from behind the trees was heard the eerie laughter of other big men waiting for the signal to attack. One by one, they began to peek out from behind the leaves, showing their ominous grins. The guards immediately formed a defensive circle around the 3 wagons, ready to defend themselves as the bandits began to emerge from the forest. Chan could feel the tension building, as he realized that the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. He turned to the leader of the gang, asking him if he was overstepping the mark with his demands. "No indulgences," he answered with a sly smile, not intending to give any chances. The leader knew that the wagons were carrying something that would bring them a large profit, and he had no intention of giving up such a chance. He offered Chan to settle the bill right here and right away, and then calmly drive on. Ho, however, was sitting on top of one of the wagons, watching the events with mild interest. Lee woke up before he could wipe the drool from his lips and, looking around, asked in surprise what was going on here. Ho, not hiding his sarcasm, explained that he was amused by the audacity of these thieves who demanded money from the Cheonghajin clan, blocking the way for even more profit. Chan continued to negotiate with the bandit, trying to resolve the situation without a fight. At that moment, he turned to Ho, expressing his opinion. "I think they want more money because they know we're carrying alcohol," Chan said, hinting at a win-win arrangement. "Maybe give them some money and ask them to clear the passage," he suggested. Ho clearly didn't like the idea, and sharply asked Chan if he had lost his common sense, looking at the bandits with disgust. He thought that, on the contrary, they should return all the money they had ever extorted from others. Chan tried to convince Ho that it was better for his safety to settle the matter peacefully and deal with the bandits already on the way back to Cheonghajan. The young master, however, jumped off the wagon, revealing that he had another plan. He reached out to Chan and asked him to give him enough money to satisfy the demands of these scoundrels. Chan placed a pouch of 150 nyang in his hand, hoping it would be enough. Chan then, with a smile, went to the thugs, telling them that they could leave because everything was settled. "Don't worry," he added, as he confidently pointed to himself. "I wonder what these thieves can do to the young master of the Cheonghajan clan." After finishing his conversation with Chan, Ho approached this brazen bandit with a dull axe, offering him money. Hearing about 150 nyang, the thief smiled widely. The amount clearly comforted him. However, with a furrowed brow, he began to fret, stating that it was barely enough for the extra fare. Ho persevered with him to clear the way and let the carriage pass. The bandit firmly grasped his axe and pulled it out of the ground with a sharp movement, demonstrating his readiness. Then he waved his hand at the road, indicating that they were allowed to continue. "Hurry up," added the young owner, slightly annoyed, urging him to move. The carriage moved forward, the horses punching the ground with their hooves, making their way through the trees. Under the weight of barrels of alcohol, she moved away while Ho remained, taking one last look at the bandits. Lee continued to sit on top of the wagon, watching everything with casual interest. Lee anxiously watched the situation, glancing at the young master and worrying about him. "Well, I missed them, and now all that's left is to settle with us," said the bandit brazenly, holding out his hand for the money. The criminal confidently expected that the bag with silver would now be in his palm, his eyes burning with greed. He impatiently reminded the young master not to delay and simply give him the desired money. Behind them, the thugs were talking among themselves, discussing how much booze they could buy, with those 150 nyang grinning sinisterly. Their laughter was laced with mockery. They were already celebrating their victory. But Ho, tossing the bag of money in his hand up and down, looked at them from under his forehead, a sly smile curving his lips. "I've changed my mind and I won't give you a penny," he said defiantly, causing a wave of indignation in the bandits. At first, the bandit did not even understand what the boy in front of him meant. He asked again, as if he could not believe his ears. When he made sure that he was not heard, he decided that this young man would only bring them extra trouble. He began to threaten that if Ho did not pay the money now, he would never be able to use this road again. Such a situation will not only create problems in the future, but also violate existing agreements, which will lead to losses hundreds or even thousands of times more than this amount. Having given all his arguments, the bandit extended his hand again, confident of his victory. "Be smart and give us that money soon," he insisted, prompting Ho to react. "There's no point in holding on to them," added the bandit with feigned politeness. Ho listened to him in silence, and then remarked with a sarcastic smile that the bandit's tongue was no doubt well hung. "The reason I won't give you the money is very simple," he began, looking his opponent confidently in the eye. "If I give you the money and you pretend you didn't get it, we'll both be in trouble." So Ho asked the bandit to take him to his camp. He wanted to personally hand over the money to the leader of the Aso gang himself to avoid misunderstandings. After finishing, he calmly waited for the answer from this brat, smiling defiantly. Ho decided to deal with it now and return all the money they are demanding from the Cheonghajan clan, using this passage as an excuse. But this bandit did not expect such a turn of events. He put the axe to the other side, leaning on its blade, and lowered the handle to the ground, showing his confidence. "Unfortunately, our head has gone to town for a short while on business and won't be back for a few days," he explained with a sly smile. "The money can stay with me, I'll keep it like the apple of my eye until he comes back," he added, trying to sound reliable. But the young owner just tossed the bag of money from hand to hand, smiling under his breath. The bandit even offered him to stay for a few days in their company, assuring him that it would be interesting. Ho refused, and opening the bag, thought about what to do next. "I don't think any of you will get even 5 nyang out of those 150, he said with cold calm. Picking up one coin, he tossed it into the air, showing it to everyone around him, and then sharply threw her forward. The thugs just stared in amazement, not understanding what he had just done. At that moment, the coin hit the bandit's axe with tremendous force, knocking it out from under his hand with a loud clang. Out of surprise, the bandit lost his balance and almost fell, trying to stay on his feet. He looked back in confusion, then forward, not understanding what had happened. Glancing at his axe, he saw that the coin was stuck right in the blade, halfway into the metal like a sharp blade. From a distance, blue smoke rose from the city, which created an even greater atmosphere of mystery. How this guy managed to knock down the axe with a coin was a real mystery to everyone present. Ho only jokingly said, "Oops, I think I gave it to the wrong person." He pulled out another coin, explaining with a smile that this time it would go to the right recipient. The next coin, cutting the air with a whistle, flew at an incredible speed. She hit the thug right in the ear, slicing him in half and leaving him in agony. "Oh my god, you couldn't catch her again." Ho smirked as he watched the bandit writhe in pain. Finally, the others realized that something dangerous was in front of them, and anxiety began to overtake them. The leader ordered everyone to attack, and they, raising their weapons, rushed from the bushes directly at Ho. In the hands of the young master were 6 coins that glittered like deadly weapons. But for some reason, the attackers began to stop, looking at Ho in confusion. Their faces expressed a mixture of panic and fear as they sensed the unknown. And it was clear why. Is this young man seriously offering them this money? Each of them could simply come up and take their share, just get close. But now the question is different. Will they want this money, knowing that their ear can become a place for a new earring from such a dangerous coin? Watching the young master, the leader of the bandits pondered. How did the coin, like a small dagger, pierce the steel and get stuck in the axe? What kind of monster is in front of him? Realizing all the danger, the bandit chose the most optimal option: to run away. As he walked away, he threatened that the day would come when the young master would regret this day. But Ho only disdainfully listened to his words, which were already coming from behind the bushes. He even got a little upset, because he wanted to continue the fun and have fun a little longer. A coin was left lying on the ground, half covered in blood, a silent witness of the battle. Suddenly, a small hand lifted her up, suddenly appearing in the field of vision. It was Lee who turned around, picked up the coin, and saw that there was blood on it. The young master looked at Lee in surprise. Why did he come back and make such a fuss? Lee ran up, waving his arms and loudly shouting the word, "Brother!" He came over and asked Ho why the coin was covered in blood and if he was all right. "Can't you see that everything is fine?" Ho replied, then added, "Who asked about me? I'm more interested in what happened to the Aso gang." Despite their rudeness, Lee sincerely believed that even their lives had value. But Ho remembered Lee himself, throwing talismans at living people. So he sarcastically remarked that he was not the one to talk about it. "There are a lot of people in this world who would do better dead," he explained calmly, describing his position. After that, Ho moved forward in the direction where he was to meet with the leader of the Aso gang, preparing for another conversation. Meanwhile, the wounded bandit screamed loudly in pain, clutching his severed ear. Another bandit tried to bandage his wound and, a little annoyed, asked him to calm down. They began to discuss among themselves what had happened, placing the blame on each other. Each of them tried to find the culprit, exchanging accusations in this unpleasant situation. Behind the tree stood Ho, listening to their argument in silence, watching them from the shadows. He was amused by their screams that carried far in the forest. Idiots are idiots, wherever they are, he thought. Lee sat behind the stone and pondered Ho's words, stubbornly sticking to his opinion that any death, regardless of the circumstances, was a sad and useless loss. Ho explained that sometimes avoiding unnecessary deaths is nothing more than a calculation to achieve a greater goal. "Do you know why snakes die in the heat?" Ho asked, and answered himself. "Not because they are engulfed in flames, but because they are too dumb to find shade." It was already evening on the street, and a gang of thugs, beaten and irritated, was returning to its hideout. The guards at the entrance asked them, "How the hell did you leave so early and come back so late empty-handed too?" They noticed a wound on the ear of one of the bandits, but they only grumbled nervously and asked to shut up. Behind them, like a shadow, the young master approached their base. The base of the bandits was modest, hiding in the mountains, trying not to attract too much attention. The guards noticed the boy approaching them, with a determined expression on his face. It was rare to meet a stranger in these mountain heights, especially since this guy didn't look lost. They immediately drew their swords, descended the stairs, and alertly pointing their weapons, asked why he had come. Ho calmly explained that he had come here on his own business, to get what was his. Immediately afterwards, he asked if their leader was inside. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal grinding against metal. It was the 2 swords that now crossed at Ho's throat as a warning. How dare you mention our leader so freely? What is he, your subordinate? Should I cut off your tongue to kill your pride? One of the guards asked aggressively. But these words only amused Ho, and he did not hide his pleasure. And why hide if after a moment these guards became corpses on the ground? The flames of the bonfire smoldered, firewood crackled, filling everything around with a warm, almost cozy atmosphere. However, by this fire sat a man whose face expressed nothing more than dislike and displeasure. He was annoyed by the loud noises outside that seemed to disturb his peace. One of the servants carefully approached from behind and, apologizing for the trouble, turned to his master. He explained that some guy from Cheonghajan had snuck in and was demanding a meeting. The host listened in silence, only repeating the word Cheonghajan as if considering it. Meanwhile, the young master was already standing in the middle of the room, surrounded like a volcano by bandits holding weapons. All of them, like red-hot stones, turned their attention to Ho, with their leader standing in front. Finally, the leader stepped forward, facing Ho, and looked at him. He asked again, wanting to understand what happened, demanding a more detailed explanation. "They blocked your way and demanded extra tolls?" he asked in surprise, not believing in such audacity. The leader could not simply take Ho's words at face value. There were always petty thieves lurking around, cloaked in feigned honesty. Then Ho decided to provide evidence and, describing the leader, noted that he looked like a frog, holding an axe shield in his hands. His name was if memory serves me right, and that coward was trembling with fear behind the fence when I addressed him. Ho also added that he had pierced his ear with a coin, and if the leader summoned he would see the same mark on his ear, an indisputable proof of the truth of his words. The leader immediately ordered to bring without wasting a second. In less than a minute, was standing in front of him, his ear pierced, holding an axe and trying to look confident. He stated that there was not a single coin there, trying to dispel suspicion. The leader took the axe in his hand and immediately saw a dent that clearly corresponded to the size of the coin. Of course, he asked if he had anything to say in his defense. Began to explain that it was just an innocent joke, but it sounded so ridiculous that the leader couldn't stand it and hit him on the cheek with the butt of the axe. Una's jaw was clearly cracked by the impact, and Ho watched the scene silently. He saw Un's body fly into the air like a useless doll. It seems that the leader was so strong that he knocked Una a good 10 meters away with a blow. Then he sharply struck the ground with the butt of the axe, breaking the stones into small pieces. After that, the leader again turned to the young master, asking his name. He introduced himself as Lee Chagwan, the head of the Aso gang, stressing that trust and respect are above all else for him. Lee Chagwan promised that he would immediately find everyone involved in today's incident and cut off their hands. He even asked Ho if this was enough to justify the inconvenience caused. However, the young master calmly replied that receiving several severed limbs would be a useless and illogical decision. "Then what do you want?" Lee asked, looking at Ho with interest. Since this whole situation arose because of money, the young owner decided to settle it exclusively financially. He put forward a condition that the Aso gang would not demand any more payments from the Cheonghajang clan in the future. But that was not all. The young owner added one more requirement. "You will return all the money you received from us earlier," he stated coldly. The bandits burst out laughing when they heard this. The demand seemed absurd and even insulting to them. They took it as a bold statement that humiliated their clan and its allies. Lee Chagwan was of the same sentiment, questioning whether Ho even understood that it was only because of their efforts to stop other gangs and thieves that he was able to travel safely. He explained that Ho had gone too far and probably didn't understand that fee was a tradition that had been preserved for decades in the warrior world, and was the basic law of the wildlands. Lee Chagwan said he could only allow a refund of 3 months' fees and no more. Lee Chagwan felt that offering 3 months' compensation was a fair solution, and that was all he could offer. However, the young master had something to say in response, pointing out that Lee underestimated the Cheonghajang clan. When Lee turned around, Ho called him a brazen thug behind his back. What if the Murim Battle Union was in the same situation? Ho snapped, watching the reaction. He wondered if Lee would similarly dismiss them, citing tradition and custom. Lee Chagwan did not consider Cheonghajan to be a member of the Murim War Union, and was annoyed that Ho mentioned this. He was indignant that the young master brought into the conversation a martial alliance to which they did not belong. But Ho, with a hint of sarcasm, replied that Lee had an inflated opinion of himself. "Does it take the entire Murim Union to deal with some petty mountain clan?" he added, defiant in words. These words of the young master struck Lee Chagwan like a dagger, going straight through his pride. The black-haired youth hoped that no accidents would happen. He held his staff tightly, praying that no lives would be lost. But suddenly there was a loud explosion in the distance. The black-haired man saw the energy bubbling in that direction and knew something was wrong. His last plea that no one get hurt seems to have gone unfulfilled. He rushed to run in that direction, hoping to stop the young master. Meanwhile, the bandit leader's face was full of shock and disbelief. It was the result of a punch from Ho that hit him squarely in the stomach. The blow clearly hit the solar plexus, forcing the leader to exhale all the air from his lungs. This was a real disappointment for Ho, because he thought that the leader would be a worthy opponent. Lee Chagwan could not fathom how this young man, unrelated to Murim, was capable of such a thing. With these thoughts, the leader fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Ho stood over his body, his head raised and his gaze fixed downwards. Now it was time to collect the money that belonged to the Cheonghajin clan. But at that moment, little Lee's voice rang out, which unexpectedly caught his attention. Lee entered the dilapidated gate, shouting loudly as he saw a multitude of people scattered before him. He froze, surveying this mountain of losers just lying on the ground. At that moment, his words sounded, "Even a stupid snake that somehow escaped the fire can be saved in the rain." Ho reassured Lee by saying that all these people were unconscious but alive. They'll have a lot to worry about when they wake up. And those less affected will help those less fortunate, he added. Lee finally calmed down a bit, realizing that the situation was not so dire. "And I heard someone's cursing voice somewhere nearby," Ho joked, glancing at Lee. Lee, apologizing, assured that he would never have dared to say such a thing. Some time passed, and they began to look for money that belonged to the clan. Lee couldn't understand how these thugs had no understanding of conservation. Even the poorest people on the streets are better off. They spent every penny on food and drink, leaving nothing for a rainy day, and there's not even furniture, dishes, or clothes that they would buy with money, Lee exclaimed, looking around in frustration. He had already given up hope, deciding that further search was just a waste of time, and suggested leaving the place. But Ho, sensing something strange, suddenly focused his gaze on one point. Lee asked in surprise what had caught his attention, but the young master continued to watch in silence, never taking his eyes off that mysterious point. A shimmering golden glow appeared in Ho's eyes, as if he had seen something amazing. He told Lee that there was probably something hidden under the floor. Ho went to the floor and began to beat the tile with his fist, breaking it into small pieces. The tiles flew apart, and eventually he got to what he was looking for. Under the tile was a small but very interesting chest, sealed and apparently hidden. It was a hiding place, and Ho seemed to sense its energy before finding it. Lee found it funny that Ho felt the energy, but he couldn't help but be impressed. In addition, he saw the talisman that blocked the energy inside the box, which was why he doubted Ho's words at first. However, this only confirmed that there was something important inside. Ho picked up the box and was surprised to find it surprisingly light. Lee continued to wonder, because even with his sensitivity, he couldn't feel anything specific through the talisman. How can elder brother feel this, he thought. Meanwhile, Ho carefully began to open the box, taking care not to damage its contents. And so, as soon as it opened, a golden glow spread throughout the room. In the center lay a small ball of golden color that radiated a life-giving aura. Just one look at this shining object seemed to remove all the fatigue accumulated after a long climb up the mountains. Lee, intrigued, reached out to take a closer look at the glowing orb. But Ho quickly snatched the precious object from his small hand. Ho must have thought that the little one might accidentally swallow this jewel in one sitting. Already at sunset, as they walked through the dark forest, Ho contemplated returning the orb as compensation for the payment demanded from Cheonghajang. In other words, it was now the property of the Cheonghajang clan. Lee was more interested in how they planned to catch up with the caravan. He noted that if they go too fast, they may not make it to sunset, and even if they go all night, it will be difficult to reach them by morning. Ho told him that a single acceleration would be quite enough to make up the distance. "If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten over it sooner a long time ago," he added, hinting at the delay. But with this, Ho made it clear to Lee that his return was not mandatory at all. At the same moment, Ho grabbed Lee's arm, causing him to be surprised and a little scared. What was he going to do now? Ho only warned him, "If you don't want to shake like sticky wood, you better sit still and don't twitch." A powerful energy began to appear around Ho's feet, sparkling like fire. With the help of this force, he sharply pushed himself off the ground and flew up into the air. The speed was such that Lee felt like the skin was about to move from his face to the back of his head. A precipice loomed ahead, and Lee repeatedly shouted to Ho about the danger. Ho calmly asked him to calm down and explained that he could jump over him without any problem. Lee, having calmed down a little, asked several more times to find a detour. To this, Ho replied with only one word: "Why?" After making a jump, they flew high above the ground, and Ho even managed to note how beautiful the stars looked among the torn clouds. Lee, however, was too frightened to admire the beauty and paid no attention to the night sky. The cart moved further and further forward, and Chan sat calmly on it, Suddenly, Ho flew up to him, making a spectacular appearance in the air. With a light kick of his foot, Ho gave Lee a kick to the back of the head, waking him up from his slumber. The black-haired little one, as it turned out, loved to sleep, even on the go. Lee immediately asked what happened as he was confused, but when he saw the sight before him, he opened his eyes even wider. In front of them stood a majestic mountain that seemed like a real giant. It was Mount Mudan, and finally they had reached their goal. In Ho's mind, it just flashed, and here I am again. Here it is, Grandpa. At that time, Lee could not contain his joy, jumping on the roof of the wagon with excitement. Arriving at their destination, they began unloading their cargo. The customer thanked them for their hard work, as after the inspection everything turned out to be in order. One of the workers approached Ho to inform him that all the items had arrived safe and sound. At that moment, he saw Ho and the head of the customer meet in a silent battle of glances. The head's face was so serious that it could have been sculpted, and Ho's face did not lose its seriousness, radiating determination and confidence. The man asked the young owner in surprise, "What did you just say?" Ho repeated, "These are the sacred lands of Mount Mudan." But he was outraged that the man demanded to immediately surrender all weapons, since climbing the mountain with a sword was forbidden. The young master did not like such rules, because he himself was used to deciding where to leave his sword. The guard insisted. As long as the sword remained with him, climbing the sacred mountain was impossible. Ho believed that the safest place for a sword was its wielder's belt, and stuck to that position. His interlocutor, however, was convinced that if the owner was a walking problem in itself, then the sword would also become a threat. Lee asked his elder brother to go a little further and agree to the demands. In the end, Ho drew his sword, albeit reluctantly. He warned that if even one scratch appeared on the sword, he would burn their precious mountain with his own hands. Handing over the weapon, he shot a displeased look at the guard who accepted it. The man calmly explained that weapons are prohibited on the mountain for the safety of the shaman faction. Ho, however, remarked sarcastically, "What if a person uses his body as a weapon? What then? To cut off hands and feet is a sign of respect." The guard started to get even angrier at the boy, who clearly wasn't taking their rules seriously. And Ho only smiled wryly, slightly squinting his face, provoking the guard even more. The guard ordered Insun to lead the guests to the sacred mountain. Lee was simply amazed by the stubbornness of Ho, who did not give in even in the face of strict rules. As a rule, newly initiated third-generation novices, those who have just begun their training on the path to enlightenment, look after security. But today, the second-generation novice, Commander Myung, was in charge. Master Myung was strict not only with his students, but also with himself, which made his influence even stronger. This was explained by the young guide so that the guests would understand that Myung is not a bad person, just strict in his approach. It was understandable for Ho because he himself was disciplined. Ho believed that the problem is rather those who refuse to understand the true reasons for austerity. Lee, on the other hand, felt respect for Myung because even despite his young appearance, his demeanor and confidence made an impression. The guide added that Jin was the pride of the Mudan faction, further emphasizing his importance. He also noted that Ho must have memorized Jin's mastery of the Taichian blade technique. Master mentioned this technique more than once because the Mudan faction, also known as the Tisan faction, along with Solum, are the two pillars of the orthodox clans living in the Twin Mountains. The Mudan faction is proud of Jin, even though he seemed a bit rebellious and arrogant. Now it became clear what goes on behind the scenes in their world, and how the faction maintains its pride. Ho's thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Lee began to shout happily. The lands of Mudan opened in front of them in all their grandeur. On the top of a high mountain stood architectural structures that were impressive with their perfection. They were met by Myung-seok, one of the apprentices in charge of the Wujin Palace. He warmly greeted the guests, expressing the hope that their journey was uneventful. Standing behind Ho, Chan quietly explained to him that Myung-seok was a renowned warrior, an elder of the Murim Union, and a respected figure in orthodox martial arts. Ho introduced himself to Myung, saying his name. Hearing this, Jin immediately realized that the heir to Cheonghajan was standing before him. He remembered their first meeting. Ho then introduced himself without even giving his name, simply stating that he was from Cheonghajan. Jin was convinced that this boy thought he was special and was acting too cocky. He could not tolerate such people because they were born in rich families and never knew real work. Seok moved closer to Ho and expressed his gratitude to the Cheonghajang clan. He inquired about Ho's father since it had been a long time since they last met. Seok tried to remember the last time they had spoken during the Heavenly Pact. His conversation stretched and seemed too long. In response, the young owner only noted that they had come a long way and he was literally falling off his feet from fatigue. He continued, "I was forced to come up here with the promise that I would be able to rest here. But when do you do that if you're talking all the time? Hearing such insolence, Jin couldn't take it anymore, and pointed out to Ho that his teacher hadn't finished his speech yet. Ho replied that it was difficult to catch the teacher's point when he talked for too long. This only made Jin angrier, and he felt his anger rising. Seok didn't understand the reason for Jin's anger, because he could see that Ho was really tired, and didn't see it as something to be angry about. Apologizing again, Sok pointed out that he may have gone too far with the conversation. He apologized to Ho for his verbosity, trying to smooth things over. Afterwards, Jin ordered places to rest and food to be prepared so that the guests could regain their strength. He, lowering his head a little, resigned himself to this decision, although in his heart he remained irritated. At that moment, he wondered if he had overreacted, or maybe this peace-loving Ho was deliberately provoking him by evoking emotions. Ho's next gesture only confirmed his suspicions, adding fuel to the fire. At this, Jin gritted his teeth, trying to hold back his anger, but his face showed clear indignation. After some time, sitting at the table, Lee explained to the young master that he should behave more discreetly. He recalled the words of Ho's father, who said that this was a great opportunity to gain experience in communication. Martial artists value respect, and Ho's behavior only causes displeasure in everyone around him. At that moment, Lee noticed 2 chopsticks stuck directly into the wooden table in front of him. It seems that Ho is tired of listening to lectures from the black-haired Lee. Lee fell silent in fear, swallowing his words. Ho pounded his hands on the table without even taking a morsel of food, and pointed out indignantly that this dish was not meant to be savored. "After all, there has to be some meat in here," he exclaimed, looking disappointedly at the dish without a single piece of meat. Lee asked if Ho knew that everyone in the Mudan faction was vegetarian. Ho added with irony that even goats were not as staunch vegetarians as they were, and considered them real damned bastards. It was gradually getting dark on the street. Night soon fell, and silence fell upon the sacred lands. The young owner was lying on the bed, finally finding an opportunity to rest. His breathing was even and calm as he slept soundly, but suddenly his face began to contort, as if in a nightly delirium. Ho could not even sleep properly, annoyed by the fact that these damn vegetarians feed him only vegetarian food, which he does not like at all. He found it funny that in his human body, he was still as sensitive to vegetarian food as he was when he was a yokai. Suddenly he heard strange noises that attracted his attention. He became alert, turned his head towards the door, trying to understand where the noise was coming from. Something seemed to be going on in the next room. Probably someone was making noise. He entered the room only to find it empty, no sign of Lee. Ho didn't even say a word, just stared in surprise, wondering where he could have gone. Meanwhile, Lee was already outside. He walked, talking to someone in the semi-darkness. It was an old man who had come to discuss important matters with him. The old man first asked the black-haired man how his teacher was doing. He also warned Lee that if he got too attached to him, he might be in for some hard times, a thought that worried the young man. The old man recalled how upset he was that he couldn't speak to teacher Lee properly. They continued walking, joking on the subject as if they were sharing a common memory. At that moment, Ho went outside, wanting to know what was going on and see where Lee had gone. Ho sensed Lee's presence nearby and mentally called him bastard. As usual, a little mockingly. He came down from where he was standing and stood firmly on the ground. Looking around, he tried to figure out where this little guy was right now, damn it. Examining the area from all sides, his attention was drawn by something incredible behind him. In front of him stood a huge statue, which was impressive with its majestic appearance. The sword held by the statue was especially noticeable, emphasizing its power. The face of the statue and its gigantic appearance made Ho exclaim, "Wow!" What an unexpectedly good-natured face Yo Tongbin has, flashed through his mind. And immediately he plunged into memories of his past life. This was life when he was a yokai in a fox's body. He remembered standing on a piece of rock flying through the air, facing this man who called him an evil and sinful fox, asking how he could ignore his calls and run away for decades. Ho replied indifferently, "You see, I was busy accumulating merit." These were his words when he emphasized that he had no time to play games with someone as insignificant as Yo Tongbin. Yo Tongbin started to get angry as he slowly drew out his sword, and after a sharp "shut up!" he flew up like lightning, ready to attack. As fast as lightning, Yo Tongbin was right in front of Ho, swinging his sword. He was outraged at how a yokai would dare to disrespect the divine mountain fox's authority. Gathering all his strength, he struck with a sword of such power that the space around him began to disperse in waves of energy. But Ho calmly restrained this blow, stopping the sword with his hand. He reiterated that he was busy accumulating merit and asked Yo to express his claims with words and not with the blade. "Or I might be tempted and just beat you to death," he added, with a hint of menace. Yo listened to his words and finally retreated. He stuck his sword into the ground and crouched down to speak, announcing that there was something important that Ho needed to do. Roughly speaking, this conversation was about correcting past mistakes. Ho was even a little worried, thinking that he would have to remember all his wrongdoings and make up for them. Yo snapped his fingers, expressing the seriousness of his intent. A book flew into Ho's hands. "Is this book for reading?" he thought. Yo explained that the book was effectively considered lost when his sister buried it, not knowing that it belonged to her late brother. It was a secret book containing the essence of supreme wisdom, written by Chang Sambon himself. When Ho heard the name, his expression changed, and he was clearly interested in the contents of the book. However, Ho still did not understand who this Chang Sambon was, and asked for an explanation. "I mean Chang Sambon, the one who almost broke your neck and almost sent you to the world of the dead," Yo clarified. After this explanation, Ho finally began to understand who it was. He looked down at the book in his hands, scrutinizing it once more. Yo asked Ho not to be offended, because the book should go back to where it belongs. Now standing in front of the statue in the human world, Ho understood why it was there, as a reminder of his past and the mission he had to fulfill. Behind Ho, Lee's voice was heard addressing him, calling him Big Brother. Lee ran up to Ho, followed by a man who caught their attention. The man immediately turned to Ho, asking if he was the young master from Cheongajeon everyone was talking about. The one who put the haughty young man in his place during the Namgong clan elder's funeral, he clarified. Lee explained that the man's name was Chin Yangjin, a scholar specializing in manuscript writing, and one of his teacher's closest friends. That was why Lee wanted to talk to him for a while. After hearing Lee's explanation, Ho greeted Chin and noted that he wasn't looking for fame when he did what he was talking about. Chin observed that although the world is big, the world of people is surprisingly small. He wanted to ask Ho a question. From afar, he noticed Ho scrutinizing the statue and wondered why. Ho explained that he didn't have a specific reason, but the statue represented Yeo Tongbin's features very accurately. Chin was amazed that Ho knew who Yeo Tongbin was. He said that Yeo Tongbin was the greatest warrior in heaven, and the one who eradicated evil in both heaven and earth. "I didn't hear about it, but I know he was extremely hot-tempered, Ho added. Hearing this, Lee tried to calm Ho down and asked him not to say such things. Lee then turned to Chin, apologizing and explaining that the young master meant nothing offensive. Chin just laughed, narrowing his eyes in pleasure. He asked the young master how he knew Yeo Tongbin so well. Chin noted that many funny stories from ancient manuscripts about Yeo Tongbin's strong personality had come down to their time. Even those who study Taoism in detail often assume different things and know little in reality. The precise remark of the young master showed that he is knowledgeable not only in martial arts, but also has a deep understanding of literature. That's how it looked in Chin's eyes. Ho didn't really know how he was portrayed in the manuscripts, but he was sure he knew more than what was written. Chin noted that the daytime views of Mount Mudan are impressive, but suggested continuing the conversation where you can enjoy the night views. Going down the stairs, Chin met a group of young people. He immediately asked them why they were wandering around the neighborhood so late. The youth explained that they were returning from the temple after making offerings, but Chin ordered them to run back to their beds, for even divine spirits sleep at night. With a smile, he called them little bastards, and they immediately ran. Lee took note of the phrase Chin had mentioned, which was divine spirit. Chin turned to both young men, engaging them with his story. He asked if they would believe him if he said there was an altar dedicated to a worthy yokai. Hearing these words, Lee felt a chill run through his body, sending him into awe. Chin, realizing that this may be difficult to understand, nevertheless, continued his story for the young men. It didn't seem difficult to the young master, and he didn't understand why others perceived it as difficult to understand. Lee then explained that he was a Taoist from the Dorim faction. Ho felt something familiar in those words, as if he had heard about it before. At this point, the old man began to explain that a long time ago, when the line between the human and spirit worlds was blurred, the Dorim faction was founded by shamans who banished the yokai. Even now, the Dorim faction keeps a watchful eye on the border between the spirit world and the human world, although the border has effectively disappeared. This is explained by the fact that no one knows when the spirits may invade again, and therefore their caution cannot be condemned. But the construction of an altar for these spirits from the point of view of the Dorim is something completely unthinkable. Lee openly believed that yokai were an evil to be fought and banished. No one protected humanity from the yokai more than shamans. Lee was shocked that a respected shaman could be involved in something so controversial. Chin explained that this particular yokai was very different from the others. Ho recalled that sometimes there were those who renounced cannibalism and sought friendship with humans. But getting the shamans who were fighting the yokai to build an altar for worship was truly something out of the ordinary. Ho wondered who could do it. They got closer, and what Ho saw shocked him. He stood in silence for several minutes, looking at the image. "It can't be. It's me," he thought, because the picture was of him in his past life. Qin explained that Samban left behind a priceless treasure for generations of shamans that contains the essence of everything in the universe. Qin continued the story. The day Chang Sambon disappeared, the priceless treasure also disappeared with him. And their ancestors did not know what to do, so they had to go through difficult times of confusion. It was the yokai who found and returned the treasure to them in those days of darkness. He revealed that he was a yokai fox who ascended to the human world to retrieve the treasure. After that, he left Mount Mudan without even giving their ancestors a chance to thank him. Since then, he was considered a benefactor who found the treasure and allowed the shamans to survive in those dark times. The ancestors decided to honor him as the deity of the spirit, who takes care of all the treasures of the world, and built this altar as a sign of gratitude. Ho listened to all this and could not believe that this story was actually about him. The most interesting thing is that the ban on eating meat and commitment to vegetarianism became a tribute to this divine spirit. Lee also finally began to understand. He believed that all yokai were pests to humanity and deserved to be banished. However, after learning of this generous spirit that allowed the legacy of shamans to continue to exist, he decided to accept it. Lee thanked Qin for the great story. He then turned to Ho, asking his opinion of what he had heard. Ho just smiled and pointed out that all these events happened due to pure chance. He plunged back into his memories. At least, if his memory did not fail him, he remembered how, as a fox, he had come down to earth and seen the shaman's altar for the first time. The boy, not suspecting anything, was sweeping the yard on the mountain, immersed in his thoughts. Suddenly, a stranger turns to him. His look was disturbing, as if fear itself in human form. The stranger radiated danger, as if he were the embodiment of fear, and his gaze sent shivers down his spine. The boy retreated in fear, realizing that a demon, a real ikai, was standing in front of him. But where did he come from on this mountain? This question seemed mysterious, and frightened even more. The stranger slyly suggested that he take the mysterious technique of Chang Senfeng from an ancient book. His eyes glinted with cunning, beckoning the boy to come closer and touch the book. The boy felt fear enter his heart. This demon was not friendly at all. Seeing the demonic figure, the boy screamed in horror. An echo swept over the mountain. The stranger, trying to look friendly, asks the boy to take the book, tempting him with its power. The whole clan wanted to kill him as if he were their worst enemy, but one insolent youth said something that made him clash with their swords. As a protective shield, it curled into a metal circle that protected it from blows. His defenses were so strong that no sword could even scratch him. He was just waiting for his opponents to get tired of hitting his iron armor. Yun-ho decided to wait until all these guys were completely exhausted and try to start a dialogue. But they were not going to give up, although he tried to do only good deeds, meeting them as if they were enemies. Realizing that there will be no dialogue, he forcefully scatters everyone around, turning into a powerful beast. People around saw the incredible power he released like a wild beast. With a roar full of superiority, Yun-ho warns everyone around them to treat him with respect. Otherwise, he will tear them to pieces and turn their lives into a bloody meat grinder without leaving a trace. He hoped that if he scared them a little, people would start listening to him carefully. But these desperate men were not going to back down, even if it meant death, and their leader ordered them to muster all their courage. With renewed fury, they rushed at Yun-ho, determined to fight to the last. Yun-ho began to lose his balance, his eyes blazing with demonic power. A sphere of incredible power erupted from his mouth, which began to incinerate them, reminding him of past battles. He remembered that unnecessary killings would do him no good as he sought enlightenment. He wondered if the Mudan clan would be destroyed for such senseless malice. When 200 people were lying on the ground, one of them approached and asked why he had come here. Yun-ho realized that the little youth he met earlier had never told them the truth as he had asked him to. After learning that he had been misunderstood, he finally revealed the secret technique to them. Although it would have been better to explain everything in advance, he did not have time. They immediately drew their swords and charged. Despite this, the master thanked him for revealing the secret technique, the treasure of the clan. However, he didn't understand why the Ikai would decide to do this to humans. The Ikai's face was impenetrable, a hideous smile shining on his lips, and he only noted that he was just about to leave. Yekai did not go into details. He said that he was running away and doing what he wanted. A divine creature, he is a noble forest Ikai, and likes to pretend and play on the feelings of others. Because of his words, the clan turned into vegetarians who gave up meat. And all this because of his wise words and Chang Senfeng technique. The story reached the ears of this boy, leaving a deep mark on him. In his thoughts, he understood that he, in fact, did not care about the consequences. He knew that it didn't matter who to blame. It was his fault after all. And maybe even the death of that young man was also his mistake. He was aware that this was his personal responsibility. The spirit he conjured was popular among the students, and the boy, standing aside, asked him to keep quiet. Lee Ryan enthusiastically exclaimed that this was the real truth. He turned to his older brother, not understanding what had happened to him. He noted that their teacher, a true connoisseur of culture and history, might be able to tell more about this area. However, the old teacher had no idea what kind of field it was. The boy exhaled with indifference in his eyes, looking at those around him. He held out his hand, where a mysterious light layer was shining. The old man, seeing the light layer in the boy's hand, reacted with sincere surprise. It was obvious that he recognized this artifact, because he knew what it was. It was one of the treasures of the Mudan clan, the Azure Orb of Life, which had been stolen a few months ago while traveling through the neighboring lands, causing quite a commotion. The old man confirmed that it was a jewel, however, he did not really know what the significance of this artifact was. He asked the boy with an indifferent look where he found this rare layer. After a while, we see a man making some kind of sacrifice, trying to get the spirit's attention. He prayed fervently, hoping that a great spirit would appear to him in a dream, giving him strength. He aspired to reach the heights in martial arts when the very essence of martial skills appeared to him in a dream. The time has come for the martial arts to decline, and perhaps through this layer and offering, he will receive something extraordinary. If he wants to become stronger, he is ready to risk everything except self-belief and thirst for new discoveries in the world of martial arts. A man approaches the temple gate, ready to take an important step. He carries a casket to make an offering to his teacher. However, he soon sees a light coming from the depths of the temple, and it catches his attention. Some kind of ceremony is taking place in the building. Mysterious voices and strange sounds are heard. The teacher is talking to someone that by destroying the entire ASU clan and taking the Azure Orb of Life, they can get any money they want. The master was amazed by the greatness of what he saw in front of him. Lee Ryan turns to his older brother, asking what they plan to do with this artifact. But the brother is still hesitant. Lee Ryan knows that the Azure Life Orb belonged to the Mudan clan from the beginning, and he feels that it would be better not to return it.
Unho thinks this idea is ridiculous.
Lee Rin continues to insist that returning Sharu would be the right thing to do, and in the end, it would keep him from being sold or considered stolen. Yunho understood that this was complete madness, and he had better keep his mouth shut. The master was sure that if the boy was not ready to make such a decision, he was not obliged to return the artifact. They had long since given up hope of its return. However, of course, if he chooses to do so, then his noble deed will become another legend that will be passed down from generation to generation in their clan. Yunho had already experienced that being immortalized in history was not that exciting, and he didn't want to be misunderstood. However, he felt no obligation to return this life orb. He chose to absorb its power. If his older brother hadn't intervened, Yunho wouldn't have stopped. The master who came to the temple heard meaningless conversations around. He couldn't believe that the head of the Aso clan, known even in Marima as a martial artist, could fall into the hands of such a prodigy. They seemed to master a layer of tricks, laughing behind this master's back. Eventually, the layer was taken from them again. The old man was moving too fast to be stopped. He was convinced that when he found the artifact in the Aso clan, he should have absorbed it immediately. But that young man managed to steal it right from under his nose. The old man wondered if he had cast the spell before Jang Sungban's death, because everything seemed very strange. Stopping his thoughts, he turned his head and saw the closed entrance to the cave. It occurred to him that this was the place he had been looking for. He realized that this was the very spot where he had hit with all his primal power to stop them. Among the opponents were even those who tried to run away, and some who were trembling with fear. It was the demon's cave, and the entrance to it was sealed, or so it said. But who will dare to stop him? It was clear that none of the locals dared to stand in his way. He noted that the space above the cave is open, so this find can be considered his own discovery. Going inside, he saw a thick fog filling the space. A strange, powerful energy emanated from the fog, which could be felt even at a distance. When he looked closer, he noticed that it might be his own power. Not believing his eyes, he began to descend deeper into the cave. The blue mist emitted an unusual light filled with an energetic glow. He realized that in his previous life, he had invested incredible power in this blow. And even 100 years later, he still felt the force of that blow. As he began to absorb this power, his mood rose considerably. He realized that although a lot of time had passed, the power remained the same. The next day in the mountains, in one of the houses, the young master was brought his clothes intended for this day. It was a formal outfit that was specially prepared for him today. When asked if he needed anything else, Yunho woke up in a bad mood, so he was offered a drink. The children prepared everything necessary, noticing that he was not sleeping well, and even offered to massage his shoulders. Yunho turned to his younger brother, wondering why these kids had been bothering him so persistently since early in the morning. It turned out that in fact it was far from morning, and the news that the elder brother had found the Azure Orb of Life had spread throughout the clan. Thanks to this, the elder brother became the hero of the Dan clan. It sounded incredible to him, because he did not seek fame and even blamed his younger brother for taking the Azure Orb because of him. As an apology, the younger brother brought him a snack: fried rabbit meat. However, the appearance of the dish was completely unusual, as if it did not meet his expectations. The elder remarked that perhaps he was feeding him too modestly with only vegetables, considering that Yunho was not a member of their clan. Looking around, Yunho even noticed drops of blood on the floor, and other traces remained on the clothes of the elder himself. It was clear that the elder had personally caught and cooked this rabbit. He explained that this rabbit had absorbed the power of the mountains and the spirit of Dan, making it very difficult to catch. Guards stood around the building, listening to this conversation in amazement. They had never heard their leader Qin Yajin laugh so carefree before. Sensing the aroma of fried meat that had been wafting around since the morning, one of the guards almost went mad, realizing the stupidity of their actions. However, the truth remained the truth. Zhang Jin's young master had indeed infiltrated the classroom and found the Azure Orb of Life. Nevertheless, he did not believe the rumors and decided to personally check everything. The master told the boy that he could visit them anytime he was around, and he added that there is no need to communicate with old people. It is better to go and enjoy life. Yunho looked at all this with a slight doubt in his eyes. The guards were ordered to escort Qin Yajin. At this moment they were left alone. One of the guards was looking at him piercingly. The look was surprisingly expressive. After analyzing it, Yunho realized that the situation was not that bad. He smiled and noted that this boy seemed to be looking for a fight. Perhaps because of the smell of meat that reminded him of something. The man could barely contain his emotions. He wanted to hit this impudent young man. Yunho heard someone throw a rude word at him. He questioned what the scoundrel had just said. He just looked at him with an offended look, full of hostility. Yunho decided to move closer, closing the distance between them. Standing at eye level with his opponent, he looked him straight in the face. He said that this whole ridiculous performance looks incredibly implausible. And because of that, he called Yunho the thief who stole the Azure Orb. It was obvious that he was sure he was right, suspecting Yunho of an ulterior motive behind Charu's return. Yunho could only think how miserable the life of this man with such twisted beliefs must be. But he shouted that if Yunho is innocent, then let him prove it. Everything seemed to have changed since young Master Chongjin managed to defeat the head of the Aso clan. Yunho didn't understand why this man kept questioning that he was the same young master. He is overconfident and thinks that a merchant's child could defeat the entire Aso clan. And then someone shouts from the side, calling Mungjin a real scoundrel. Let him hear this and explain how dare he treat their benefactor who helped them return the Azure Orb of Life like that. Mungjin turned around to see his teacher, in front of whom he felt extremely embarrassed. The man called himself a healer named Techno. He is sincerely grateful to the boy for finding the Azure Orb of Life, and without a doubt considers him a hero of their clan. But Mungjin, his student, turned out to be a scoundrel, and the teacher is ashamed that he taught him, and now he behaves like this with benefactors. Mungjin tried to justify himself, but the teacher sternly ordered him to shut up because he had heard everything with his own ears and would not tolerate refusals. The teacher ordered Mungjin to immediately bow his head and apologize to the young master. But Yunho assured that everything is fine and he doesn't need to apologize for his words. He assumed that the student was just curious and wanted to know if he could defeat the head of the Aso clan, but the teacher saw this curiosity as suspicious. As expected, the teacher found Yunho to be an understanding person who voluntarily returned the shar, even though someone else could have kept it for themselves. He advised the student to learn from Yunho because Myungjin acts like a real fool. Yunho watched all of this and even enjoyed seeing Mungjin being bullied. He decided to satisfy the student's curiosity and show him some of his fighting techniques. The old man, hearing about the martial art, was stunned by these words. Mungjin realized that he would have to face this guy and was a little nervous. When asked what he would say, Mungjin realized that the boy was actually preparing for a fight. If he agrees, he will have to voluntarily enter the tiger's den. He has no reason to refuse, so they set out for the training ground. The soldiers honed their skills there every day. They perfected their techniques and prepared for future battles. They were closely watched by their master. Suddenly, a court physician appeared and asked the old man how things were going on the training ground. The master wondered what brought the doctor here but noticed that he had come to watch an interesting confrontation. The master did not understand what could be interesting here. In the meantime, the training was over and the court began to be cleaned. A young master appeared on the horizon with Mungjin. The doctor noted that this confrontation promises to be interesting. Mungjin saw that even Qin Yajin was also here. He was convinced that it was time to shame this upstart who was trying to pass himself off as someone important. When they faced each other, Yunho asked if they would fight with wooden swords. It was serious training for Meng Jin, and he explained that a sword like this, although a training sword, helped develop true strength. For a short time, Yunho will have to fend off attacks with a wooden blade while standing in a circle drawn on the ground. Yunho became interested in this circle test by recalling his past life. Meng Jin explained that if he stepped outside the circle, it would mean he got scared, or gave up halfway through, and the fight would be over. In this case, he will have to admit himself a coward. Yunho decided to listen to all the instructions because it looked interesting, but if he got bored, he would have his own way. Upon hearing these words, Myung Jin begins to shout, addressing everyone present so that everyone can hear his statement. From now on, there will be no concessions, and this is the first time that the warriors must give their all. The master enthusiastically watches what is happening. Next to him is a doctor who doubts that even the young master will be able to endure. The master knows that when 3 unite, their power is 5-fold. When 5 are combined, they become 10. In this showdown, Yunho will compete against the top 8 students. Of course, his experienced eyes cannot miss such a sight. Eunho holds the sword firmly in his hands. Looking directly into the eyes of his opponent, Meng Jin realizes that he has almost no chance. Now he will know defeat in front of Master Qin Ya Jin. A tense atmosphere hung between them, and the air was filled with the feeling of an expected battle. All the warriors gathered together, channeling their energy towards Yunho, preparing to launch their attack. However, if he can defeat them all in one go, rumors about him will spread throughout the city. He needs to act carefully and strategically. One of the soldiers swung a wooden sword at him. Yunho thought about how he shouldn't reveal all his cards at once. He decided to let the sword hit his head. Myung Jin watched this, not understanding why Yunho didn't defend himself. Eunho just stood motionless, taking the blow to the head. The doctor held his breath, shocked by what he saw. The master could not believe his eyes, expecting the sight, but he did not expect that the boy would turn out to be so weak. At this moment, Eunho began to breathe heavily as if he had just suffered a serious injury. After the blow, the boy's eyes darkened, and he lost his orientation for a moment. Everyone around was waiting for at least some resistance from his side. After all, he claimed that he defeated the Aso clan alone, but here he simply falls. It seemed like he should be strong, but he was caught off guard by such a sneak attack. That could only mean one thing. Yunho is an imposter, not a great warrior, he's a real fake. One of the men was glad that the hero was not who he pretended to be. The master, watching this, even began to doubt him, because it was difficult to look at. The doctor was indignant. How could they start with a sneak attack since they have been familiar with the training since childhood? And this was the first time for this boy. But Master countered that it might be difficult for Eunho. After all, the boy suddenly stood up, as if nothing had happened. The man, surprised by the situation, did not know what to answer. It was obvious that Yunho took the hit on purpose. His sly smile was noticeable to everyone around. The master realized that now, most likely, the test would become difficult for the students. Yunho touched his head and laughed. He realized that this could all be over before it had even begun. He noted that the sudden attack of one of the students caught him by surprise. Meng Jin couldn't understand how this scoundrel could remain unscathed after such a blow, for even the staunchest would have been shaken. The master thought to himself, "Am I the only one who noticed this?" The sword was repelled literally in a fraction of a second. Yunho's skill level allowed him to pull off a childish trick with these guys. The imitation of pain and falling to the knee was just a trick often used by children. The boundaries of the circle in which he was located remained intact. Meng Jin was furious at such a mockery. He asked why the disciples were standing and not attacking. Realizing that they had delayed too long, the disciples raised their swords and began the attack. With a light movement of his sword, Yunho quickly dodged the attack. The attacker did not even notice his maneuver! The instant counterattack was already flying in his direction. It was executed at a high level of skill. Another opponent began to attack him from above, but the boy was ready. Yunho just stepped aside as if nothing had happened. This shocked everyone, because the blow accidentally hit another student. He realized that if he didn't move, he couldn't be hit. The students tried to make a vertical kick, but missed. They decided to try a horizontal chop, and agreed to do it at the same time. Eunho looked at them as if they were stupid. He noted that they used their heads not only for chewing. Suddenly, he was attacked by 3, simultaneously targeting him with 3 blows. He skillfully jumps, rising above them as if in the air. But he understands that the opponents are not simpletons either. He notices that there are already 8 of them, and they even began to surround him right in the air. Meng Jin looked on in awe, confident that they had finally caught him. Eunho sees that he will definitely not be able to escape from the attacks from all sides. Holding his sword, he prepares to answer. He repels all attacks with a powerful counterattack. Mangjin opened his mouth wide in surprise, almost swallowing a fly. Masters on the podium were amazed by his maneuvers. When the warriors saw Eunho coming down, they tried to aim their pointed spears at him. But all their attempts fail. Eunho fights back and shows them his superiority. The students flew in different directions from his blow, like dolls. He mercilessly showed them where the crayfish spend the winter and shut their mouths. It was simply unbelievable what was happening here. The soldiers did not understand. In a moment, his sword glowed with amazing energy. The doctor wanted to make sure he didn't give up, but everyone clearly saw how the wooden sword flashed like lightning. At the same time, the line remained intact. An incredibly powerful energy emanated from Eunho. Looking at them as if they were fools, Eunho declares that from now on he will start hitting himself. Mangjin swallowed hard from the rising tension. The students felt that they were already cornered, even though Eunho hadn't even left the circle. The elder brother always claimed that all the stories about his heroic deeds were lies. But now the younger brother is beginning to have doubts. Mangjin tries to prove that it's all fiction, but sees more and more confirmations of the truth. If the tide of battle does not change, sword techniques may soon become useless. If they fail to control the situation, the consequences will be significant. However, Mangjin is convinced that this is just the beginning of the battle. Eunho waits with a smile for the pride of the Mudan clan to make his move. Myungjin, understanding Eunho's persistence, wants to curb his self-confidence. Pushing off the ground, he goes on the attack, trying to break his pride. Using his technique, burning with white energy, he demonstrates every bit of his skill. Eunho, seeing him rush towards him, eagerly waits for the moment to humiliate Mangjin in a way that he will remember for the rest of his life. As he flew at his opponent, Mangjin felt anger and contempt for him, seeing him as an arrogant rich man born in luxury and ignorant of hardship. Every day he fought for survival, worked until exhaustion because he was born in a poor family. He wanted to break his pride and make him kneel down in front of everyone. But instead he was faced with Eunho's incredible endurance, which stunned him. He could not accept that this scoundrel had encroached on his reputation. It is difficult for him to accept that this opponent is stronger than him. How could someone like him have such power? Their swords cross and Eunho deflects his attack with ease. In his eyes, you can see the thirst for victory, filled with unshakable confidence. Mangjin realizes that he can't stand up to this guy. He's too strong. And after a moment, everything goes dark before his eyes. Then he wakes up in the hospital. Terrified, as if after a nightmare, he opens his eyes and begins to suffocate. In front of him, he sees one of the doctors who monitored his condition. The doctor asks what's wrong with him and how he feels. But Myungjin doesn't understand what happened. The doctor explains that Mangjin took a serious beating from the young master and that is why he is here. It was obvious that the blow to the head was serious, so Mangjin doesn't remember anything. He remembers the time when he furiously attacked him. But Eunho easily parried his blows with a smile similar to that of the Jade Emperor. And then, in a split second, he transformed into the embodiment of the King of the Pit himself, the God of Death, and dealt Mangjin powerful blows. That's all he remembers. He knows he was hit, but he can't remember exactly how it happened. The doctor, considering his condition, said that Mangjin was on the verge of life and death, and it was not even clear where he would be sent to heaven or hell. When asked by Mangjin about what Qin Yajin said when he saw this, the doctor replied that the master did not say a word, and did not even show his face. The doctor told him to just lie down, assuring him that there was no need to rush. Feeling humiliated in front of Qin Yajin, Mangjin couldn't rest easy. It was just training. Breaking bones and losing consciousness was commonplace. But for Mangjin, it was a humiliation of his pride, as if his soul had been spat upon. In your favorite place? The monk concentrated on cultivating his energy. Closing his eyes, he imagined that moment when the young master showed his power that clouded his mind. He was pleased that such a person appeared on the horizon. After all, prominent people appeared from time to time in their history. And it is possible that this young man was born into the family of Cheon Kandaj, perhaps as the founder of the Mudan clan, Chang Sen-feng, who defeated Yakai Suryun in his youth, or even as a heavenly demon capable of destroying an enemy with a single blow. Although unlike them, he distinguished himself only by defeating Quan Wen Pechmi. The old man understood that this young man had the ability to defeat his opponents with minimal effort, and he seized the prospect of taking him to study. Finally, he found a worthy disciple. He always had many options in mind, but ambition alone does not guarantee success. In any case, he hopes that today's events will be a good lesson for Myungjin. After all, he always overestimated his achievements in martial arts. Soon a box appeared in the doctor's office. This box was handed over to the young master. He noted that it was being returned to him, and heard back that it was a thank you for returning the azure layer of life from the medicine shop. There was a life essence pill in the box, and the doctor explained that this pill was weaker than the azure orb of life, but very rare, even though it wasn't an elixir. The young owner understands that this is the same pill from death. He guesses that it was very difficult for the doctor to make it. The doctor explained that it took a day for the pill to take effect, and that it took special effort to prepare it, the most valuable remedy in all of Aodan. If you leave the special needles from Mudan Mountain to ripen for 3 years, you can make such a pill from them because they absorb the energy of the mountain. As for the azure layer of life, it takes more than 10 years for the branches to mature. It sounds easier than it actually is, and only by heavenly luck can one produce at least one such layer. That is why this pill is an invaluable treasure of the clan, not only because of its healing and fighting qualities. Yunho knows that to fully experience her power requires patience and trusting her senses. The doctor agreed with this and advised to take the pill, listening to your intuition. The young owner realized that he had no other choice. If these pills absorb energy naturally, what will happen if the conditions in which they are matured are changed? What if, instead of natural energy, they begin to absorb another force? A demonic idea came to him, and greed appeared in his eyes. He offers the doctor to accept his gift. He explains that it would be better if the doctor gave the pills to those who need them more, and let him be given another pill that increases energy. The doctor replied that such pills do not improve fighting abilities, but have other strengthening properties. However, even so, it will be better help than any service, even if he is a great doctor. If he really wants it, he can get as much as he needs, because the doctor can make these pills on an unlimited scale. Yunho smiles slyly, realizing that he can get an unlimited supply of these pills. And in a moment, all the pills disappear. The doctor was stunned because he didn't think that Yunho would take them all. The boy simply collected them in a large box, threw them on his shoulder, and carried them with him. Holding a pillbox, he laughed like a real demon. He headed straight for the Akaya cave, which was closed to ordinary people. The boy decided to use the entire collection of elixirs to achieve his goals, and now he could not come up with such a solution if it were not for the doctor's advice. The doctor said to just wait, and then the pills would start absorbing the energy. If he allowed these pills to absorb the energy left in this place once upon a time, they would turn into a miraculous remedy that would even surpass the azure orb of life. Greed fills his soul, and emptiness demands what he craves. He can't wait for the pills to kick in, feeling the power they can give him. After leaving the cave, the young master did not expect to see this guy. Mengjin stood with his head bandaged and looked straight into our hero's eyes. He was analyzing it carefully, and the expression on his face was far from satisfied. Yunho wanted to understand what was going on. He noticed that Myungjin was standing there as if he had been waiting for him for a long time, and he suspected that he had been following him from the beginning. But how could he not feel his presence? Perhaps the young master was too carefree and engrossed in the thoughts of creating a new magical power. Mengjin was outraged when he noticed that Eunho had dared to enter the sacred cave, ignoring the no-entry sign. Yunho smiled and tried to make an excuse, saying that he had heard of a mysterious place called the Yekaya Cave and was wondering what was inside. He explained that as soon as he walked in, he felt uneasy and only took a few steps before quickly turning back. The boy thought that such places always cause horror and anxiety, and yet Yunho mentions that he and Myungjin made it up. Why would he torture himself again by coming back here, maybe wanting to experience the thrill again? Without stopping or calming down, Mungjin asks the boy who he really is. Yunho didn't know if he was joking or if he might have actually bitten him. The master's words appear in his memories. If you hit hard enough, then it is possible to cause a partial loss of short-term memory. Yunho remembered how he once, while eating, even forgot that he had recently eaten because he was hit on the head. The master then laughed, remarking how he had forgotten that he had already eaten. They had a conversation shortly before he lost his memory. Eunho did not understand what was being discussed, and the master simply asked him to forget and listen. Soon, Mungjin's words came out with a certain firmness. Who are you? Yunho realizes that in this situation it would be silly to say that he is just human, but to continue to pretend that he doesn't understand anything would also be strange. How to stop this guy who constantly gets into his business? He remembered how hard he had hit him last time and knew that he should prepare himself in case of another attack. Yunho asked him why he was making such shaking sounds like a dog gnawing on a bone. Mengjin looked him straight in the eye sternly. Suddenly he took and threw the stick from his hand. The guy reacted quickly. He caught the wooden sword with his hand. But the question remained, why was it thrown at him? What the hell is Mungjin up to? Thought Yunho. Mengjin began to say that of all the people he had fought, the young master was the worst morally. But Mungjin also noticed a very important detail. As a warrior, Yunho actually deserves respect. In the training arena, he couldn't properly appreciate its strength because he was caught up in emotions. And now he wanted to see it in battle. He stood before the young master, bowing to him and begged to teach him something. Yunho looked at this simpleton and did not understand what he wanted from him. He suspected that there was definitely some ruse involved. However, looking at him, he still did not understand what had happened to him. His expression was very different from the cautious and uncertain one he had during the battle in the training arena. Now his eyes glowed with curiosity, like a child's. It was obvious that Mungjin had not come for battle, but with genuine interest like a child. Well, the slipper made it, Yunho thought to himself, deciding that maybe he shouldn't worry about this boy's interest in his cave secrets. He just smiled and asked if Mungjin really wanted to learn. After all, he had previously accused him of theft and had no evidence. But now he seemed genuinely interested. The young master noted that at the moment no one is watching them, as in the arena, and in a fit of anger he can easily turn it into a bloody mess. But it didn't matter to Mungjin. Threats that the battle could put his life on the line made Mungjin think for a moment. However, he quickly made up his mind, raised his wooden sword and said, "I don't care." Yunho only thought that this brat was showing off, as if he wanted to bask in the rays of glory as a member of the Mudan clan. He smiled, anticipating that this training battle would be interesting. Eunho said he won't repeat it twice. If Myungjin agrees, then let him act. Mengjin completely agreed and understood everything perfectly. He weighed all the circumstances once more. His achievements seemed mediocre to him, and he felt strong psychological pressure due to the fact that such an absurd person appeared in his path. But he realized that he had prepared seriously, and it would be foolish to give up everything just because of this. By this point, he was on his way to his own altar, as he believed. But when he stopped and looked at his god, something changed in his perception. He remembered the words of the teacher, who believed that meeting the young master was part of his education. It was an important lesson for him, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Perhaps his teacher heard his prayers and sent him to this trial as an answer. If this is the case, it would be foolish to doubt that his life is at stake. Myungjin did not take his eyes off Yunho, even for a split second, as focused and attentive as possible. The young master watched his opponent and was ready for the next move. If his opponent was ready, then it's time to start the battle. Yunho rushed forward as if levitating. It was an obvious trick for Mungjin. However, his devotion to martial arts touched Yunho's heart. Yunho even felt a little bit of that devotion, feeling the weight that this fight had on his opponent. And now this moment has come. He was standing before Mungjin's eyes, who had yet to see the real world, and he couldn't fully comprehend how amazing this battle could be. If Mungjin can see even the smallest detail, it will help him advance in his understanding of martial arts. The moment Eunho swept past him, it seemed like thousands of incredibly powerful attacks began to tear through his clothes and strike at his body. Eunho, like a god of war, swept by, showing no emotion, displaying incredible skill. Mengjin only admitted that it was impressive. At that moment, his eyes rolled up. A little more and he would have passed out. Eunho ends this fight. Its result is known to all of us. This evening, the young master returned to his room. He started a conversation with his younger brother. I offered him a drink together. Today was one of his best days since they arrived, so Yunho couldn't pass up the opportunity to pass up a drink. Li Rying thought it was, of course, a great idea, but he didn't understand where Eunho was going to get the alcohol. After all, the Mudan clan does not drink alcohol at all, and if they do not drink it, it is unlikely to be found here. In other words, the younger brother was sure that Yunho was not going to drink, but just dream about drinking. But that was his business, so he decided not to worry, and simply asked if he would keep him company. Li Rian thought for a while, but agreed because why not, if it was already like this. Let's move on to a person who is tired of life, and has just received a scratch. It was Mungjin himself who was walking with a feeling of relief, and even joy. His acquaintances saw him, but at first, they did not even recognize him. They asked where he had disappeared all this time and why he looked like that. Mengjin replied that today was the best day of his life and everything was fine. He explained that it was his benefactor who found the Azure Orb of Life. Human, the abbot of Zantian Palace, introduced himself to him. He wanted to find out from the benefactor what had brought him to the position of managing the clan finances, explaining that he did not care about the clan finances. Today, they visited the herbal medicine shop, according to his knowledge. Hauman talked to the store owner, ignoring those who were following him and the question of how he knew everything. Master Ain was convinced that there was a smell in the medicinal herb shop that should not be in these places. And even if it wasn't, that smell definitely shouldn't be present in the Mudan clan. Therefore, the boy began to carefully sniff him. The abbot was confused and did not understand what he meant. Feeling uncomfortable, he began to avoid him, not understanding what he wanted. But the young master is not so easily deceived. He recognized the smell, because the man's whole body was soaked with booze. However, he refused to agree to this, insisting that he cannot smell alcohol because it is ridiculous. Yunho, however, was not going to back down. After all, not being able to steal money, the monk can only afford expensive and aromatic liquor. It would be better to discuss this over a cup of tea with Chinya Jin, since the abbot does not want to discuss it with him. Out of fear of the consequences, that man stopped the young owner. The abbot asked him what he wanted not to tell anyone, and promised to do everything to keep his secret hidden. Eunho began to carefully analyze it, and he was interested in one thing: to obtain alcohol. They soon set out to the east to a place famous for a drink called Yangha Tegok, a favorite among monks. This place was famous for its drink, which the monks were very fond of. They kept the money in the bag, preparing to buy. Yunho's brother was amazed that he had not only played a prank on the boy, but had also extorted money from him, a payment for his silence. It turned out that this abbot was responsible for the clan's finances and bought booze with stolen money. It turns out that the monk not only drinks, but also spends stolen funds. Yunho, with a smile, noted that he had indeed found a worthy monk, and now they were going to drink with his money. Li Rian explained that he, unlike a monk, is a martial artist because his background is related to martial arts. So he is closer to warriors than monks. Yunho asked him not to make excuses, reminding him that when they first met, Li Rian tried to show off his clumsy skills, which was unbecoming of a warrior. Hearing these words, Li Rian couldn't accept being called clumsy, as he was certain that his skill was no worse than the level of the Chaigalseg clan. Maybe the older brother is just too critical to appreciate him properly. The young master realized that Li Rian's techniques seemed rude, only because he was in a hurry, and he was generally quite skilled. It was only after his true skill was revealed that Yunho realized that he'd fallen right into his trap. Later, they will have a chance to show their skills properly, and then the young master will be surprised. Eunho knows that Li Rian is easy to tease, and it amuses him quite a bit. After some time, they reached the tavern. The boy looked at his sword as if noticing scratches he hadn't seen before. He explained that he kept the sword wrapped in a silk cloth, and asked Yunho not to say such nonsense, as there was no scratch on the sword. Yunho looked at Li Rian's confused face with a displeased expression and told him to take another look at the sword in the sunlight and not to relax for now. Li Rian understood that Yunho would pester him until the end. As they walked through the dark forest, Li Rian noticed that his brother's shameless nature never changed. Yunho felt those words as a memory of the late master, but he became curious to hear more. He understood martial arts, but the martial arts world must have been full of stories about him. So he didn't understand why he had never heard of his older brother. Li Rian asked where he was in the hierarchy of the martial arts world all this time. Yunho replied that he lived a quiet life, so he probably didn't achieve much. However, the question remained. His power was so great that it was difficult to measure. Yunho explained that although there are people stronger than the 24 Masters, he does not believe in it. Among the predecessors of the 24 Masters were such figures as Sam Huang or the 3-meter Emperor, who became legends in the world of martial arts. However, deep down he wonders if there is anyone stronger than the 3 Emperors. Li Rian surmised that those who ascended from the human world to the spirit world were indeed great figures. These words evoked in the boy memories of the world of spirits. His teacher often talked about this, noting that even though Yunho had yet to reach the great heights, he should aspire to the spirit world, even if he seemed too ordinary for one right now. At that moment, he understood that he had no other choice. Even if it was called the spirit world, he knew that he was at a level that could not be compared to even the weakest spirit. Therefore, he continued to train to become stronger, getting closer to his goal every day. He is interested in how much stronger a person can become while remaining in a human body, and whether there is a limit to the capabilities of the human body. He believed that he had already reached a certain level. This impressed his younger brother, and Li Rian partially didn't believe him, only laughed back. Li Rian suggested that maybe he just had an overdeveloped imagination. It turns out, he is hinting that the elder brother will have enough strength to defeat even a heavenly demon? It was too bold a statement, and the younger brother could barely restrain himself from succumbing to his imagination, but he found it very funny. Yunho, watching his friend's reaction, already suspected that he wanted to teach him. Seeing that the situation was not that ridiculous, Li Rian stopped. He noticed a serious look directed at him by the young master. Abruptly ceasing to laugh, he explained that he had meant nothing of the sort. He clarified that it was a joke, and everything was not as it seemed. But all the young master was doing was just teasing his younger brother. In the end, he just suggested going out for a drink and said that was enough for today. After some time, they finally reached their goal. Li Rian was happy when he saw that they had reached this place. This city looked like a painted landscape that could not be reached for a long time. Li Rian never thought he would see such a luxurious place. He had no idea that such a place could be in such a wilderness. Yunho was amazed. It exceeded all his expectations and raised a faint suspicion. They entered the territory and approached the tallest building. One of the red lights was not lit. The girl who was watching this decided to add oil to the wick, but no one knew that she was following the extinguished lanterns. If she's got nothing to do, she'd better check to see if there's enough booze in their guest rooms. At the entrance, the guard asked if it was too late for such young people to be wandering around the city. He also hinted that they must have come to the wrong place because they looked too young. Yunho looked at the guard, wanting to prove that they were definitely at the address. However, his younger brother hesitated whether to go in, even though there was no other establishment with that name nearby. The problem is that the security guard implied that they would not be able to enter without payment. Lee Ryan whispered to his brother that if no one was allowed here, the courtesans here must be incredibly beautiful. The guy asked what the criteria are for becoming a guest of the establishment. The guard began to enumerate. They might be provincial leaders or merchants, but that had to be confirmed. Eventually, the guard shrugged his shoulders, making it clear that he didn't care. In this case, he notices that one of them is carrying a sword. This means that he is a warrior who may be recognized by hearing his name, but the young owner lives a peaceful life so far. So few people know him yet. The guard then asked if there was anything behind him that made him stand out from the rest. Our hero replied that he was the eldest son in a merchant clan. The guard clarified whether he came from one of the great clans. Hearing this, the door opened and they were greeted as true young masters. They were greeted as representatives of the Jam clan, and in front of them was Yunho himself. The guard, realizing who he was dealing with, was amazed. Yunho only confirmed this by repeating his name. The guard began to laugh sharply, as if mocking them. After that, he laughed hysterically in their faces. I got the impression that he thinks they are fools. He emphasized that the Jam clan is located in the north, and usually their representatives do not wander in such remote places. The guard was surprised by Yunho's appearance, which did not match his words at all. He said a bold phrase that Yunho didn't fully understand. In the house of the courtesans, one of them noticed that some fool had reached the lantern. She was annoyed that one of the lanterns in their territory was not lit. Suddenly, she noticed from above that someone was making noise on the territory. She saw the guard fall and fly away like a stone under the blows. It was obvious that he was badly hurt by the blows. Yunho did not understand how such a weakling could be put under guard. When he saw a guard call their family crest a fake, it angered him, but his brother restrained him to avoid a fight. Meanwhile, the other warriors began to converge at the sound of chaos. Seeing the guard on the ground, they asked who this brave man was. The guard said that the boy introduced himself as a young master of a well-known clan, and when he tried to stop him, he was hit. The leader of the warriors gave Yunho a careful look. If he really is who he claims to be, then the conversation will go completely differently. Yunho, feeling the watchful eye, realized that they would not be allowed to drink today, because they had already crossed the line. However, despite the situation, he still believed that they would be able to become welcome guests whom no one could refuse. Exhaling, the commander realized that there were new visitors in front of him. He ordered his soldiers to deal with them quietly and without too much noise. The younger brother was confused, not knowing what to do because he doubted that he would be able to cope on his own, but his older brother took the initiative into his own hands. Yunho wondered if he had any useful fighting techniques. Looking back to see his younger brother, he noticed that he had disappeared. The searchers around did not answer, and behind him, the guards had already prepared to attack. Yunho waved his hand. He knocked one of them down with one blow. He punched the second in the nose, and with a light movement of the palm, he cut out another one. In a second, the guards did not even have time to look back, as their teeth chattered. Yunho understood that he was really good at something, pushing things to the extreme. One of the soldiers tried to punch him. However, the fist of the young master turned out to be much stronger. From a high building, one of the girls watched the noise that arose due to restless guests. She wondered who had dared to appear before them. Rumors spread that one of the guests introduced himself as a host from the Cheongjam clan. However, the old man said that there is no confirmation of this information yet. Lately, there have been rumors that merchants have been visiting the Mudan clan, but the girl saw that the chaos was gaining momentum and understood that it could be important. She gritted her teeth, realizing that if this was true, the situation was extremely serious. Shuren was aware of all possible consequences of this incident. She quickly went to solve the problem, because this is no joke. It seemed incredible to her that even the best warriors of the Muram Union would recognize his skill. She almost thought it was impossible for anyone to single-handedly destroy the Aso clan class. But a rumor popped into his head that the culprit could be none other than a young master from the Cheongjam clan. And although these rumors are unverified, in the Muram Union itself they are inclined to a different opinion. They began to believe that this very boy who had recently visited Mudan and had a skirmish there might be the same young master. To the question of his maid about the name given by the young man, the answer was quite popular and well known nowadays. Eunho is the very name that makes the blood run cold. Our hero has already warmed up well. He continued to beat these scoundrels mercilessly. It seemed that he had not come here for courtesans, but to fight. After some time, the soldiers began to fly in different directions. His blows reverberated from arms to legs. The soldiers' teeth literally flew out from the force of the blows. Mistress Shuren appeared and saw with her own eyes everything that was happening. She watched as their strong defenders fell to the ground, powerless and out of breath. Horror and surprise penetrated her to the bone. She couldn't believe that one person was able to defeat so many experienced masters. After all, the skill of these warriors has been honed for years. Every movement is hard and well calibrated. The commander assured the hostess that she could not worry. They would find a way to stop this brat. But she understood that if the rumors were true, then the result was predictable, judging by the condition of the wounded soldiers. She didn't like it at all, but
it could indeed be a master from the Cheongjam family.
Looking at him, she saw neither fatigue nor fear, only absolute confidence. This confidence caused her anxiety. Suddenly, she loudly ordered to stop the fight and disperse. Her words reminded that the soldiers showed disrespect to one of the powerful owners of these lands. Yunho barely smiled as someone finally recognized him. Yunho remembered that these warriors addressed her as a hostess. She must be the one running the place. She, however, did not show much joy. She felt his confidence, and analyzing it, she understood. Even the best disciples of the clan would not stand a chance against him. It became obvious to her that the young master did not need additional proof of his strength. Then she quickly changes her facial expression, putting on a kind smile. She introduces herself as the owner of this place, Shuren. Shuren greets Yunho's young master upon his arrival. Yunho stares at her, realizing that Shuren, a young strict girl, really is the owner of this estate. And besides, she knows who he is, even though they've never met in person. Shuren assumed that everything went awry because her subordinates did not show proper respect for a boy who had come such a long way, based on only superficial judgments. Yunho just wanted to drink, but since he was not believed, he had no choice but to show his influence in the world of martial arts. He's sure that if that's not enough, he can show them something else. But Shuren is convinced that this is more than enough, and doesn't want to hurt her people anymore. She understood that such skillful warriors needed to be controlled, because she had probably spent a lot of money on their training, and the losses would be extremely painful. Because of this, Shuren expresses her gratitude as she worries about the financial stability of their organization, and Yunho realizes that she has invested a significant amount of money into it. Therefore, if the guy wants to raise their income or otherwise offset the expenses, she would be very grateful. Yunho looked at her and realized that he was now ready to be received as an honored guest. Shuren considers it an honor to serve him personally. A sly smile appeared on his face. Everything suits him, including new acquaintances. And that's when Shuren realizes that he is not alone here. Yunho only smiled, understanding the situation. Suddenly, his partner falls over the fence with a thud. Yunho introduces him as a foolish monk who takes advantage of his kindness. Soon they were invited to the most luxurious court. There, they arranged a banquet with the most exquisite dishes of local cuisine. Li Rian glowed with happiness, enjoying the privileges that had been bestowed upon him. He was especially happy in the company of charming courtesans, to whom he told that he could predict the future. He said that thanks to his skills, many people changed their lives dramatically, because as a monk, he can look into the future. Yunho watched him and laughed merrily, while Shuren, who was sitting next to him, remarked that he had a really interesting friend. She wondered what the young owner was like if he had such unusual friends. Yunho felt a little embarrassed, and asked what kind of person she thought he was if he had friends like that. It seemed to her that this is a person who does what he likes and calmly accepts it. There was something pleasant for him in her words. He drained his glass with a slight embarrassment at her look. Then the woman winked at her colleague. She started a conversation with a drunken friend of the young owner. They understood that a powerful master has not only power, but also wealth, and his clan is respected. Although their acquaintance did not begin as they would have liked, the commander reminded them that they are not rivals and should behave carefully. If these girls can win their hearts, it will greatly help them in the future. The leader Syoren ordered the courtesans to try to win their hearts at any cost, and the girls were doing just that all evening. One of them waited for the young master to drink and decided to tell him something important. She wanted him to let her get to know him better. Yunho didn't know how to answer such a question. She begged him to let her do it. Taking the glass, he wondered if he would let her. Will she be able to handle it? His drunken eyes silently asked this question. But the main thing is not to forget that spirits have their own charms, and when a person falls into their trap, whether it is a mortal or even a divine being, their heart is enchanted and they become fools. In this world, there is a martial art known as Sorgun that uses a sophisticated technique of seduction, and they seem to be using this technique against him now. They do it so masterfully, which shows their high level. but it won't work on Yunho. Let them apologize. Li Rian, of course, is a naive young man and does not seem to realize that he has fallen into a trap, as he already offers the girl 10 years of prophecies for free. In his mind, Yunho muses that if they want to make a profit or increase sales, they'd better just keep pouring. But apparently, they intend to capture the young master. Of course, he has his suspicions about it, but even if they manage to capture him, it will be pretty funny. Yunho turns to the courtesan and asks if she is sure she can handle him. The girl, in turn, noted that he was worried about whether she would succeed, but she would do her best. She assures him not to worry, because the young master will get what he wants. For a moment, Yunho felt as if under a spell. He noticed that she was openly using the Sorgon technique, but how did she know that? Realizing that this must end, he prepares for action. He activates the elusive Kwai technique, and a wave of energy spreads across the room. The charms of these women immediately begin to weaken, clouding their vision. Like a neutralizing substance, its power affects them, destroying their plan. In a few minutes, the atmosphere between them became completely different. Yunho calmly continues drinking, as if nothing had happened. He is having fun as if nothing had happened. Finally, he can drink in peace, because the real taste is revealed in the drinks. After his trick, the girls felt uneasy. They were drenched in sweat and in incredible pain. One of them even felt nauseous. She couldn't help herself. When the young master asked what was wrong with her, she tried to pretend that everything was fine. In fact, she did not understand what was happening to her. Her nose was bleeding. The other girl also felt sick, started coughing up blood, although she said she was fine. Looking at her hand after coughing, she saw blood and realized that her circulation was impaired. Yunho knew that the elusive key was a force that was difficult to grasp, because it works invisibly. The girls tried to endure the pain that squeezed their internal organs, although it was not an easy task. Yunho noticed a fly on the table. He noticed that a fly was flying near the food. He turned to the girls, pointing to a fly circling the food. He killed her with one blow. He then told the girls that this was a lesson. If they recklessly challenged, unprepared for the consequences, the same could befall them. And let them not say that it is not so. One of them said that now the table is dirty, and she will have to clean everything. But it seemed that cold blood froze in her. She was horrified to realize that the bleeding might have something to do with this stranger next to her, and she began to guess that her condition could be the result of his action. Shirin enters the room, saying that she has scattered herbs that are supposed to scare flies away. She holds something that looks like a musical instrument in her hands, radiating her security. Seeing the instrument in front of him, the young owner was amazed. If he's not mistaken, it's a 7-string kin. And does Shirin know how to play it? Usually, when she wants to entertain an honored guest, she excuses herself by saying that she does not have the skill to play this instrument. The young master looks at her and realizes that she is avoiding the topic. In her opinion, the atmosphere in the room was already destroyed, and she came with the instrument as a last resort, hoping to cheer him up. The host would still like to listen to music while enjoying a drink, so her arrival is just in time. He asks her to play something if she really can. Shirin looks at him with a sly look. She sits down at a table for musicians, takes a deep breath, adjusting your energy, looks at the instrument, and remembers how to play it. Suddenly, a melody begins to flow from her hands. Her music has not yet captured the attention of the young owner, but suddenly she makes a wonderful melody. Her fingers move smoothly across the 7-stringed instrument. Music fills the entire space around. Everyone listens to these magical sounds. The song was known in these parts. If the young master does not mind, it will make an impression on him. But suddenly his eyes began to close. As if on a ship, he begins to slightly cover his eyelids. He thought she wanted to provoke him and use the key songon technique. She puts all her strength into every sound. Now she only pulls and releases the strings. It was a sound as pure as dew, captivating as the mist at dawn. The hostess's performance was truly amazing. She stopped playing. She exhaled, feeling tired from this game. She asked the young owner how he liked her performance because she had spent a lot of time on it. In response, the young master said that he did not hear anything special, but he considers it an extremely polite gesture on her part. He admitted that he did not even know how to thank her for this performance. However, Shirin did not play for the sake of gratitude. If her performance was not exciting enough, then the reward for it does not make sense. Even if he did grant her one wish, it would still be inappropriate. It seems like an overly generous reward for an average performance that didn't really matter. Shirin found his words audacious, and she asked if he had any idea what she wanted. He replied that he did not know for sure, but he had some guesses. It seems to him that her true desire is undoubtedly power. The eyes of the girls who were around were shining anxiously. They felt that the boy might have gone over the legal limit. Even Mistress Shirin held her breath. The watchful gaze of the young master fell upon them, straining the atmosphere. Tension filled the air, as if before a storm. However, the young master felt quite confident, as if the situation was under control. His younger brother, unsuspecting, was just enjoying the moment as if nothing was happening. But suddenly, Li Rian felt that something was going on, and it caused alarm. And it was then that Surin turned to the young man. Her gaze was alert. Many guests, who are usually looking for the best kiss to entertain them, did not have one here, and this young man does not want to speak even in front of her. Extremely unusual. In-ho smirks, saying that she's just a bit better looking than the others. He hints that mercenaries who are paid for protection are unlikely to sacrifice themselves. Their own skin is more valuable to them. Besides, he didn't inform the Mudan clan of his visit, so how did Surin know he belonged to Hongjian? She might have been able to guess this, as he had recently visited the clan to teach them a lesson, and she wanted to verify if the rumors were true by gathering more information. Yun-ho was sure that only 2 cities in this martial world could possess this level of knowledge. Surin interrupted him, not understanding what he was making up now. But Yun-ho continued, noting that there was another place in Murim that taught the martial art of Kaizen, which included sensing and memory techniques. Now it seems that these girls are ready to take out a hidden weapon and attack him, hiding it under their dresses. Looking at one of the courtesans, Yun-ho advises her to take her time and not move if she values her life. The girls turned their eyes to Mistress Surin, not knowing what to do next. Yun-ho smiles. After all this, they will also accuse the young master, teaming up to silence him. Mistress Surin was silent at this moment. She understood that before her was a cunning opponent, a real unpleasant type. Meanwhile, Li Ryan, quite drunk, was lying there muttering something. While Yun-ho was talking to Surin about minor things, all the girls quietly left the hall. She was surprised to note that the boy was full of surprises. He talked a lot, but did not show any emotions. But Surin knows how much strength he needs for this. But he obviously doesn't need to know that. It was fun for him to watch them try to clean him up, a moment that could increase their power when she asked the girls to cast a spell on the young master. And now he understands why she chooses her guests so carefully. All for this. The choice of guests here depends on whether a person represents any value. This is his only way to survive among the powerful. Eun-ho noticed this immediately, comparing them to rats. For Murim's warriors, such a comparison is harsh, and since he has shown his true colors, they no longer want to see him as a guest. The young owner noted that her attitude was very interesting. Surin couldn't hold back and hit the table with hatred. She couldn't believe that this scoundrel had the audacity to say such a thing. It was obvious that the boy was just playing with her, and it was driving her crazy. Surin notes that his words make her doubt whether he really intends to support them, even though she took his jokes at face value. But Surin warned him not to relax. Rats also have teeth, and if provoked, they will definitely bite. He had better not turn her reflection into his personal amusement. Yun-ho, seeing the desperation in her eyes, thought that she should know when to lean in and when to threaten, especially when her pride was at stake. He decided to give advice. If she continued, let her prepare for the fact that he would break her neck without hesitation. Surin could hardly stand the insolence of this bastard and threatened that he would not get out of here unscathed either. She reminded him of the legendary blacksmith, the famous master Goyaju, and that this room was filled with his brutal creations. Regardless of his skill, he will not be able to avoid the thousands of traps that will attack from all sides. Eun-ho now understood what she meant, and wasn't even going to ask any further. Surin hoped that her words would tone down his arrogant arrogance a little. Suddenly, a drunk Lyrian appeared, not wanting to spoil their mood, but accidentally activated all the traps. He, a little worried, began to turn them off, fearing that they might work. It sounded like pure madness, and Surin didn't believe there was any way to turn them off. Returning to the room, she realized she needed to check at least one trap just to be sure. She knew that if she did not use the traps, she would die. But if she tried, she would also risk her life. There was no choice left. Surin pressed a hidden lever beside her. Time passed, but nothing happened. Lyrian repeated what he said again. All the traps have already been turned off. Surin was stunned. She had spent a fortune on these traps, and these guys just took them and turned them off with ease. The young master warned her not to drink anything, but she did not listen. Now she realized that she had signed her own death sentence. He does not have an iota of fear. If she dares to attack, she will be defeated. At that moment, she felt cornered by a rat. When the young owner left the room, he threw coins on the table. He apologized, explaining that it was not their fault that they drank so much alcohol. Although the cashier pointed out that 70 nyang were still missing, Surin was willing to forgive everything, if only they would already leave. She angrily replied that she would find a way to get the missing funds, even if she had to use her warriors to do so. The young owner only smiled, noting that she was full of life, even after all these events. Li Rian cheerfully waved her goodbye, even though the young master was in a hurry to take him away from her. When the servant asked if they could just let these guys go, Surin replied that there was nothing you could do here. They couldn't be held any longer. They knew who these people were, but had no way of attaching even a tracking amulet to them. All further decisions will be discussed with Lord Amon. Sure, Surin was upset, but what else could they do? That's not the problem. Yunho turned out to be too cunning a fox who masterfully bypassed all her traps. After this scoundrel left their facility, Surin wondered what to do next, because finding him now was simply impossible. While he was still here, she couldn't bring herself to take the next step. The guard recalled how, only after entering the room, he felt his presence. That man directed his aura directly at him, a warning that could not be ignored. Having dealt with many martial artists in the past, this bodyguard knew how to handle himself, and that was why he was hired as a bodyguard. Surin didn't understand how he managed to escape their attention so easily. Was not the strongest of her men at the head of her warriors. Of course, the opponent appeared to be extraordinary, but the thought that he retreated because of someone's aura seemed humiliating. However, the reason for his indecision was something else. He used an invisible energy to suppress his will, a level of skill he wouldn't even dare come close to. He used it so easily even against girls who had only demonstrated basic fighting skills. The fact is that this guy is much stronger than they thought, and according to their estimates, he is able to withstand even 24 masters. Perhaps he can even surpass them. This information sounded simply unbelievable to Surin. It was beyond logic, since the boy was too young for such abilities. But given the cases of extraordinary personalities, anything is possible. Surin did not understand who this young man was, who possessed such power and wealth at such an age. And his statement that when he first learned about their brothel, he thought they were rats only added to the indignation. If she had been in despair, she would have understood that she had to bow to him. And yet he told her that she had signed her own death warrant. She couldn't bear the thought that this scoundrel was such an insidious and unpleasant person. Still, she asked the head guard how they should proceed with him. The guard understood that all this could turn into a problem, and advised to turn to their allies, until the situation becomes public. Meanwhile, the young master was on top of Mount Udar. They said that they were following guards and merchants and eventually got lost. On the way back, they decided to collect the necessary supplies and deliver them to their homeland, so he ordered them to go forward, and then the brother realized that they would go back in a cart. Yunho was sure that they could handle the little difficulties on their own, but his brother was a little hesitant because it meant that he would have to drag him and run with him. As they were about to leave, they were suddenly stopped. It was a famous guy named Ginman who looked pretty beat up. Li Rian wondered what had happened to him, and why did he come here with such injuries, looking like a patient who could barely stand on his feet. The young master impatiently stated that he still had a lot of adventures ahead of him, so let Jin Meng speak quickly because he didn't have time. Jin Meng's gaze changed dramatically. He felt sincere gratitude to the young master for what he had done for him. After all, thanks to him, Jin Meng rediscovered the world of martial arts. The young master was sure that anyone in Jin Meng's place would have thought that he had almost saved his life. However, he had no desire to talk to him any further and asked his partner Li Rian to deal with the situation. Jin Meng only asked them to be careful, but he also needed to take care of his health. As he walked, Li Rian mused that their conversation had not ended on the best note, as if he had missed something important. Jin Ming understood that in a sense, the young master had indeed saved his life. Afterwards, they thanked the people for the lunch, which they were generously treated to. Satisfied and satisfied, they left the room with a sense of peace. Eunho couldn't even imagine that the food in an ordinary tavern in the middle of the road could be so delicious. Li Rian was convinced that it might have seemed so delicious compared to the meager food in Mutan. But this time, it was truly incredible. And then they suddenly heard the voice of a very familiar person, which made them look around in surprise. Surin appeared on the horizon with a wagon. But what is she doing here? They didn't even recognize her right away, but it was clear. She didn't come by herself, because she had already noticed that they were returning to the family. The young master realized that there must be something behind all this. After all, behind her stood the man who watched over them earlier, and everything fell into place. Eunho made it clear that they were already on their way, but the question remained, why did she stop them? She offered to go with her in her carriage, because she had certain plans in Wuhan. The brothers were sure that after a hearty dinner they would quickly become drowsy, and nothing could be better than sleeping in a wagon. The older brother gladly accepted this generous offer, telling the younger one to climb inside. However, the young master had absolutely no intention of going with them, no matter how much they asked him. Li Rian tried to convince him, but both of them were old enough not to fall for such tricks. Surin just looked at him with displeasure. She decided to intervene, saying that she herself was not a big fan of traveling in a carriage. Since the trip is not urgent, she offered to walk together. Yunho asked where exactly she was going to go. At this moment, Li Rian was so surprised that he could not utter a word. The young master held him firmly under his arm, as if he did not think of letting go. If Murin has any complaints, the young master has another free hand to help him put him in his place. Surin blushed, confused by the suggestion that he might carry her, even though she didn't want it at all and didn't even understand why she didn't like it. Surin felt uncomfortable and tried to somehow justify herself, but the boy was not going to talk to her for a long time, and hinted that something unpleasant would happen if she dared to touch him. She understood that she could not trust her body to this insolence, only if she were to lose her mind. But after a short thought, she still decided to agree, albeit with an expression of displeasure on her face, and the young master undertook to carry them all. She herself did not understand what was happening to her. At first she offered to travel together, but now she felt awkward. Lee Ryan, an experienced traveler, advised to close your eyes so as to breathe through your nose, because if you open your mouth, your throat may dry out. Serene felt how uncomfortable this situation was for her, and for the young owner, it was a moment for entertainment. He told them to fasten their seatbelts and hold on tighter so they wouldn't fall in the process. Activating their power, they instantly picked up speed. The man who was watching them barely managed to blink an eye as they disappeared from the field of view. He had never seen such a technique. After some time, they finally stopped. They stopped at a beautiful lake after this lively movement. Serene could not stand it and began to vomit. She was sickened after such maneuvers and rapid movements of the young master. Lee Ryan understood that everyone felt the same at first, but in reality, what was the difference? Surin, having finished, looked up at the young master. She couldn't understand how he and Lee Ryan had reached this level of stamina so quickly. When asked if she was all right, she was only surprised that the young master did not even sweat. He ran slowly, assuming that something like this might happen. Surin understood that there was concern in his words, even though he had treated her like baggage all this time. Yunho asked Lee Ryan to write a note to the man chasing them, to take his time because their final destination hasn't changed. He can use all his strength to chase, but still, he will not catch up with them. Murin didn't understand how Eunho knew about everything. Meanwhile, the pursuer made every effort, moving at full speed. He sought to catch up with them, using all his capabilities. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The large and lively city was full of energy and life. They entered the family estate. Their grandfather welcomed them as dear guests. He just wondered how it was that no matter where Eunho went, he always came back with someone new. Surin was happy to meet new people. She introduced herself and bowed in respect. The father of the young owner happily noted that this time at least a girl came with his son. He was also pleased to meet her. It was Hajin Yu. He was the lord of the manor, known and respected in this world. The lord ordered to prepare everything for a treat, and Surin immediately felt that she was in front of an important and noble person. But his son seemed simply unbearable and impudent to her. But she decided not to think about it just yet and concentrated on the treat. The head of the family asked how they met his son. Yunho said that it happened by chance, just like with Lee Ryan when they met on the street. They talked about various small things, and the woman remembered that she had business in Wuhan, so she joined their company. The head realized that Serene was probably looking for a place to stay, but she admitted that she didn't know for sure yet. The lord then offered her to stay at their estate if it would not cause them any inconvenience. She happily agreed. The lord added that his son's guests were his guests, and if it was all right, they could stay until they had finished their business. Serene thanked Lord Jinyu for his hospitality. All this time she tried to think of a reason to stay, but she did not expect that everything would happen so quickly and easily. Despite their warm attitude and willingness to receive her, she was surprised at how easily she earned the lord's trust. And suddenly a man burst into the room. It was obvious that he was very panicked. He brought the lord news of serious trouble. The man who entered noticed that the head was not alone because there were guests sitting at the table. The head assured that everything was fine as they were his son's guests, but asked what had happened. The man said in a low voice that 3 people from the Yan's branch in Honam had been found dead. The head realized that those scum finally crossed all limits. Yunho ate calmly, realizing that the situation with Yang's branch in Honam could have serious consequences. Surin decided to interject and suggested that it might be related to the Forest King from Henson, but everyone wondered how she knew such details. The girl explained that she had heard about the recent intervention of the King of the Forest in the city's affairs. She suggested that it was probably a conflict of interest between the estate and the Forest King's lands that led to these complications. Surin asked if the head had tried to negotiate with him, adding that the King of the Forest was unlikely to come to an easy understanding. The chief was impressed by her intelligence, but later wondered why she was explaining the whole situation so confidently. One of the people said they tried to negotiate, but all their offers were rejected. Surin realized that this was predictable, as trying to negotiate in the beginning could really damage their reputations. Ever since they were rejected, even just negotiating with the King of the Forest had become difficult. They took measures to make his lands and mountains impassable to them. Surin realized that they were probably using a special formation if her guess was correct. The head confirmed that they had resorted to a cunning method to block all communication with the king, forcing them to leave Honam. If this is indeed the formation, then maybe young Master Li Ryan can help them. He was ready to use all his powers to help, but the head hesitated, remembering that Li Ryan had said that he was traveling to study and gain experience, so how could he help in such a situation? However, Li Xing could vouch for his skills in this matter. Li Ryan witnessed him turning the high-class Goyaja formation into dust, and looked at Surin as he remembered that moment. When they first heard about the Goyaja formation, their impressions were unforgettable. The hostess was a little offended, feeling that it was about her. Li Ryan explained that thanks to them, he would be able to meet the shaman he had wanted to see for a long time, so he was willing to help. Although he is a skilled craftsman who trains daily, he will be useful as much as he can. Surin asked how they felt about luring the king of the forest. She was sure that it would make the negotiations much easier. The chapter considered this possibility, and Surin proposed several methods for implementation. The chief was impressed by her willingness to provide so much help. Yunho wondered if it would be too much of a burden for Surin to help the estate. If they make a wrong move, who will be responsible for the consequences? Probably she is. But Surin was thinking more about the future and assured that the support would not be a burden for her. Yunho gave her an indifferent but interested look, trying to understand what she meant by the future. Surin asked if he understood it wrong. Later, the events are transferred to another place. A faithful friend and servant goes through the swamp, spending all his strength on this path. Day after day, he continues to chase them, but in no way can catch up with them, feeling almost like a loser. That night in the chief's office, they discussed that these people were going beyond their patience. They can't figure out if they are using force to intimidate, but this time, it's ordinary people who are hurt. It was absolutely unacceptable for the leader. It seemed that the moment was ripe for the next step and a possible dialogue. It was about what his son had done with the Aso group. The advisor fully agreed, noting that the Aso faction was responsible for the events of the day. But they did not represent the entire Green Forest. It seems that Jin saw his son's attempt to change the traditions as a big problem. Maybe it really is time to do something about it. However, all this seemed too difficult for the leader to believe. Someone who was bedridden and started learning martial arts just 5 years ago is now capable of such things. It's incredible. There's no need to pretend the leader doesn't know. If he ever has to discuss this with a young master, now is the time to talk. He is excited and worried at the same time. Should I move on or be more careful with this dangerous stranger from the forest? Yunho stayed up all night because something was bothering him and kept him awake. He thought about what might happen because of that incident. The next morning, everything went on as usual. As usual, he went to his morning training. In the morning, he began to meditate. Focusing his energy, he devoted himself fully to the practice. And at a certain moment, he felt strange sounds begin to appear around him. Concrete blocks, lined up in a row, stood in front of him. There were about 5 of them. He focused on them, wanting to make them crash. Focusing his meditation on his breath, he began to release energy from within. After a while, the blocks began to shake. They shuddered as if dancing, and trembled more and more. At that moment, Yunho directed a powerful burst of energy at them. Like an arrow, this energy shot out of him. Hitting one of the blocks, she sent it flying to the side. He continued to send out energy punches. Blocks under their influence began to fly in all directions. With a wave of the hand, he began to swirl the air around him. Soon, all the blocks flew in different directions. Opening his eyes, the boy glanced at his result. He was pleased with himself for reaching this level of skill. While on your territory, he felt at home, the best place for training and rest. Here he could relax, eat when he was hungry, and sleep when he was tired without fear of having to fight someone. When he first became aware of himself in this body, he was a little confused and even wanted to avoid this fate. But in the end, it was a great choice. Li Ryan was thinking about the planning all this time. He noticed that the structure had a weak point, vulnerable to external attacks, and suggested using this to their advantage. When they invade an enemy lair, strategy can be employed to prevent escape. The whole situation resembled a well-planned trap, and the question arose, what were they going to do from this place? Suddenly, a young owner appeared behind them and asked permission to look. Li Ryan had been strategizing for the Supreme Coalition all this time, but he was surprised that his friend was interested in it. Yunho must not have heard the latest news yet, and really he had no idea. It turned out that a mysterious thief appeared, who was already nicknamed Divine. Surin added that he should not be underestimated, because this time, he even robbed the Samshi Association. The only question is it really possible? When they arrived here, Surin behaved so strangely, as if she had already become a member of their family, forever getting into all kinds of trouble. Yunho even began to think that this girl was planning to stay here. Surin and the head didn't believe that even transcendent level masters could handle it on their own, and doubted that the thief was working alone. Yunho looked at Surin suspiciously. Even his little sister started to circle around her, and this kindness made him wonder if she must be up to something. The head explained that the Samhui Association is one of the 4 great associations of the Central Plains, and they are dependent on the Moi family. It was strange that such an incident happened. Serene was sure that the Moi family and the Muramu alliance would probably lose their reputation because of this incident. They must be panicking right now. In the near future, they may ask for the cooperation of the Trade Association in the case of the Divine Thief. The chapter received a letter from the Alliance this morning saying they would be sending an investigator here. Yunho wondered why the head asked Lee Ryan to check the building's security in case a thief decided to break into them. The head was sure that after what had happened in Samhui's association, this thief was a serious threat. They are one of those through whom huge sums of money pass. Serene was convinced that the reason the Alliance had sent the investigator was because they believed the appearance of a thief in the Supreme Coalition was likely. The head confirmed that the master of the Supreme Coalition had consulted with the Emperor on this matter. Suddenly, Unho burst out laughing. He joked that Surin would stop scaring his father and causing unnecessary panic. The boy was convinced that his task with his father was simply to find and catch this brazen thief. He promised that he himself would come and capture him, whoever he was, without any extra plans or complications. During a walk with her sister, she said how glad she was that Surin lives with them. My sister said that for her, Serene is like Rina. She knows so much and is so kind. She likes how warmly they treat her, but Yunho warns her that Serene is only pretending. He warned that his sister does not know how cold and calculating Surin really is. If that's the case, why did she come here? Asked the sister, to which Unho admitted that he had not invited her. She followed him of her own free will. However, the sister suggested that it was because Surin liked Yunho's older brother, which sent him into a wave of indignation. The sister went on to point out that if she followed him, she must have found him attractive, and then the question remains, why did she follow him in the first place? Yunho decided to clarify. It was not because of curiosity, but because of his strength. However, the sister was convinced that Surin found him interesting, and perhaps admired his power. She even hinted that Surin is thinking about marrying Yunho's young master, who just can't accept the idea. Later, he successfully guided his sister to the academy. Accidentally paid attention by the number of people who were here. It seemed that a whole crowd had gathered, for the east and west gates were closed. And all this probably because of the Divine Thief, strengthened external security and increased the number of internal patrols. Now the luggage and personal belongings of anyone who seems suspicious are searched. Yunho thought it was too much of a problem for one thief, but this unusual thief truly defied everyone. He thought to himself that it would be easier to just not let him in than to prepare for such events. At the same time, the leader understood that they could not catch him. No one knew his motives, appearance, or location. Serene advised the host to wait and watch, as the entire Muramu alliance had already informed them about the dispatch of the investigator. Wunho was angry that even Surin, this woman, had caught his father's attention. Suddenly, a security guard stopped a suspicious person nearby. He demanded to show what was in his bag. The young master fixed his gaze on this scene. Opening the bag, the guard saw soybeans that the peasant had grown on his land. The peasant brought them here to see if he could sell them at the highest price. In this case, the guard decided to let him through, allowing him to enter. But the young master did not stop there. He kept a close eye on this man. There was something about him that seemed unusual, and then his gaze stopped at the man's feet. For a farmer, he had 2 wide and strong legs. It was clearly someone undercover. The man headed for the granary. He approached the worker who was engaged in assessing the harvest. He said that the harvest was quite good, and if he wanted to sell only this bag, he would offer 10 for it and 12 for 2. Without thinking, the man agreed to sell the bag for 10. Leaving the building, he began to carefully look around. His gaze rested on a place where the guards were extremely vigilant. After a while, one of the soldiers was carrying a suitcase. It was obvious that this suitcase was carefully guarded. That was the total sales this morning. The so-called farmer watched this closely and overheard conversations about the Supreme Coalition's vault. Unho continued to follow suspicious people, asking them where they came from and why, while this wretch slipped through the streets of the city. He was not visible at all in the crowd. Soon he entered a quiet alley. The alley looked quite dull and deserted. Approaching the building, he pulled one of the bricks. A secret room opened before him. Inside was a note he had received. Without hesitation, he closed the secret room. He didn't expect anyone to be watching his actions closely. When he started walking away from that place, he heard someone stop behind him. Looking around, the farmer saw that someone was standing behind him. Yunho turned to him, noting that he had a very strange gait and didn't look like a farmer at all. And he also hung around suspiciously for a long time near the vault of the Supreme Coalition. When asked, "Who are you?" the farmer began to read a note that mentioned the Supreme Coalition, and tonight. Yun-ho found his victim and asked him what he had planned for the evening. However, the farmer denied that he did not know what he was talking about. Suddenly, he jerked forward, trying to escape. However, Yun-ho quickly moved and was already standing in front of him, blocking the way. He hinted that if this farmer was really a man with a brain, he should not have forgotten what he was going to do. Farmer realized that he was standing in front of a master with whom he could not compare. Yun-ho emphasized that this type is not at all as impressive as they say it is. His skills were good, but the man assured him that he was not the thief. From his face, the young master understood that he was scared, because he had been caught. However, he himself never admitted that he was a thief. And at that moment, the farmer suddenly started using martial arts, trying to escape. But he suddenly stopped in the air. He felt someone grab his leg. Yun-ho offered him to tell everything himself or choose another option, to get beaten. The thief gritted his teeth, realizing whose hands he had fallen into. At this moment in the main building of the chapter, they welcomed a person who came unannounced. This man belonged to the sect of beggars. He was upset that they had not received his letter. His name was Chugwang, and he came not only as a sect elder, but also as an investigator sent by the Alliance. The chief didn't quite understand what investigator meant in the Central Plains, but he knew that this man was looking for someone. He understood that as an investigator, they had not sent anyone, but a whole important figure. An elder. It was a very serious matter. He also realized that Lady Surin was right when she spoke about the incident that had seriously affected the pride of the Muramu Alliance. Later, Surin met her man, who reported that all 3 witnesses named the same place. He was convinced of this. Surin felt that someone important was behind this, but she did not expect that such a powerful person was involved. If the message from the young master of the Supreme Coalition turns out to be wrong, the sword may turn against them. Surin understood that they had already crossed the line and interfered, so now they must stick to their original goals. Although her human didn't quite like it, and although it will sound rather rude, he wanted to ask Surin a question. He was worried that she was forming a relationship with the young master. Meanwhile, the head continued his conversation with the representative of the beggar sect, who said that the sect had been following them for a long time, and their scouting party had crossed paths with them many times. The elder was ashamed to admit that every attempt to find and catch the thief had failed. In terms of maneuverability, the divine thief had no equal. His skills were at an impressive level, and the head shared this confidence. Based on this information, they planned to take countermeasures in the Supreme Coalition territories where the thief might appear. The elder of the beggar sect did not know that someone outside of their sect had this information, and suspected that it was the young master who was able to arrange everything. Suddenly, Surin enters the room. She looks calm but notices the guest present. Looking closely, she recognizes this person. Their faces expressed mutual surprise and anxiety. They clearly knew each other well. The elder asked Master Ha if this rat told about the connection with the witnesses and the divine thief. Surin realized that the Alliance had sent this old assassin here. He even asked the head to expel this woman, calling her the head of the evil and dirty Hao sect. Hearing this, the chief tried to remain calm and declared that she was his guest. The elder of the beggar sect knew about her cold-bloodedness and shamelessness. However, the head insisted that she was his guest and asked to treat her with respect. He reminded the elder that he should respect his guests, regardless of their background. The elder could barely contain himself as he realized who this woman was and felt disgusted in her presence. Surin realized that she would have to reveal her identity one day anyway, and thought that she couldn't stay here after that. However, even after learning about her true nature, the head did not turn his back on her. He remained a true gentleman. If she had such a father-in-law, she might even think about marriage. The elder of the beggars still did not understand how this had happened, although they had prepared carefully. Even with increased security measures, new loopholes could appear. They decided to invite several martial arts masters to help. Surin interjected, saying that she had heard that the experts from the Sam Hui Association did not help during the theft, and that there was no point in wasting effort on such unnecessary activities. The Supreme Coalition has masters who are not inferior in combat skills to people from the Alliance. And if they also possess strategic thinking, there are 2 more people who are excellent at both. Surin hinted that maybe they don't need help from the outside at all. They will manage on their own. The chief looked at her, listening to the words, but did not understand who she meant by 2. The girl apologized for not telling earlier, and the head asked with interest who these 2 were. Surin then revealed that one of them was a young master, and the other was a shadow squad master under her command, Gu Hoi. The chief did not believe that she was referring to his son as a capable master. The elder of the beggar sect was convinced that the young master could not match the great master of the shadow sect due to his lack of experience, and was quick to express his doubts. But Surin believed that they did not yet know what the young master was really capable of. The elder did not want to devalue his abilities and apologized. However, he assured that Surin does not realize the full importance of the information he is transmitting. He hinted that the divine thief's goal might not have been money. Surin asked what he meant because he doesn't even do it for fame, because no one knows about him. The elder explained that if they thought carefully, they would be able to understand who was behind it. The head pushed him to continue if he had any guesses. The elder explained that during the robbery of the Samhui Association, a very small amount of valuables was stolen. Gossip only inflated the situation and rumors spread quickly. This caused panic among the investors as their funds were invested in the association and they started withdrawing their money. The elder suggested that the real goal of the thief was to undermine the confidence of investors. This cunning maneuver forced them to withdraw their investment from the association and invest it elsewhere, which undermined people's confidence. It is still unknown who is behind this case, but the beggar sect has some guesses. Once investors start putting their money elsewhere, they will find out who is behind it. Surin noted that if the elder decided to just wait, it looked like he was hoping the thief would reveal himself. But the elder warned that taking it lightly is a mistake, because it is not known who is behind it. Although the Hao clan has the best intelligence in the world, unlike the beggar sect, they are only newbies here. These words sounded quite categorically in relation to the hostess. Recently, there was a secret meeting of the unorthodox factions and representatives of Nanman at the Hao clan tavern. But Serene did not know the details yet. The conversation was about the leader of the unorthodox faction, Mu Song, and she was trying to prove that she was sure a divine thief was behind it. Hearing about the unorthodox faction, the head of the Ha clan was shocked, and the elder of the beggar sect was no less surprised. The thief's bright red ear indicated that the young owner had caught him well. He admitted that he was dealing with an unorthodox faction led by Mu Song and that everything he was doing was on their orders and plan. Yunho couldn't understand why they were robbing the Supreme Coalition then, if she had nothing to do with it. With pain and screams, the thief began to tell him everything. But soon fear overtook him and he turned green. He fell breathless. Something unknown happened, and he did not have time to tell everything. Yunho thought that maybe he scared him so much because it was obvious that this guy was dying. But suddenly, masked people appeared behind him, and their leader declared that he had given the servant the poison, knowing that he would not keep his mouth shut. Did this guy think he could reveal their secrets and stay alive? In his hands, the leader held something that looked like a transmitter. Betrayed and trapped, the boy died before he could tell everything. Yunho glared at this killer and knew he would have to have a good word with him, but he wasn't alone here. Yunho once heard about the Yadgu poison that helps warriors dominate others. This poison is considered extremely deadly, and it is very difficult to obtain it. Such a poison acts in pairs like a female and a male. When one of the carriers feels pain, the other also feels it. Yadga is used to control a person by introducing one parasite into the body and destroying another. Just imagine the excruciating pain the victim feels from the parasite moving inside. This horror cannot be described in words. While studying with his master, Yunho remembered that the rice had a wet taste, and although it seemed strange to discuss such things during meals, the master seemed to enjoy such conversations. Yunho remembered that anyone who swallowed Yadgu would either die in excruciating agony or commit suicide, thus being exploited to the hilt, followed by a miserable death. This man clearly would not take such poison voluntarily, knowing that he would die. Yunho suggested that in such a situation, it could be assumed that this man was working for them against his will. It remained to be seen whether this was true, but in any case, it seemed that he did come across the main criminals. He noticed that the conversation with this dead boy was much more interesting and pleasant than with them. Yunho even felt a little sympathy for him considering his suffering as he was about to die. The masked people looked at him as if he were crazy. They, however, understood that their master had been exposed. And now they have to kill Yunho, so they rush at him with knives. But Yunho just waved his finger, implying that it was their own fault if they died, and wanted to settle things amicably. One of the killers just shouted, "Shut up, you bastard!" The young master easily dodged the dagger. He noticed that this guy was targeting the acupuncture points on his neck, which distinguished the methods of the criminals from the righteous factions. But it didn't bother him. He just smiled. Yunho lightly touched the assassin's forehead with his finger. As a result, he fell down, as if from the impact of a projectile, and remained lying breathless. The colleague of the murdered man, seeing that Yunho put his friend down with a light movement of his finger, swung his sword and almost touched the young master's face. However, Yunho's aura was so powerful that the sword began to melt from her power. The killer's face showed shock. He had never seen anything like it before, and the boy seemed to enjoy the moment. A quiet town perked up as the assassin flew away from Yunho's aura and began to slowly fall from the roof. Falling to the ground, he looked like an ordinary loser. Yunho turned to the survivor and asked him to give him the item. Soon, he felt a blow on his head, but now the poison control item was in his hands. All this commotion was caused by a small casket the size of a fist. Opening it, he decided to see what was inside. He saw that the creature in the casket had already died, having expelled all the poison. Yunho turned to the enemy, asking if he was still alive, writhing in pain. But the boy replied that he could not bear it anymore and asked to kill him. Yunho decided to help him, reassuring him that if he couldn't do it himself, he would still die. So just shut up and bear it, Yunho told him. He realized that nothing could be done with the poison that had already been released. But if he can trap the cursed creature in an energy trap before it releases all the poison, it was only necessary to find where it was. He began to carefully feel the boy's body, and soon felt this accursed creature. A smile appeared on Yunho's face when he found it. He knew he only had seconds to act. Soon the creature began to be enveloped in his chi energy. There was only a moment between life and death. The boy, writhing in pain, asked what was going on, but Yunho informed that he managed to block the cursed creature before it died, and before the poison was released. It meant he wouldn't die. Now all that was left was to get this creature out of his body, Yunho asked when he last went to the toilet. This question seemed strange to the boy, but he remembered that he had forgotten when it was. He remembered that the last time he had been to the toilet was 2 days ago. Yunho wondered how many times he had eaten during that time. The man replied that he had eaten about 3 times, but didn't understand why Yunho was asking this. Yunho ordered him to vomit. He explained that the creature, along with everything else, must come out of him in this way. After some time, the man survived. Kneeling down, he thanked the young master for his kindness. When asked if there was any way he could thank him for saving his life, Yunho just smiled and said he could start right now. The boy asked him to explain the reason for the robbery of the Supreme Coalition. The man admitted that he did not know the real reason at all. He really doesn't know anything, even about the previous robbery of the Association. He was only following orders. Yunho was a little disappointed, because he turned out to be just a tool that was used and then abandoned. Eventually, the man remembered that he knew the location of Chol Musong's hideout. Yunho decided to take advantage of this and said, "Since you know that, take me there." He doesn't care why they attacked the Supreme Coalition. They will answer to him for their actions. A simple peasant did not understand that the boy was seriously going to rush into hell itself. But Yunho asked, "Are you afraid of death?" In part, the man was no longer afraid of anything, although he thought that the boy was crazy because his enemy was one of the 24 strongest, King Monson. He didn't understand why Yunho was so confident that he could handle him on his own. The villager thought that maybe if it wasn't for Yunho, he would have died from the poison by now. He decided to go with him to the very end, no matter what. Yunho noticed that the boy was quite fast. Yunho thought that it was much easier to run like this without having to drag anyone along. An incredibly fortified fortress stood in the mountains. Loyal warriors came to greet the master, the supreme commander of the Central Lands clan, Master Chol. When Master Chol heard that he was called Supreme Commander, it gave him a sense of superiority. He felt himself superior to the people of the South, even though they often boasted in vain, yet there was something insincere in their words. But how can he be so harsh in his words? It must have been just a mask. When communicating with him, the warriors addressed him as the Supreme Commander, which caused a certain tension in the eyes of their leader. One of the men apologized, thinking that his words might offend the master, but knew that one should not expect good things from someone who insults Chol. Then Chol approached him, feeling that now they were on the same side, and the task no longer seemed overwhelming. He noted that perhaps the warrior was worried that he might have inadvertently offended the master. The man apologized for his attitude, explaining that he had always acted this way, and Master Chol knew it. But now he had to make it clear who he supported, even if he had to risk it. The master couldn't promise that he wouldn't be punished after that. The words sounded ominous, and the tamed wolves of the warriors began to growl in response to the threat. They did not tolerate when their masters were threatened. The man decided that his patience was exhausted. He was surrounded by his guards and wolves who growled at Master Chol. Master Chol stated that the jokes had gone too far, and one must be careful with one's words to avoid misunderstandings. What he didn't expect was that these wild beasts from the south would undoubtedly show their fury without paying attention to the person in front of them. Chol explained that he was only testing their loyalty to his master and apologized for going too far. In his mind, the warrior from the south understood that he had teamed up with this boy only to invade the Central Plains. Although he would rather have nothing to do with him, he had to endure it. Meanwhile, Wunho and the guide arrived at the fortress of Chol Musong, the head of the SP clan. The man, who lived in a separate part of the fortress, was under increased security. About 100 people were standing at the entrance. If there really are warriors from the south there, Yunho might have to face extremely strong beasts. He smiled, sensing that this was going to be fun. The guide was startled by his words and froze in fear, but the young master asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Of course, he refused, because this trip looked like a real suicide. The guide was convinced that the boy was simply crazy, because even thinking about it seemed terrifying to him. Meanwhile, Master Chol thought things were going pretty smoothly. If Ajin can complete the errand, more people will rush to collect their money. Even if they take their funds, their anxiety will not go away, and there will be no one to catch them. And when peace comes, the faith in the Big Four associations will be shaken even more. Then they will be able to create their own organization, as they planned. And then they will hang Yanzin's head on the city gate. This will be the only hope for the association, which even managed to catch the divine thief. The faithful people from the south will stand on the protection of this place. They will show that their beasts are of great importance to the protection of the association, and then people will rush to invest in their organization. Master Chol often said that the wild beasts from the south were far stronger than any other. Everyone was waiting for the results, because time was limited. The era of the four major associations was coming to an end, and this marked the beginning of the era of Chol Monsoon. A loud crack echoed throughout the room. Chol turned his attention to the sound from outside. He ordered one of the soldiers to go and find out what was happening. The gate shuddered as if someone huge was trying to break in. The warriors heard something gigantic ram their gate, and after a moment, the young owner almost destroyed the protective barrier. The giant castle was falling apart before our eyes. No matter how hard Yunho beat, the gate still held, although the warriors couldn't understand how he would even break it with his own hand. Yunho nonchalantly bangs on the door, muttering that it could be lighter or just open it for him. And here, their powerful fortress gates crumble in front of the soldiers. They retreat, not knowing what army to expect. But instead of an army, only one figure appears before them. A cocky Yunho walks in and asks why the door to the thieves' lair is so strong. The guide watches from afar with admiration, realizing that the boy possesses strength on another level. Yunho notices that the conductor looks quite funny. Then he emphatically declares that all these people are just thieves. One of the soldiers, holding a sword, asks him who the hell he is. Yunho calmly pats him on the head, saying that he's just an ordinary guy. He passes by as if nothing happened. The warriors are horrified by the insolence of some boy who dared to disturb them. They decide that this scoundrel must be destroyed. Yunho lights up like a ghost. Turning to the soldiers, his eyes begin to shine like lasers and burn everything in their path. Smiling, he says that if someone is lucky enough to survive, then it is worth living the next life with dignity. Chawul, hearing that some guy broke into their fortress and created chaos, becomes furious. He orders to deal with him quickly without unnecessary delay. No one should be merciful. He seethed with indignation that because of this impudence, his reputation might be tarnished in the eyes of the guests. He orders to capture the boy before the feast begins. Otherwise, he promises to kill everyone. One of the warrior guests declares that he will go after this brat. He promises to return to the banquet hall only after bringing his head. The guide observes the consequences of the battle that the young master arranged. There are piles of bodies lying around, and the boy didn't even use a sword. He looked around, seeing complete chaos. This young man could deal with all the enemies on his own. He was a really crazy scoundrel. Every time a warrior tried to attack him, Yunho caught their swords with his bare hands and threw them far away, many meters, with a powerful blow. He calmly accepted 1-on-3 challenges and was not even embarrassed. No sword could even scratch his skin. Yunho told them more than once that it was all completely painless, and over time, the soldiers began to believe it. The warriors did not know what to do with this horror, because its QE energy did not penetrate their swords. The young master only stated that it was because they were too weak. Unho expertly showed them where the crayfish spend the winter. He was too strong, and it was extremely difficult for them to hold him back. Even though he didn't even draw his sword, he just wanted these bastards out of the way. Directing his powerful energy at them, he made them pant like beaten dogs. Some invisible force began to scatter them in different directions. The soldiers could not believe it. It seemed impossible. This guy could use the energy blast technique. Yunho remembered how he had once destroyed a limitless horde of ant monsters. It took him 2 days to overcome that horde. If his memory serves him right, even the queen bowed to him. The warriors realized that even if this was their last battle, they should try to face him at least once. They rushed at Unho in a horde. The boy calmly deflected their blows, even when hundreds of swords appeared around his body. For him, it was just an unnecessary obstacle on the way. because he will not stop until he meets Chornison. Despite the difficulties, he moved forward, becoming faster and faster. Using his ki energy, he blasted enemies into the air. He felt the power of dominating the situation. The warriors, as if on foot, flew in different directions, but suddenly a dagger flashed in the sky. It flew straight into his head. The boy easily fought him off, but still was a little surprised by this attack. The dagger, like a boomerang, returns back to the hands of its owner. Towering over Yunho, the man declares that if he thinks he can act so arrogantly here, he is deeply mistaken. Yunho only curiously asks who this arrogant guy is, and why he even allows himself to call him high-minded. The conductor, hiding behind the wall, asks Yunho to be careful, although the boy thought that he was no longer among the living. Yunho turns his attention to the horde and the leader that descended upon him. It was Muk Helhum, the right-hand man of Chol Musong, known as the Bloodblade, and the second most powerful man in the entire Sap clan. All this information was successfully transmitted by that vagabond. Seeing this informant, Yunho realizes that he was leaking valuable information to him just from around the corner. Angel shouts indignantly, "Why did he bring this guy here in the first place, just to cause them trouble?" They were told that if he carried out his plan, he would be able to save his life. The man, full of hatred, became even more angry. It was all a delusion, because they didn't even try to help him. They just wanted to kill him. The young master has removed the poison they gave this poor tramp, so he wants nothing more to do with them. Yangle Ten mockingly declares that the tramp is a fool who thinks he can escape because he has been poisoned. Yunho was already tired of their empty talk. Maybe they should go to the tavern, have a drink, and discuss it all there? These words only angered Yangle Ten even more. He recognized that their opponent was a self-righteous brat. Yang Ten vows to take the lives of everyone here, especially these two scoundrels. Flashing a sharp sword, he rushes to attack. Using the Bloodblade technique, he tries to gain the upper hand. Like a ghost, he circles in the air, moving with incredible speed. His swift blade nearly breaks through Yunho's defenses, seemingly about to hit him. Yangle Ten was sure that his sword had penetrated the boy's body, but instead he sees that, with a smile on his face, Yunho stopped his sword with 2 fingers. The army watched in shock as Muk Helkum's legendary Bloodblade was humiliated, as easily as if it were an ordinary spoon. He stopped that formidable blade with just 2 fingers. Yunho mockingly comments that while Yang Diol's sword is good, the wielder himself is just a stinking vessel. Bloodblade, stricken with anger and humiliation, shouts that his opponent is a pathetic poser with no real skills. Yunho, on the other hand, is happy, because these words, called mediocre, only amuse him. Yahello could not believe in the impudence of his opponent, and suddenly his blade flies out of his hand like a traitor, leaving him defenseless. The foot of the young master hits the chest of the master, throwing him far to the side. Bloodblade can't accept the fact that some brazen boy defeated him. Looking up, he freezes with his mouth wide open, his own sword now floating in the air. Eunho holds the sword under control by using his ki energy. This is true swordsmanship. The young master remarks that the master is obviously unworthy of such a blade. "So it's all right," he says with a hint of contempt. "A man like you doesn't deserve this sword." Yunho points his finger towards the master, and the sword of the Bloodblade, obeying the command, pierces its owner. At this point, the master barely has time to understand what has happened before his eyes go blank. In this crazy situation, the master realizes that these last breaths are his final ones. This made a tremendous impression on all the warriors around. The young master lets the master go with honor, but firmly. With his Kui energy, he turns the sword back, pulling it from Bloodblade's chest. Yunho takes the sword in his hands, holding it confidently. He declares that he will not hesitate to decapitate any of these warriors if they try to stand in his way again. Wolves sense the approach of danger from afar. Their keen instincts allow them to anticipate a threat long before it appears, making them extremely cautious and alert. Their master was worried if Liv was all right, because the behavior of the wolves indicated a possible danger that could threaten his friend. Since beasts don't retreat without reason, Chanley was convinced that their guest wasn't even worth getting his hands dirty with. They weren't supposed to go into action until they were ready to receive the rushers, and judging by the silence outside, one could assume that the boy had already been dealt with. But the animals suddenly began to react violently, baring their teeth in the direction where everything was happening, signaling danger. The guest became unsure, and they decided that it would be better to see for themselves what was happening. Chongli then loudly asked his warriors if everything was all right, trying to understand the situation. In response, the gate began to creak, as if under the influence of some unknown force. Some mysterious energy began to open the gate, filling the air with tension. As the young master entered, Kwai energy began to fill the room, creating a sense of power and menace. Yingho carefully looked around for any traces of the Seipi clan. Shongli indignantly asked who this brat was that dared to appear here. Our hero replied that he was dealing with Limason from Sape. The old man realized that even the Sword of Glory could not stop him. And how dare he break into his clan and home? When he looked at the guest's hands, he saw a sword in his right hand, which confirmed his worst fears. It turns out that Mook Helgoma was killed by this young man, which seemed unbelievable. Yingho shouted enthusiastically, urging this brat to come forward. The head of the clan himself turned to him, asking if it was him he was addressing. If he is not mistaken, standing before him is Cholmusong himself, known for his power. The clan leader could not understand how to respond to such audacity. It was just incredible. Judging by how madly he entered, the boy must be looking for his own demise. If he can't control his impulses, he'd rather let them out somewhere in the mountains. Why come here and make a mess? This is simply lawlessness. Well, business, said the young owner, comparing the situation. Compared to what he does against the clans in the Central Plains, his antics can hardly be called disorder. Cholmusong then paid attention to his words and narrowed his eyes in alarm. Yingho continued. One thief came back to life and confessed that he was the one who destroyed everyone around him during the recent skirmishes. And he did it only because Black Song ordered him. They realized that that damned peasant Yan Jinte was a real fool who had given away all the secrets. The arriving guests looked at Cholmusong and understood how miserable he was after such loud statements. Yingho had not yet told anyone that this was his handiwork. You can say he was lucky. The young master offered to stop these robberies, at least until his reputation was damaged. Hearing these words, Cholmusong laughed without hiding his anger. "Some boy challenges the king and threatens me," he shouted. Yingho warned that if he really threatened, Cholmusong would be on the verge of death. He first hits, and then verbally intimidates. The king recognized that this boy's arrogance knew no bounds. He doesn't know how he managed to take the sword from that lad, but in the end he will get an unmarked grave. Then Musonga's guest suggested that, if they were going to kill this guy anyway, they better let the predators rest. Although he felt that the young man was obeying someone, he sought to expand his position from the south. He ordered his wolf warriors to attack without wasting time. These predators, huge wolves, rushed to attack the young master, ready to tear him apart. However, he only watched with a smile as these beautiful creatures ran towards him. They are really cute creatures, he thought, not at all afraid. He wasn't even going to fight them, just looked into their eyes and they stopped. Moreover, they did not just stop, but also bowed before him, as if recognizing him as their master. It was a shock to Cholmusong. Who is this man before whom his own wolves obey? He could not believe that these loyal beasts, who had always fearlessly rushed at their enemies, were now standing in front of him with their tails biting. Yingho noted that the wolves were smarter than their owners. They realized that before them was an enemy that should not be exposed. Enraged, Cholmusong drew his sword, unable to contain his hatred. His patience was exhausted. These events pushed him to the extreme. Yingho warned that this was his last chance to save his reputation, but Cholmusong knew that the only way to save his honor was to cut this guy to pieces. He possessed a martial art that was second to none, and he was confident of his victory. From the Kui energy coming from him, the warriors were forced to close their eyes from the blinding power. They understood, here it is, the power of one of the 24 great masters. Yingho looked at him and saw an ugly face distorted with anger. His strength did not seem so powerful. He definitely gave him a chance, but if so, then you can't do anything. He activated his power, filling the space with Kui energy. The entire room was filled with this powerful energy, creating an atmosphere of tension. At that moment, this energy began to literally destroy ordinary people with its power. Cholmusong could not believe that such an incredible force was against him. They seemed to be almost equal in strength, but something was wrong. Their chi energies collided, coming into direct contact. Suddenly, when they came together, there was an explosion. But the fact is that the energy of the young master overshadowed the power of Cholmusong. He felt his power suppressed and could not accept it. This boy surpassed him in strength, which was unbelievable. Yingho watched this with excitement in his eyes, enjoying the moment. He was burning with chi energy. He adored this feeling of superiority, and he was ready to prove his strength to this opponent. Musong was still trying to resist this powerful energy, concentrating all his strength not to succumb to its pressure. However, he felt this chakra pressing heavily on him, causing him to lose control and balance. With each step as the young master approached him, the pressure became unbearable. His confidence began to waver, the understanding of his own weakness seeping into his consciousness. He was thrown back by the force of this opponent who was relentlessly advancing. Yingho noticed that Musong seemed to be about to cut him down. But where had his initiative gone? After all, his name was on the list of 24 great masters of martial arts. But the fear of the young master constrained him more and more. Musong's face contorted in mortal terror as he realized the power of this pro-light standing right in front of him. Yingho emphasized that if Musong wanted to keep even an iota of his honor, he would have to kill himself. But, judging by everything, it will be extremely difficult for him. Zhongli Musong stared at this brat. Until now, he had never met an opponent he couldn't defeat with his true blade. Holding the sword in his hands, he asked if he would be able to defeat his opponent again, or if maybe this time things would be different. At that moment, rage filled his heart and he swung his blade with all his might. Yingho watched him and thought how ridiculous he was in his futile attempt. After their collision, their auras merged into a single powerful field. There was a large-scale explosion that shook everything around. He destroyed the entire building, turning it into ruins. After some time, the consequences of this battle were visible even from afar. The castle was destroyed, and the central building of the main leader was completely destroyed. A young master stood on the remains and ashes of this building, holding his sword. Nothing happened to him at all. He was unharmed. The same vagabond approached him and asked if everything was okay with him, amazed that the young man had been here all this time. The tramp wondered what had happened to Chal Musong, but when he looked around, everything became clear. "That scoundrel took it and ran away," he said with contempt. "It looks like this. First, it wants to kill you, fights like a madman, and then suddenly disappears behind a crumbling building." The tramp repeated that they must not let this crafty rascal live. It should be found and destroyed immediately. Yingho remarked that chasing someone sounded rather dull and too boring for him. The fact is that the young master understood. Zhong Musong will suffer from the thought of his defeat, and when he cannot bear it, he will appear himself to finally perish. Then they will deal with him. And now one of his guests climbed out of the rubble somewhere nearby. It turned out that these were warriors from the south. The only question remained, what to do with them next? Yingho knew that the wild beasts of the south were tamed by cruel and abusive methods. Their ruthlessness destroys everything in their path. That is why the spirits of the south feel a deep resentment towards these scoundrels and settle far away from them, planning the destruction of these monsters. But Yingho decided it was none of his business. There is someone to take care of them anyway. There are other people who can handle them without his intervention. We returned to the homeland of the young owner. The head of the clan was shocked by what he heard. Shuren was speechless with shock. One of the people told them the information. It was the same vagabond who told everything. Yingho brought him in to answer the questions. "Let him tell who he is and why he came here," he said. The tramp called himself Yangjin. People know him as the Divine Thief. These words sounded so categorical that they could hardly believe what they heard. Suren was indignant. "You brought a thief here. Are you even in your right mind?" Yingho looked at her. "Why do you say that?" The head said that he would inform the elder and hand the thief over to the Murim Alliance. But Suren was sure that they should match their order and tell how the thief was caught. Yingho noted that when she spoke of an elder, she meant the elder of the poor. If he came here as an investigator on Murimu's behalf, then he should report to him. But that old man did nothing. He came, drank, ate to his heart's content, and at all did not want to give him this young man. Since it was the young master who caught him, it is his merit, and he should receive the honors. Suren was sure that this was not the time to discuss who deserved the glory. The thief must say who is behind him. Yingho informed them that it was Chal Musong, head of the Merciless Blades clan. The leader of the organization trembled with fear, realizing that he had brought this man and knew who was behind him. But the young master caught him and brought him here. He couldn't just let him go. Shuren was convinced that if the head of the clan found out that they had a thief, he would not sit idly by. "We'll do everything possible to kill or kidnap him before he himself is caught. Then their Kyeonjang would be in danger, and maybe everyone here would bring trouble to the entire Hao clan." The young master did not tell yet, but he was impressed by her words. Suren asked the host to announce publicly that the Murim Alliance had captured the Divine Thief, and she would contact the Hao clan to investigate the situation surrounding the Merciless Blades. She was sure that this treacherous Chol Musong swordsman could not be underestimated, for he was very strong. She was walking with a stubborn expression on her face when she suddenly saw a sword sticking out of the ground. She began to examine it and realized that it was Chol Musong's sword. She almost lost consciousness from the shock of this discovery. After all, the owner of this legendary sword is Chol Musong himself. How could he be here? The young master brought it because this sword seemed useful to him. Suren was horrified to realize that the young man was a member of the Merciless Blades clan. And Ho asked her not to worry because Chol Musong couldn't do anything to him. It turned out that everything that this vagabond talked about really happened in reality. Chol Monsoon has suffered significant losses, and now it will be extremely difficult for him to recover from them. His right-hand man, Mook Helgoma, was pierced through the chest with a sword and died on the spot. Their leader left the clan and fled. Yes, the situation has radically changed, turning everything upside down. The father sat with his mouth open for 3 hours, looking at his son Yingho, realizing what a mighty warrior he was. Just to think that he made Black Sun flee the battlefield in disgrace. His son seems to have surpassed all expectations, reaching a level far beyond his imagination. Perhaps he's even stronger than the 24 Grandmasters. This could turn into trouble if someone in Murima realized his power level. But if his father continued to keep him around and take care of him, it wouldn't be a problem. Shuren sat on a chair, surprised at how powerful the young master had become. However, Chol Musong, the one who escaped, is very treacherous and will definitely not accept defeat. He will definitely try to take revenge, maybe even attack again. She is sure that he is a serious threat to Murima and should not be underestimated. Father completely agrees with her. As Master Inho's father, he is even more concerned about his well-being. He sees that the situation with Murim will be resolved, and let his sons stay away from all this. Yingho couldn't have thought that things would turn out in such a boring way. Therefore, he should have completed the matter without stopping halfway. Now that he thought about it, despite the existence of the Murim alliance, this fellow was shamelessly causing trouble in their land. Will the Battle Union's response be able to make him flinch? Unlikely. The father told his son to listen to him at least once, as his father advises him. Inho heard him and does not go against his father's will, but if he realizes that the situation is getting out of control, he will ask for help. Don't worry at all, he said. I'm not the Yingho you've known all this time. The surprise of the owner was boundless. He didn't know how to react. Soon Seren was talking to her servant, asking if he had found out anything. Although they had studied everyone who was somehow connected to the merciless Blades clan, nothing had been discovered so far, and no trace of the one who had escaped had been found. To Surin, it was quite strange. It was very difficult for someone like him to hide, and there weren't even any small clues. However, this scout still found something. The rumor came from a mad old woman who runs an ancient tavern. The reliability of this information is in great question. She told about an evil spirit, the ghost of a mountain boar, and he is somewhere in that tavern. She began to clarify where exactly it was located. She reported that this is exactly what is happening at Inwan's residence in Henson. They talked about what the observations indicated. Chol Monson was in this place and walked this way, came to the conclusion that this is the most likely place of his stay. But the thing is, as far as they know, the merciless Blades clan and the Forest King have been at war for a long time. Suren initially excluded this clan for this reason. But if Yang Jinte is to be believed, it turns out that they just don't like being compared to each other and are actually close friends. This radically changed the situation, forcing them to reconsider their plans. Suren didn't know what to make of this information. The young master asked to inform him as soon as she learned of Chol Musong's whereabouts. But the father understood what the consequences could be if he acted hastily. He decided to tell about his guesses himself to avoid trouble. If the boy goes there, he will deal with two great masters at the same time. Any reasonable person would have changed his mind, but Yingho was confident. He didn't even consider it. He planned to face the Forest King soon. The father was amazed at his son's recklessness. He could not accept this, seeing how his son was enjoying what was happening and did not understand the depth of his anxiety. Yingho turned to him. If you're worried, just put those thoughts out of your head. I will visit all 24 masters so you can be sure. But why would he do that? What is all this for him? No one could definitely answer this question. We moved to Penga province. From the day of the funeral, people began to behave very strangely. Their master locked himself in training, dedicating every day to them. Something happened that awakened in him such a thirst for power. He perfected his body for future battles without sparing himself. The man couldn't stop training. He was possessed. Fragments of the battle with that demon constantly flashed through his mind. In the rush of battle, he choked his aura, forcing him to give way, and put his sword to his body, showing superiority. His eyes glowed with a demonic glow, as if he were not human. For Chol Munson, it was a real curse from which there was no escape. No matter how many times he ran it over in his head, he couldn't find an answer. In the end, he was defeated and dishonored. Just the thought of that scoundrel made him angry, but he had to admit defeat. Suddenly, this boy's voice rang out nearby, and goosebumps ran down Cheol Musong's skin. The young man asked if he was thinking of him by chance. To the question, "Who is this?" The boy stepped out of the darkness, his silhouette approaching. He looked at him and asked, "Is Lord Penga doing well these days?" He, like a ghost, appeared on his way. The boy aims his weapon directly at him, his eyes blazing with determination, every muscle tense in anticipation of the decisive moment. The smile on this young man's face begins to distort, turning into a grimace of anger and contempt, reflecting the storm of emotions within him, pretending that he is not Chol Musong. He calls the opponent a bastard because he really thought too much of himself and considered himself better than others. Yingho was sure that he, unlike many, would be able to control his anger and not put himself in mortal danger by keeping his cool in this critical situation. However, there is no point in dwelling on the past, because now it does not matter, and he is of no use here. However, the young master only asks for one thing, to keep him company while visiting Yingwon's residence. That is all that is required of him, and that is all that is required of him. After all, if the young master goes alone, his father will start to worry, and it is better to avoid unnecessary worries. He recognizes that taking care of his son is a real parental task, and he understands how important it is to support him in this situation. Besides, how can he calmly watch them get trampled? It can be quite interesting, and for him such a task is not particularly difficult. However, the problem is that calling Hogwon from Mount Tantu can be seen as a declaration of war to Nokrim. In order not to lead to an even greater conflict in the future, he does not want to appear there. He is sure that the young man will cope with everything himself, and his help will not be needed. In-ho, noticing all this, tells the man that he has a bad breath, and suggests that he wring his neck first, and then deal with matters. Suddenly, the man changes his mind and asks when they are leaving, as they have received confirmation that Cheol Musin is in the palace. So, we have some free time, he says, hinting at the opportunity to prepare. As payment for fulfilling his request, the man asks for help in one important matter. Soon they find themselves in a huge castle, the grandeur of which amazes the imagination and makes you hold your breath. The young man reacts with fear to the appearance of this demon. His eyes are wide open in terror, and his heart is beating wildly. In-ho looks at him like a toy, with a slight contempt and indifference that only annoys the young man. He asks his father why he brought him here, eyeing the stranger suspiciously. "Do you want me to learn from this scoundrel?" he says defiantly, not hiding his indignation. His father quickly reprimands him for rude words, not allowing such audacity in his presence. After all, the main goal was to teach his son, no matter what it cost, even if he had to go to extreme measures. The father tells his son, if he leaves the training ground, he will be deprived of any inheritance and all privileges. He slams the door loudly, letting it be known that he is not kidding, and his decision is unwavering. The young man turns around, not believing what is happening, feeling angry and confused. He points his hand at his father, asking what he said. Never before had his father been so strict and uncompromising with him. In-ho suggests that maybe it's because he didn't get a proper lesson last time, but he's still a jerk. "And now, at your father's request, I am your teacher. So to begin with, show respect," In-ho declares with cold determination. The young man is not going to show respect at all, and defiantly waves his hand at him, hoping to impress. In-ho easily dodges the new moon's punch, as if it were a small thing, showing off his skill. He realizes in his mind that his own teacher must have felt the same way when he first met him. He does not intend to babysit this young man for long. It is time to act decisively. And in a moment, the boy is already lying on the ground, not having time to understand what happened and how quickly he was defeated. Apparently, he didn't understand anything because he looks defiantly at In-ho again, ready for another attack. "It is indecent to lie in front of your teacher," he remarks ironically, emphasizing the young man's powerlessness. He grabs the boy's leg and starts twirling him around like he's just a toy. Untwisting it, he launches it like a stone right into the massive door, demonstrating his strength. The father even blocked the door with a stone, preventing his son from escaping. Although he was hurt and sorry for his son, he knew that this was necessary for his good and development. He must understand that his father sincerely wants him to become stronger and be able to defend himself. Soon evening came, and dusk enveloped the castle, adding mystery to the surrounding world. It was necessary to finish training, but there was still a lot of work ahead, and no one was going to back down. The warriors patrolled the area, not noticing that someone was watching them from the darkness, hidden from view. One of the spies was lurking on the roof, carefully watching everything that was happening below. After the recent arrest of the divine thief, all security measures were restored to their previous level, and this spy never came close to his target. Among all the big markets, the security here is the strictest, and it is extremely difficult to get inside even for an experienced spy. However, Ms. Surin had recently ordered him to find that scoundrel. If only he could have known about it in advance, he would have avoided many problems. There wouldn't be all this extra worry if he didn't have to storm right into the building, risking exposure. He runs quickly, leaping over the fence like a shadow, moving silently and cautiously, quickly rushes through the yards to check what is happening, and if there is anything worth his attention. "What's going on here?" he thinks as he descends, feeling growing anxiety. Horror pierces him to the bones, making his heart beat faster, because something is wrong here. He passes the same place again and again. It seems to him that he has already crossed it several times, as if he had fallen into a trap. But when he looked up, he realized that it was a cunning trap from which there was no way out. He, like a cornered rat, had no chance of escape, sensing the hopelessness of the situation. And then he heard Lyrian's voice, "Come out, evil spirit!" An authoritative command sounded, which made him shudder, as if everything around began to turn red, creating an atmosphere of danger and fear. Devilish eyes appeared above him, and a question rang out, "How dare you shamelessly break into the walls of Chongjiang?" In terror, the spy looks around, looking for a way to escape, but realizes that there is no way out. Lyrian calmly asks, "Who are you?" His voice is cold and emotionless. "Are you a thief or a murderer? What's wrong with you?" Lyrian continues, piercing him with a look. "Answer immediately. Otherwise you will quickly get what you deserve," he warns in a stern voice, leaving no room for hesitation. Nevertheless, Lyrian's work gave a significant result, and the truth began to surface. After some time, he found out who this man really was and what his true intentions were. He warned Surin that next time such things should be communicated in advance to avoid misunderstandings. The spy apologizes. "Never before in my life have I encountered such a complex formation and terrible magic, but Surin is to blame for not warning about it. In any case, it is rather unusual that he appeared here for no reason." Apparently, the spy suspected something and decided to check. He reveals that there are reports that high-ranking members of the Merciless Blades are constantly visiting Yingwon's palace, and the clan structure has been reorganized so that they become its core. It seems that it is safe to say and be sure that Cheol Musong is in Yingwon's palace, as previously predicted. Surin understands that without his order, the reorganization would be impossible, and all suspicions are confirmed. She quickly decides to go to the young master and tell him to prepare to leave immediately, even at this late hour. In-ho tells his student to wake up and focus, as it is time to continue the training that is crucial to his development. "If you continue to be reckless like this, the consequences could be serious," In-ho warns, glaring at his student and trying to convey the importance of discipline. The young man understood that the master could beat him until he lost consciousness, and if he continued in the same spirit, he would again find himself on the ground, unable to resist. "Isn't it enough that you already broke my ankle?" he exclaims indignantly, feeling the pain and injustice of the situation. "And you still call it training?" protests the young master, not understanding the brutality of his mentor's methods. But in response, he receives another blow to the face, which makes him shut up and understand the seriousness of the training. After all, the masters had their own methods of training warriors, and they believed that toughness helps to harden the spirit and body. Ying-ho understood that this young man still had a long way to go to achieve true mastery and become a worthy warrior. And so far, he cannot even compare with those who have already proven their strength and skills. The young man fell, and every time he hit the wall harder and harder, feeling how each blow responded with pain throughout his body. After each fall, In-ho had to be brought back to his senses, encouraging him to continue training. Ying-ho was so strong that even his normal strike was equivalent to a weapon strike, showing off his power and skill. If nothing changes after the third or fourth attempt to train this guy, we'll have to give up, In-ho thought as he pondered the difficulty of the task. Soon after, the father showed up to check on how his son's studies were progressing, hoping to see progress. And he sees his son, full of energy, his eyes shining with determination, as if he were a completely different person. In-ho explained that he had put him into a trance state, maximizing his survival instincts and other senses, and training in this state would cement the power into his body, turning it into a habit. "So you trained my son in an unconscious state?" The father was surprised, not expecting such an approach. When asked by his father about the results, In-ho replied that his son was now 30% stronger than before. Given his character, it was not easy, but we made significant progress in a few days. The father could not contain his joy, because this is exactly what he expected from his son. Suddenly they were interrupted. People came and asked if the master was here, bringing news with him. It turned out that visitors from the Supreme Coalition had arrived, and their visit required immediate attention. The young master immediately realized that Suren must have come, and that his son's training was over. "Make sure that after he wakes up, he rests well and eats. That's my order," the father added, taking care of his son's recovery. Suren reported that Mr. Lyrian had already left for Henson to develop a plan to break into the residence. However, one important nuance appeared. The barbarian king Penjil joined, and it was interesting how the young man managed to convince such an influential and difficult personality to go with him. Suren doubted whether he would be able to calmly follow the young master, given his complex nature. Ying-ho explained that he didn't persuade anyone. He just offered once, and the man enthusiastically accepted after learning that he would be fighting the King of Death and the King of the Forest. Suren was aware that the Peng family of Hebei had a huge influence in Murima, and in such a situation one had to be careful. She couldn't understand how the head of the Ping clan decided to follow this young man, as he was just finishing up all his business. Ying-ho admitted that it would probably be more dangerous to hurt his feelings or get involved in a political conflict. After all, recently he caused him trouble, and the situation could become even more difficult. Shuren understood that if the young master defeated even the barbarian King Penjil, then he was simply incredibly strong or even insane. El met a person quite familiar to him, which aroused his curiosity. He called him a coachman, but he admitted that he was not a coachman. He felt overwhelmed next to one of the 24 strongest warriors, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Ying-ho urges Penjil to move faster and talk less, to which the Peng clan leader takes offense. "Can I say a few words? But if you keep talking like that, we can seat you next to the coachman," Ying-ho joked. It seemed incredible. The young man was talking to the barbarian King Penjil as casually as if he were a simple servant, and Seren set off with Mr. Coachman, accepting the situation as it was. However, this man understood that he was not a coachman, but he had no choice, and had to play this role. The carriage was cramped, but if anyone didn't like it, as In-ho joked, they could walk. After some time, they found themselves in a dark valley, where the atmosphere became gloomy and mysterious. It was quite cold and scary. The wind pierced the bones and the shadows seemed alive. The tracks led them to this very place and broke off, as if disappearing into thin air. The soldiers had to carefully inspect everything. They searched everything, but found nothing, and he admitted that the enemy had disappeared right under their noses. The red-cloaked warriors noticed someone riding a carriage through their territory, which raised suspicion. And rude words came from the carriage, which added to the ambiguity of the situation. The soldiers were surprised that someone dared to appear on their territory without permission. The carriage moved confidently, as if the passengers were not at all afraid of possible dangers. The head of the Peng clan acted like an offended child, expressing his displeasure at the situation. He understood that it was necessary to hire a professional coachman, because this inexperienced coachman does not know how to manage a carriage. And that man was aware that he was not a coachman at all, but Wang Gunwei, the former killer of the Salmon family and the captain of the Dark Squad. But he was forced to endure it and pretend. Suddenly, people in red blocked their way, stopping their movement. Suddenly, they stopped, feeling that something was wrong. The head of the Peng clan wanted to be angry with the coachman because they had stopped, and the journey was still far. In-ho, the young master, realized that something was wrong and became wary. Guanghui asked these people not to get in their way, explaining that they didn't know anyone with that name. However, these people insisted on inspecting the carriage, but the driver warned them that if they did, they would regret it. It sounded very defiant to them, especially from a mere coachman. Guanghui resented thinking that he had been mistaken for a coachman again, underestimating him. He reached for his sword and drew it, preparing for a possible conflict. "I'm begging you for the last time, don't do this, otherwise you'll regret it. Anyone who goes into the crew risks their lives," he warned sternly. The cloaked warriors began to laugh, taking his words as a joke. Their interest in checking the crew only increased, and they decided to act. One of them rushed forward, heading towards the so-called coachman. He counted the opponents. There were 16 of them. As he approached, the number of enemies began to decrease. 14, 13, and he reached 11 in his calculations, preparing for battle. Soon the sword of the warrior in red flashed nearby, but the young master deftly dodged. The head of the shadow assassins expertly wielded his sword, demonstrating his skill. He made the warrior in the red cloak feel his superiority, and he was wounded. He fell to the ground, wounded, and could no longer continue the fight. "So you still want to inspect the crew?" he asked, looking at the rest of the warriors. One of the warriors in red admitted, "This coachman is very talented, it's incredible." But suddenly the person who should have been knocked down rises as if nothing had happened. He didn't just stand up, but straightened his shoulders, despite the serious injury. Guanghui couldn't understand what was happening. How did this man manage to get up after being hit like that? The red-clad warrior began to laugh as he sucked up the blood and closed his wound, relishing the pain. Ivan Hui looked at him in disbelief. What the hell is going on here? His heart was pounding wildly with the energy flooding his body, making him feel every beat of his pulse. This scoundrel almost broke through his defenses with his sword, which seemed unbelievable. With each stroke of his sword, this diabolical creature in red only taunted him. He did not understand what had happened to this boy. This simply could not be real. Suddenly, the huge hand of the head of the Ping clan grabbed that fool's head. Picking him up quickly like a small child, he silenced him forever. Uncompromisingly, he silenced him, leaving no chance for resistance. Throwing his senseless head back to his comrades, he demonstrated his invincible power. The soldiers in red understood that this man was a very famous person, The head of the Peng clan realized that before them were those wearing red cloaks. Only one clan in Murima can afford it. That's right, and the young master also knew. It was the Cult of Blood. The young master's sword, full of ki energy, flew into the next victim. He pierced her like lightning, leaving no chance of escape. These blood cult boys couldn't believe that such a calamity had befallen them. They so impudently wanted to check the wagon, not suspecting that such a monster was hiding there. And so the body of their leader fell to the ground, renewed by death. The young master, swinging his sword, flashed like a whirlwind, and the weapon returned to him. And from that guy in the red cloak, blood splashed like a fountain. They were destroyed. When all were destroyed, it was possible to return to the wagon and continue on the way. But one of them was afraid that there were still groups of enemies. The head of the Peng clan meant that there was some injustice here. Ying Ho had mastered the heavenly blade at only 20 years old. The King of Blades would be amazed to see such a thing. Ying Ho, for his part, was disappointed that he had such a hard time defeating some of the blood cult scoundrels there. But the head of the Peng clan excused himself by saying that these boys had taken some suspicious pills, and the three of them immediately became much stronger. He had to change his battle tactics to defeat them, although it wasn't difficult. At that moment, Suren looked at their bodies and noticed that the veins on their skin were bulging. Most likely a side effect of absorbing a lot of essence. It seemed that the type of these pills caused them to absorb internal Kai in an accelerated mode, which gave them such an explosive increase in strength. The young master knew that essence is a double-edged sword. If used correctly, it is very useful, but if you squeeze it to the point of exhaustion, it leads to inevitable death. Suren was sure these boys knew it was going to be a battle to the death. There was no doubt for everyone that these were people from the blood cult. But as far as the young master knew, the blood cult had ceased to exist many years ago. And so it was. The destruction of the cult of blood is described in Murim's stories about 5 times. They always, no matter what, appeared at the most unexpected moment and caused a lot of trouble. Suren understood that they should bring this case to the Murimu Battle Union. If they can fight like this, then their strength and numbers have been restored. Ying Ho wasn't going to do anything right now just yet, although they wanted to report all this. But if there is a small settlement nearby, they decided to go to some small village nearby. There should be at least someone from the Murim Union there. They will stop, tell everything, and take one of the corpses for illustration. But the question remained for the head of the Peng clan. Who would drive the wagon if that boy was sent with a message? Ying Ho looked at the head of the Peng clan, as if hinting that he would be the one to do it. And no matter how hard he tried to deny it and how angry he was about it, there was no choice. This healthy man took to driving the cart against his will. He did not know how to manage it because he had never done it before. The next day, they headed even closer to the city, getting closer to their goal. Lyran was just planning all possible options for breaking into the building. He calculated everything down to the smallest detail, leaving no room for error, and still decided to try, even if it was risky. After all, he had reached a certain level of skill and was ready to act. He began to draw some mysterious pattern on the rock, concentrating on the process. No one bothered him, but one day, our brigade appeared on the horizon, unexpectedly breaking his solitude. Lyran had no idea who was standing behind him and watching. Soon he came to the right option and was so enthusiastic about the work. That drew a rather familiar pentagram, not noticing anything around. Ying Ho noticed that Lyran was not wasting his time. He asked to be more careful, and not to spoil his work, because this formation is calculated to the smallest detail and must be depicted without a single error. It turns out that all they need is to make a hole through which they can get inside. You shouldn't be so fussy. But Lyran was sure that it wasn't that easy to enter, because the palace was huge and very complicated, and another 30 points had to be destroyed at the same time. The head of the Peng clan felt that they just had to break into the palace. There's nothing complicated about it. Lyran saw that everything before them was a mirage. The mountains that everyone sees are not real. It's just an illusion. If they just go to him, they will get lost and wander in circles for eternity. And if they are not lucky at all, they will encounter another group that can seriously injure or even kill them. However, Loren was sure that everything is not as simple as it seems. And then he saw that someone huge was traveling with the young master. The head of the Peng clan recognized this boy as a monk who is not particularly concerned with worldly affairs, but when it comes to him, he is bloodthirsty. He was interrupted by In Ho, introducing him by name to avoid misunderstandings. It turns out that the mirage can be dispelled, although this was the first such encounter for Lyran. The difficulty was incredible, but to begin with, they have to try. Fortunately, his abilities were far superior to what was required for this task. Lyran placed the seals around him in preparation for the ritual. He stood in the center of the formation, concentrating his energy. Soon his staff glowed with light, filling the space with magic. Everything around them glowed yellow and the seals activated. They, as if in the center of the glow, began to scatter around him, and they fell directly to the places of the pentagram, connecting everything into a single whole. Illuminating the information around him, the formation sprung into action. Everyone reacted with surprise at this, but the young master knew about his abilities. At times like these, Ying-ho began to think that this guy was pretty good, and he understood why he took him with him. His talents were priceless. Lyran's eyes glowed yellow. Drawing the formation, he asked the forces to obey him and take control of them.